It's that time again, stream. It's tournament time. Welcome back to the fish tank. I'm BetaDwarf, and as you can see, I'm joined by FDMFDM. Welcome, my friend. FDM, of course, one of the developers working on Minion Masters. Great to have you here.
Yeah, great to be here.
It's been a while since we did this, so it's good to have you back. Okay, so tournament time, 1v1. So it should be interesting today because, of course, this is the first tournament after the bridge changes. So no collision bridge grabs, no playing minions on the bridge. So there's a lot of people that have had a lot of feedback, a lot of thoughts on how they feel the game is now. So it'd be interesting to see how that translates to tournament play. Do you think we're going to see tournament play very different to how it was before? We had a lot of very cheap control decks previously. Do you think we're going to have a shift to more expensive decks that are less worried about the bridges?
I think we're still gonna see a fair amount of the cheaper units. Like we've seen in the stats that the cheap units are still performing really well.
Okay.
But I do expect to see a little bit more fights for the bridges and a little bit more aggression trying to kill the opponent rather than, fighting for mana frenzy and killing the opponent if they fail.
Okay, so we don't have anything banned for this tournament apart from the season cards, so that's good. So season cards for this season which are banned are the Mana Chaser and the Spell Dancer. Mana Chasers, of course, everywhere this season.
Probably healthy they are banned.
Yep. And from having seen the proposed changes for next patch, I don't think Mana Chasers are going to be a problem if those changes go through. But the offshoot of that is we have the previous season cards that were banned, unbanned. So that means that we are potentially going to see Buck's Clutch Cooker. Still, any idea what a Clutch Cooker is?
It's something that clutches something and then cooks it.
Okay, right. That's very literal, and I guess it makes sense. So
I mean, that's literally what he does, right?
Yeah, I guess so. And Net's Blaster as well. Do you think we'll see either of those
I honestly
cards?
don't expect. I mean, perhaps from a blind date or walking blind date type of thing, random stuff.
Yeah.
Is Net Blaster 4 mana?
I think so, yeah. So you might
see.
Yeah,
so walking blind date or APAP. I can see that happening, but I don't see the card being actually played. It needs a buff. It's gonna get a buff.
Okay. Right. So we're just easing into today's event. We'll have a look at who's here. Obviously, the first round's always a little bit sketchy with regards to new players not being exactly sure of where they should be or what they should be doing. Also, experienced players.
We're gonna watch.
Maybe not.
So we're gonna watch two completely new players.
No, we have the experienced players, but maybe they haven't quite woken up. So we are a little earlier in Europe this week because time zone, daylight savings. America's changed their clocks a couple of weeks ago. Clocks don't go forward, I think it is here in Europe, until tomorrow. So we're only where I am 4 hours ahead of Eastern, where normally we're 5. So hopefully that won't mess too many people up. I tried to make everyone aware of that so that nobody misses the event, etc. So that's not going to affect American players, but for example, Dark Crow, who's from China, this is helpful to him, I think, if the maths works out, because it's kind of an hour earlier for him, so that might work. And of course, Dark Crow, the winner last time. You weren't with me the last time, but I think we've casted a number of times where Dark Crow was losing finalist to Set over and over again.
Yeah, Dark Crow has a little bit of a rivalry there.
Yep. Set not getting to the final in the last one, but Dark Crow getting there and winning it. So that was really good to see. Right, we're just going to get set up. So we've got
think that Dark Crow is from a time where this hour early will actually be an advantage for him. It will probably be nice to play a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
So we might see him in extra good form today.
Potentially, yeah. He's a very, very good player. We've seen that. We have some interesting players here today. Just getting set up and we'll see that. Let me just do my notifications. Let us know in the chat if the volumes, etc. are okay. Everything seems okay from here. Right, let's do this. Right, it's a bit manic at the start, but don't worry.
I like this guy who has the name Stepper of Potatoes.
Nice.
That's a good name.
So the brackets are always available for you to follow from home. So if we talk about who is here, so we got Dark Crow, we mentioned If I don't mention your name, doesn't mean you suck. Just not going to mention everyone by name. But Dark Crow is here, raiding champion. Set is here, multi-champion. Pom is here. If you've been watching these events, you will have known that Pom has commentated with me in the past. He hasn't played in much tournament play recently, but I think when I checked the ELO, he had the highest solo ELO in the game. So he's a very, very strong 1v1 player. Ficus, always doing well here. Memfisto, previous champion. Duck Westlin, that's an interesting one. Duck Westlin hadn't played the game for a long time. He came back recently, and it's great to see him. He's always a very interesting deck builder. So it'll be very interesting to see what he brings.
From the past, seeing if he can blast everyone away.
Yeah, so remember, Memfisto was a player that went away from the game for a long time, came back, and I'm sure he'll be okay with me saying it took him a while to kind of find his tournament strengths again, but then he really got back into it after a while. So we'll see if Duck Westlin can land on his feet, or if it will take him a while to get in. So it looks like the first game we're going to have Pom against Set. So that's a huge match.
Yeah, and I don't even know who I would favor in that, you know? Like, Set's been doing amazing in tournaments, but Pom just does amazing in 1v1 in general, you know?
Yeah, I think the question is Pom a tournament player or a ladder player? I guess we'll find out here.
Yeah, because if we purely look at ladder, Pom is the favorite. And if we look at tournaments, Set is the favorite, so...
and I know Pom's
this could very well have been a finals already, you know?
Yeah. And I know Pom's been pretty vocal about the bridge changes. It's not something that he's particularly fond about. I think primarily because he's a very, very, very skilled control player, and he likes having lots of ways of interacting with the game. And with the changes to the bridges, there's not quite so many ways to interact with the game. But I'm excited if the bridge changes do stay. That as you mentioned, that might open up design space for more interesting things that can potentially add that skill back into the game in different ways.
I mean, we definitely already see that with Walking Blind Date getting a giant resurgence. Like, it's been super popular, Walking Blind Date. Stint less so, even probably because not much has changed for Stint. It already did exactly this, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I think it was pretty well played previously.
I would kind of like Walking Blind Date to not Walking Blind Date, Windwalker Shihood to get into that space as well, but he isn't there at the moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, in that sense, we hope that that's more of an opening. But we've definitely seen that 2 and 3 mana cards are still performing fine. Like Swarmers and Elite Swarm are still 2 of the best cards in the game. Crossbow Dudes have finally gone to about 50% win rate, which is lower than they used to be. But I mean, high play rate, still 50% win rate. They're probably fine. And this is, I mean, this is with all the mana chases. So we need to see a little bit how that goes when mana chase goes away. But I think they'll still do fine. You know, Bridge Buddies has become more popular, of course.
Yeah. Right. So, as mentioned, we're going to see Pom against Set to start with. And as we've got a new screen that I made here for the bans, so you guys can see. Hopefully this works properly. I haven't really tested this out, but we'll see how it works out.
Oh, everything is going to break.
So we've got Pom banning Diona, Shield Captain Avea, and Defenso Chopper. And we've got Set banning Apep, Rocket Scrat, and Brothers of Light. So Diona and Apep, both strong, very strong solo masters. Both masters that were changed from cycle-based to timer-based.
We have also seen that Defenso has been extremely popular.
Okay, yep.
So that ban is not really surprising, like just one of the most played cards. Rocket Scrat, once again, one of these cheap cards that is still really good, also really good for the bridge fight, so makes sense. Brothers of Light is a little bit more of a surprise to me, but that might be just the classic don't want to play against strong Diona, Midoween.
Yep.
But then there is still Colossus, so I don't know if that's something that he knows Pom likes to play Brothers of Light.
We always talk about trying to ban things that are not too easily replaced.
So... And Brothers of Light isn't easily replaced for the most cases.
Avea...
And I do see it a couple times on the leaderboard, actually, the Brothers of Light.
I don't see it very too much on the leaderboard, but I still feel like it's very, very strong, and I think there's going to be some changes in the next patch that will make it a little bit weaker.
Yeah, to be fair, the Avea change is not really focused on Avea. It's just that we have decided that we don't want to have easy shields for flying, because we've seen multiple times in the past that flying and shields is just a problem. We've seen it with Propeller Horde, we've seen it with Bats, and now we see it with Chasers.
Yeah. So this is a good time to remind everyone there is a PTR available this weekend, a public PTR. Join the Minion Masters Discord, check out the PTR section, give yourself the PTR role, whatever it is. And that allows you to access a version of the game that's got the 2 new upcoming cards for the next expansion. So you can test those out, see what you think. And also all the proposed balance changes, as we were just mentioning there, for the next patch. So the more people that get involved in that, test it out, give their feedback, the better. So, for example...
very important.
Yep.
Sorry, you continue.
I was going to say, for example, just going on from what FDM said, one of the changes were Guardian can no longer protect air units, and the shields, Bannerman, etc. can no longer be applied to air units. Okay.
And very important, always fill in the form, because we read everything in the form, but we might miss some things in the chat if the chats become massive, which sometimes happens.
Make sure you give your feedback.
So always fill in the form.
Right, here we go.
Oh, yeah, the game has already started.
Of
When
the
the
day.
battlefield calls, I answer.
Looks like Pom is even decided to go with the streamer arena.
Yep, I know he didn't like the idea of having to play with different
Yeah,
arenas.
he was quite vocal about that as well.
Okay, so Pom playing Valorian, Set playing Aper.
I think Pom even decided to flood a mana there. Oh, that's a bad pick though.
That's annoying because it drags that guy back onto the bridge, so the bridge goes back red. And just to remind you guys, the bans are you're banning that are going to affect your opponent, not yourself. So that's why Set's banned Apep, but is able to play Apep. Apep was
also the
banned...
chain knighting there not working out because Set ends up with the bridge.
Yeah, I think he tried to chain the rocket scrap, but wasn't quite quick enough. Now,
Yeah.
Zip Zapnader, I've been playing this guy quite a bit recently, and he can be disgusting.
Oh yeah, he can be. You need to properly counter him or he will mess you up. Ooh, Black Hole!
Nice Black Hole.
That's a card I've not seen played a lot, but we have seen that spells have become a lot more popular. So it makes sense. You have way higher like... Ooh! That is a Simulacrum.
The thing with Black Hole now is it's up to 5 seconds, so it gives you a lot of protection.
And there are a lot of spells, so you have a lot of chances to use it as well. Like we see it bomb with Chain Lightning and Beam.
Yep. We've seen a lot in the tournament play. The players play a cheap deck, but then they have a big heavy removal card to help them deal with the really awkward things.
We definitely... Oh, what? What was that a card he actually had, or was that from a random?
Which... not sure.
But so far, Set having a massive XP lead. Not even just good, just massive. Let's see how that continues.
Right, okay.
Oh, damn, we did that. I was thinking, why was Rocket Scat killing the Spear Throws? But Spear Throws are also 90 HP.
Yep.
And Rocket Scat actually... Perhaps Rocket Scat should be 80. Oh, there we see the Net Blaster.
Yeah. It's always interesting after the first time the one player's used like the beam and the other players used their black hole. They're in this kind of dance. Okay, so now Set's like, okay, I know you've used your black hole, so if I am going to use my beam, I know I'm going to have a window for it.
Wait, what did you say?
I said that now Pom's used his black hole, Set knows that he's got a bit of a window to use the beam should he wish to.
For some reason the name for the first time I had. But so far, I mean, Set being 20 XP ahead and winning in the HP side, with a Salad with a Sepnate behind it coming, that is a really dangerous push.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage, that Berserker Rage Zealot.
So easily with the shield guard as well. Yeah, and the stuns just really messing up with defense.
Yeah, Set in a very strong position here. Of course, he's getting a lot of XP at this point as well. Pom dropping nearly 500 HP. Under 500.
I have trouble seeing Pom coming back from this, because don't forget, Zed has a beam. And this phase damage, it's 2 beams away.
Yeah.
It's 1
He's
beam
dead
away.
now. 92 HP. Set's got the
this
beam
is
in his
just cycling
pocket.
to beam. There is no way Pom can win this. He doesn't have enough DPS in his deck.
Set's in control. He's got Pom hanging on, life support. He's well ahead on XP.
Zed has been in control since the start. There's been not a single moment where Pom was in control.
Okay, Set takes the first game. So that feels like, I know we've seen Set play probably this deck, you know, almost to death in the past. And, you know, I was wondering, is he going to change much with the changes? But I think with the bridge changes, they actually help that kind of deck, because he's got a lot of heavy units that are not great at taking bridges. So therefore, bridges become more difficult to take overall. So that deck doesn't have such a... Yep.
He has quite a lot of bridge grab in there, right? With the spear throwers, with the tantrum throwers, with the rocket scrat, with the zealots, right? So he has enough bridge grab. So the bridge change doesn't change much for him there. Whereas if you play the swarmer type one, where you really focus on grabbing it instantly, that is where the change was the biggest. But he has the ones that fight for the bridge, which haven't really felt it.
Okay, so yeah, we've seen him play this deck a lot, and I feel like people have really got to pay attention to that, and you know, you've got to just start countering that specific deck, because we've seen him even really deep into the tournament where he'll play the same deck, just switch up the masters over and over again. But we'll see.
I don't know how much APAP was a factor in this. Like, it didn't feel like it was APAP that made a big change. It felt like it was just slow domination from the start from Zed, having complete control over the XP.
Yep.
And then just slowly pushing it out. And then that one massive push where Pom just didn't have an answer to the Zealot and the Zapinator.
Yeah, difficult to deal with. The Zealot's going to just shred any single target thing. The Zapinator's really awkward to deal with. Sometimes, or a lot of the times, the Zapinator, if you haven't got a lot of Horde, you just have to deal with it, tank it on face, and then deal with it. But then, if it gets 1 or 2 decent hits off, that's so much damage.
Yeah, that hurts.
Put out. And I think a lot of people complain about Zip being too strong. I think it is a strong unit, but I think it's one of those noob killer units where if people play badly into it, it will just farm them completely.
I also think it's a little bit of one of these units that have a chance of getting extreme value, right? Really high peaks, but also really low lows, right? Like a Scat Horde, and it's just gone.
One of the things that I think one of its main strengths is how slow it is and how much it kind of just lumbers, and it will just keep a lane occupied for a long time. Because often the way you want it is to get behind it or get on it. You don't want to play into it, so you've got to wait for it to come to you. And it's so slow, and its attack reload is so slow.
That is definitely true.
I feel like if it was in a position where you felt it was too strong, an appropriate nerf might be just to make it faster. Because it just hangs around.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think he's too strong at the moment, you know.
Right, here we go. Game number 2. Pom against Set.
we are not at you are still allowed to use the same master multiple times. Okay.
Yeah. No conquest rules yet. Best of 3.
I'm always stuck at the conquest rules.
No, that starts I think in the top 4 today. So we're going to switch rounds into top 4, I think.
Now, did Pom... Oh, no, okay. I was about to say, did Pom steal Set's deck here? But he didn't. But a lot of overlap with Monkey, with Zapinator, with Elite Swarmer in there. Those are also good cards.
Okay, there's the beam. So this time, Pom's got the beam. He's got the beam and the black hole.
And the black hole.
So here we see Zip. Oh, that's lovely. That's
good timing on the reset.
Yep. Like when you cycle that reset, you can just put out so many shots so quickly.
A good taunt trap that's gonna mess it up. One of the things that Zapinator has that I kind of want to change is it is not very good at dealing with multiple units at max range. So I would like to add a small buffer to the max range, so that the things he actually shoots and the things the secondary shots go to have different ranges.
Right.
Because he often, like when 2 Marines attack him, he often has this thing where he only attacks 1 Marine, even though he has multiple shots. And that kind of feels bad. And perhaps that would make it too strong, and then we can do nerf as well, you know?
Yeah. Right.
Make it more of a rebalance.
Tom is a real fan of Fiona for sure. Very strong skill expression master. Cleaver
so
is a
far,
card.
XP-wise, fairly equal.
What are the stats
but
showing?
HP, whew.
What are the stats showing for the cleaver? Because I feel like I've seen that. Oh, that's a big beam, but of course, out comes the black hole.
Boomer coming, hitting face is always painful.
I'm seeing a lot of cleavers, a lot of Doom cleavers. So. Cleaver, a card that we didn't really see quite at all, I would say, in tournament play for a long, long time.
Yeah, it used to be the most quintessential card in the game. And then it kind of slowly died out as Swarm became more and more popular. But Swarm, of course, is a little bit less popular at the moment. So Cleaver becomes more powerful.
Yeah.
Cleaver has a 55% win rate in 1v1.
Oh, wow.
So it's a really strong card at the moment.
From what I'm seeing, I feel like people have kind of forgotten how to, not from seeing this game, but in general, I feel like people have forgotten how to appropriately counter a cleaver. Because the things I see people using to tank the cleaver's hits are just insane. Like both players playing Stint, you know, that Stint after the bridge change is one of those cards that we expected to see everywhere. And
yeah, he hasn't actually changed much in win rate, to be honest. Like Stint is just still basically the same unit.
Yeah.
Just doing its
I mean,
thing.
the win rate stats are difficult to get info from if both players, if everyone's playing the same cards.
That too, but I also mean that the play rate hasn't changed that much.
Gotcha.
It's always been a fairly popular card.
No black hole.
Yeah, there wasn't really much to black hole there, was there? Like that push wasn't gonna do too much.
Ruffles grabbing some mana, always nice. Right, if we have a look at the XP, it's far, far closer than it was in the previous game.
Yeah, and HP is massively in Pom's favor still. Dealing a little bit of base damage there as well. So far I would say that Pom is gonna win. But we all know that APAP perk 4 can be quite a game changer. Probably more so than the Ona perk 3.
One interesting thing to remember, unlike back in the day, not that long ago, Apep's perk 3 is not going to be the be-all and end-all. It's going to be random each time. So you're not going to be like, oh, I got a bounty sniper or I got a ghost, and that's either this or that. You know, he's going to be a different random card each time.
Ooh, that's a good beam. That's a good beam. And there was no black hole because he played Cleaver. The funny thing about the change with APAP is that it's kind of a positive and a negative, because it makes it harder to figure out what the opponent is playing, right? You never know what card APAP has. Which makes playing against him more difficult, but you also don't just get countered by a single card that your opponent happens to be lucky to pull.
Yeah.
Saga, I would like to be able to see the screen.
I think one interesting thing about that, the black hole that Set did, the beam that he did that wasn't able to be black hole. One thing you can do is pay attention to whether the opponent's got the card available in their cycle, but the other thing you can pay attention to is whether they're going to have the mana available for it. So it was
although
like
I think he kinda...
the cleaver.
I'm not sure if he fully waited for the cleaver, or that was just lucky timing.
Yeah, you never know.
Oh, 2 beams at the same time!
Wow. That's not something you see too often.
No, but the Scrat wins that. Oh, the timing! Ah.
Ruffles goes down, but here the HP's not really much of an issue right now. Set's dropped a little bit,
no,
but XP, and he's
Set
got a bit of
actually ahead in XP now.
Okay, we've got a random ghost that could be a pain.
Especially because that is like... Oh,
this is
got the heal!
This is a big scary push. This is...
Yeah, and it is one of the best targets to Ghost, because it doesn't kill itself.
Just gonna hang around.
Okay, I mean the Cleaver does handle it, but I mean... At the meantime, look at Face.
Yeah,
that's dangerous.
Although
Face is not gonna fight it, but look at the XP, like 20 versus 1 versus 2.
Pom knows he just has to let that happen on Face. Try to contest the bridges. But 15 HP behind, Mana Frenzy for Set. This is likely to be Set closing out this.
Musketeer top, rough to deal with.
First round game.
All good. Taking the top one with Stint, smart.
There's the beam.
Good black hole though. Oh, I still don't know who's gonna win this. It can go both directions.
Somehow.
Although it's gonna be real tough to. Zed does seem to get some control now over both bridges.
Yeah, that zip at the bottom for Pom is farming a little bit, but he's got to play into a zip. And the problem is, Set's zip has got a lot of trash in front of it as well.
In front of it, yeah, so it's safe. And in the meantime, look at the Zealots on face. This is over.
He doesn't have a taunt trap. Beam on face. Yeah. You can black hole the beam, but it's not going to stop the face damage.
But that was a really close match. Could have gone both ways.
Wow. Okay. So it looked like Set was going to close that out comfortably, but then somehow Pom was able to bring back the XP, get Mana Frenzy himself. But not just enough.
Little fun thing is, I just see Chainix say in the chat, in my opinion, Cleaver is one of the worst units. But if Pom uses it, I question my opinion. And I think it's wise to question that opinion. Because if both Pom plays it and the stats show it, it's probably a pretty good card. And I must say, I've had some great success with it, playing it in 2v2 premates with Seafox. You can really get a lot of value out of a Cleaver. The only problem is when Blue Golem is meta, don't play Cleaver.
Yeah. Okay, so the first game goes 2-0 to Set.
Yeah.
So if we just look at the brackets and remind ourselves of today's format, sometimes the format sometimes gets adjusted a little bit depending on how many peeps are in the tournament. So it's looking like 5 Swiss rounds, but let's just double check that.
It does say 5 at the top, yes.
Okay, so to remind you guys, if you're not familiar with how the Swiss rounds work, the players will play each other and earn points based on their wins and losses. Players will play other players of a similar win-loss rate in today's event. And at the end of the Swiss rounds, 4 or 5 of them, then we'll have our top, I think it's top 4 for the elimination for today. And that'll be, when we get to the elimination stage, that'll be best of 5. And we'll have conquest rules, which means when you win with a master, you can no longer play that master. But we'll let you know when we get to that point. But up until then, it's going to be best of 3, no restrictions, except for the bans that the players have. So interesting to see Beam being played a lot there. But I feel like that's something we've seen quite a lot in tournament play. The players do have... I think having something like the Beam allows you to play a lot of other things that would struggle against some big things. Like the Beam's like your get out of jail card.
It's not just in tournament. I've also seen it on the ladder that Beam is suddenly played a lot more than he used to.
That's interesting. I know you play it a lot.
I used to play it a lot, but then I went for Dragon Ball because I feel like it's the better Beam in most cases.
Okay, so APEP there showing still how strong it is. How are we feeling about APEP's place balance at the moment? Of course, we had the change where the cycle perks went to timer perks, and then they got buffed and nerfed a few times.
If I look at the stats, right, it is the most played master with a 49% win rate in 1v1 and a 50% win rate in 2v2. So in that sense, I would say very happy. Because that's basically what you want, right? Your best master at 50 or lower. Your most played master, I mean. Because if your most played master is above 50, that might mean it's actually too strong, but too many bad players are playing it. So in that sense, quite happy. I am thinking about whether or not we need to show the opponent player what card APEP got, right? Whether or not that would help with some of the feels bad about not knowing what your opponent has. But I'm not sure about how to visualize that, so I'm not sure if we're ever gonna do it. But I can see that being a quality of life thing. But I personally very much enjoy both playing and playing against the new rotating randomness. I think that has worked out quite well.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a number of games in the tournaments that have been decided by getting a ghost against something big, or a ghost against something irrelevant, or a bounty sniper.
Like playing against Red Boy, you get ghost and you're just in there like,
So yeah, it makes it more interesting to watch, to play against.
Yeah, and the only feels bad in my opinion is that you can't really prepare for what your opponent has, right?
Yeah.
So if we solve that issue, I think APAP is in an amazing state, but I already think he's in a good enough state that focusing on other masters might be a better idea.
Mm. Cool. And of course, we've got that new master to look forward to. Not going to be here for a while,
Oh yeah.
but that's definitely something to look
I've
forward
seen
to.
some VFX that they're working on for it, and it looks beautiful. The initial work on it.
Nice.
I'm quite excited about it. But yeah, that's will come with 2.1, you know, so that's still a little bit off.
Yeah, for sure. But definitely something to look forward to. We've had our hands on that a little bit. I don't. Has that been part of a public test or has that only been private? I can't remember.
I think we did it public. We first
So,
did a private and then a public.
Oh yeah, because I looked at it on the stream. So yeah, that's interesting. Interesting to see when he comes. See, there's quite a lot of time, I guess, between now and then. So things could change with him, but I think we've got an idea of kind of his kind of purpose, his place, and kind of what his sort of the idea of what his perks are likely to be. You know, the perks are going to be probably adjusted somewhat, but it's all going to be about throwing those rune stones and the
yeah,
the buffs
historically
that come with those.
the master designs change massively over time, you know.
Yep.
We are getting closer to a final thing, but we're still altering things. So what you guys have tested is not what's actually gonna come out, not just balance wise, but also some other things that we would change.
Yep.
And I expect more tests before it gets released because new masters are so difficult.
Yeah.
And we know how cards can, you know, have some issues coming out balanced.
Yeah, I think the hard part from what you're saying is getting it balanced, but also having a master that's different enough from all the other masters, so it doesn't just feel like something that's just like
and not
just like
just
this,
that,
but a little bit
it needs to be simple enough that people can play it quite fast. It needs to be complex enough that people have depth to play with.
Yeah.
It needs to have a design that people find fun to play with, but also fun to play against. So there are so many things you need to get right. And take Diona, for example. At most levels, people cannot play her. But at the top level, I think people are having lots of fun playing with her, and she has quite a lot of depth there.
Yeah.
So I don't know if she was a success or a failure. Probably both.
I mean, that's the hard part of the balance, right? Balancing not only, as we said before, but for the different levels of players, but also for the different game modes as well. You know,
yeah.
that's
we usually accept that we can't get everything for every game mode. That's just a fool's thing to try. Like, this is not going to succeed. We do try that with masters a little bit. So we will make changes where we try to push it a little bit more into one game mode if it's too much in the other.
Right, so it looks like we're going to see Duck Westlin against Kyle Bickford.
Let's see how much he has come back to the tournaments.
I asked him
what are your expectations?
Well, first of all, I asked him how he felt about the bridge changes. He felt that they changed them somewhat, but he didn't feel like they changed them as much as, you know, he didn't feel like it was as big a deal as some people were kind of making out. So that's interesting.
Yeah, we have had very mixed responses on that.
Yeah, that makes it difficult. I mean, of course, people have got to look out for the survey that comes out about how they feel.
Yeah, that will come out near the end of the season. Because we want to give people enough time to actually test it out, you know. Yep. And then next season we will still have these changes because we need time to look at the results and implement whatever results we go with.
Yep.
So next season will still be with these changes, and then the season after that will depend on the results, you know.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how people feel about the changes, but also how those feelings are reliant on people's level of play and the game mode that they play. Because I felt personally, I felt the changes way more in solos than I did it in duos.
That's definitely a strong possibility. I know that in premates, I've seen some changes, but I also have seen that the old style of going with just all the cheap shit and grabbing bridges still works in pre-mates.
Mm-hmm.
Which is fine, you know. It's just that now you can fight against it by having somewhat big pushes where they have to deal with the push, right? They can't just instantly grab behind it. And in 2v2, the defense of the Masters is stronger.
Mm-hmm.
So you can let more go to the Master to just ignore it, which is
Yeah.
somewhat of an issue. We've been thinking about that a lot, actually, about how we could solve that 2v2 has such a stronger free defense. And we haven't come up with anything that is sensible.
Okay. Let's think about it.
Because the attack is such a big part of the entire design, where
Yeah.
certain masters have like perhaps stronger perks, but then the attack is worse to make up for it. And some masters are so much based around the attack, like take Stormbringer or Setsu, you can't just massively change their design, you know?
Oh yeah, some huge changes proposed to Setsu.
Yeah. We haven't looked at the results yet, obviously, because the PTR is going on. But if you're a Setsu main, check out the PTR. You're gonna need it.
Yeah, some big changes. Right, so we're just waiting on the players to confirm their attendance for this round and to get the bans in. So, of course, I don't know if we mentioned it specifically before, but each player gets, for each match, they can ban a master and 2 cards, and those bans prevent their opponent from playing those. And, of course, their opponent has those bans back at them. Generally, what the players do is they do the bans in private, so nobody gets the benefit of going first, and the second player doesn't get the opportunity to react to them. Right, okay, looks like we've got some bans in. Let me throw them into the system. So we've got Dark Westlin banning APEP, Defenso again. So we saw that banned earlier, right? Defenso and Caged Prowler. Okay. So we've got APEP, Defenso Chopper, and Caged Prowler for Dark Westlin. And Kyle Bickford is banning Diona. Daggerfall.
Ooh. Wait, what? I think there is a strong possibility Kyle did not know mana chases are not allowed to be played. Because Daggerfall and Bannerman as bans.
Interesting.
So I think we should keep an eye out to see if Kyle decides to play mana chases himself. Because the Daggerfall ban might be to counter it or something.
Do you think we should confirm that with the players? Kyle...
It just feels like very strange bans to me otherwise.
Yeah, let's have a look. Kyle's bans look like they are directed at mana chasers, but they are banned from this. Okay, so let's play devil's advocate. If he's not banning those against mana chasers, why would he ban those?
I mean, if he bans Daggerfalls, he's probably playing snipers then.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the main other Daggerfall target, right?
Yes. Yeah, Daggerfall doesn't kill much now. It's just kind of snipers or little
And
skellies.
then I still don't understand why he's banning Bannerman. Like, is he afraid that Westlin will play snipers? Because Bannerman, I almost only see it being played with either snipers or, you know, something flying.
Yeah.
Which is something we don't like, you know, so we are removing the sniper so that we can then get Bannerman into a better spot, but... So especially with the current live meta, it's...
Yeah, so just to double check and just remind everyone, especially if any competitors are watching the event, remember current season cards are always banned. So, no mana chasers, which are pretty much everywhere in solos and duos, and no spell dancers today. So you don't need to worry about them. And you don't need to worry about playing them.
You should
playing
always
against them.
worry about mana chasers.
No.
They will come for you. They will find you. And they will die right next to you to make you depressed because of their dying sounds.
That is the worst part of them, actually. That cute little dying sound.
I'm so happy I play without sounds because that sound is just haunting my nightmares, man.
Right. So let's see what happens. We've got Carl, we've got Duck Westlin. Looks like we're almost ready to go in to this game. So we're in the second round of the Swiss. There's going to be 5 Swiss rounds, and then there's going to be a top 4 shootout. We've got a giveaway running, so if you want to get in that, just follow the pinned comment and make sure you hit the follow button. Thanks so much for joining us. So this event, I don't know if I even mentioned it earlier, but so this is Team Mana Frenzy's Night's Duel number 22. It's presented
22, damn.
Yes, by Team Mana Frenzy and the developers, BetaDwarf.
So wait, how long has it been going on then? The
Well,
Team Mana Frenzy tournaments.
Well, these ones... If
The GG Tour. But I'm confused now. Team Mana Frenzy? Team Mana Frenzy.
Yeah, so GG Tour's no longer a sponsor.
Yeah.
But we're still under the Night Duel name. So, you know, if we're number 22 and these are monthly events, we're nearly 2 years in for these events. So
in 2 months, Badass and Fishes can do this with a giant cake with little fires in on the
what?
stream. You need to do a birthday thing.
What? Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, Team Mana Frenzy's Nice Duel.
Also, everyone in chat, apparently it's Badass and Fishes' birthday today.
No, incorrect. Good
It's always
try.
your birthday. I've seen
No.
your chat, it's always your birthday.
It's no. Some idiot always thinks it is my birthday. Those two things are not
What?
the same.
I have a birthday present for you and it is the match starting.
Wow! Can I unwrap it? What is it?
It is Ravager versus Setsu.
Oh, it's Duck Westlin in a tournament. That's such a great
Yeah.
birthday gift. Wow, thank you.
But it's also Duck Westlin playing Ravager and the first 5 cards are all 2 mana. What is this?
That's yep, interesting. Okay, so we're gonna have
A Rammer!
looks like some aggro from both sides, of course. Setsu, very strong aggro master. We look, he's got a Rammer in his deck. He's got Rage.
Oh, he also has a Rammer!
Yep.
What? And why? Westlin was flooding mana there for some
Yep.
reason?
Seems like it.
He's
So
flooding more mana?
Yeah, the awkward thing with Ravager is you want to save up for your Brutish push, and you want your cards at the right time in the
Ooh, that
right
was a
place,
fake
ready
one.
to go. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. Shockrock kind of wasted on that. Right, so again, there we see a Cleaver. It's going to
the
get
Impetus
frozen.
Blast doesn't kill them, right? That's only half damage?
Yep, it's 25 damage, I think. Okay, Rammer coming in. Going to get a couple of hits off for sure.
Oh,
The
Setsu
freeze
jumps
helping
away?
out.
What? I'm really confused about Setsu jumping there. Was that just to reset the attack? Was the
Possibly.
attack?
Yeah, sometimes what you do is you fire your 5 shots and then you just jump instead of waiting to reload.
Yeah, I forgot to check the actual thing, so I didn't check if he was out of bullets.
This is going to be difficult for him to deal with. These are going to be
Impetus
real
Blast?
worlds.
Impetus. Oh, those were real.
They
Damn.
were real, and they're
Wait, what?
They're dead
Game
now.
over?
I don't think so.
Did you also get a defeat?
No. Still going here.
Then... Yeah, I know what happened.
Yep. Your hack's breaking the system. Oh,
No.
the Shock Rocks missed from Duck Westlin. It was only on their fake whelps, but still kind of annoying. Shockrock, of course, I don't know how long Westlin's been away, but Shockrock, of course, has the smaller area of attack than it used to, so potentially something like that. Maybe I'm doing him a favour, I don't know. Right. Glensbrew on the Cleaver. Westlin's got a massive XP lead. He's going to be able to tank on face a little bit here. Setsu coming in. Where's Setsu going to land? Oh, Setsu's in the opposite pocket to the Herald Armoon. Right, Armoon clears. Westlin taking quite a lot of damage here, but it's looking like Duck Westlin's going to get to his perk 3 well ahead of Carl Bickford, and that means that he's not going to have the perk 3 Setsu stunning shot to help him defend. So Carl could be struggling at that point if we get there.
Yeah, and he might get there because he does have the Herald plonking
Okay.
face there. I mean, he might not get that because he'll kill Carl before that, I guess.
It's a lot of whelps. The top ones are real, the bottom ones are fake. You can tell because of how they are. But Westlin doesn't have a lot of HP, but he does have a Musketeer, which is incredible against the Cleaver.
That is nasty. Oh, but those Swarm...
the Marines coming in from the infiltration.
I have no idea who's going to win this. Like, is Westlin going to play... Yeah, okay, that's drama.
I feel like Carl just needs to
but he
jump
doesn't have
base
support.
at this point.
Oh,
right?
he jumps! Yeah, but no... Oh, but he didn't
it's
get
so
his...
close!
Oh! He didn't get his shock rock off in time.
Wow.
If Westlin hadn't done that shock rock and had done that on the Setsu that jumped, he might have actually won.
That was close. Sinobii says, Team Honor Frenzy ran loads of events prior to the night's duel names, so there's been more than... Yes, that's correct. Probably 40 or 50! Wow, that was a very aggro setup from both players. Westlin's shock rock aim was a little off, so that's certainly hurt him in a few occasions.
Also, I think that the Daggerfall ban might have been just so that he could play Infiltration.
Maybe. It also clears
still don't get the
all of the fake whelps. Yeah. We're trying to unpick why he may have... Oh, sorry, I put the score the wrong way. The
whelps is actually also a good point. The Daggerfall one, I understand that, but I still don't understand the Bannerman one.
Yeah. I mean, our working theory is the mana chasers. It's the only kind of thing that makes sense, really, right?
Yeah, but it also doesn't make sense, right?
No. I mean, it makes sense based on the fact that of incorrect knowledge.
Yeah.
Okay, so very aggro decks there. You know, Westlin seems in a very strong setup. He was so far ahead on XP.
Yeah, but it's just a couple wasted shock rocks and stuff like that cost you a match. Yeah.
There we see Setsu jumping on face. Wasn't even perk 3 Setsu, but he was low enough at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, Westlin had some good counters.
Westlin went low. He went quite low on the mana because of the offense. So he didn't have mana to defend against the infiltration as well.
Yeah, we saw I think it was an impetus blast on the Setsu. That's really not what you want. Right, Setsu.
Jing juggle Setsu.
So we got the Cage Prowler. Duck Westlin did ban the Prowler himself, so he's able to play it. Looks like Kyle is probably going to play the same deck.
Yeah. And Jing. Ooh, does Jing lose that? Oh, not really.
Nicely done. You've got to be careful there, because those worlds...
Yeah, but he does have to buff. This is a pretty nasty push with the Prowler in there. Cleaver at top is...
Cleaver and
gonna
Rama.
Be tough to deal with Rama.
Yeah, he doesn't really have any
and Setsu jumping. Is Setsu... Oh, Setsu jumping defensively, okay.
Setsu's just going to get frozen, though.
Yeah, and the Prowler is just dealing damage.
Yeah, and the next Prowler is, for want of a better word, hatching.
And Setsu is frozen again. Yeah. Cleaver really good against Prowler, of course.
So again, both players going in, doing a lot of damage. Blood Imps are out. I mean, people think, oh my god, a Cleaver hitting a Blood Imp, but it's better for the Cleaver to hit a Blood Imp than a Cleaver to hit face. I think people just don't think that through.
I mean, it's only 15% damage difference, but...
Yeah, but it's every
little bit counts.
Every health point matters. He's got a heal puff at the top as well, which is helping him out. But...
Yeah, but he didn't have a spell to reset his thing, so look at that Dragon Pack massacring his fucking face.
That's a lot of damage.
Crossbow dudes, though, doing their best.
So again, both players doing huge damage to each other.
Yeah, and so far, Kao is the more dangerous one. If this jumps to face, which it does.
Okay, Blood Imps.
Yeah, are those real? No, those are fake, okay. And there Setsu jumps. Oh!
That's a fake Cleaver, I think. Both players are... Oh, that Cleaver's coming in. He's got to stop the Cleaver. Can Setsu kill? Oh my god!
That was so close again.
I feel like this is something that Duck Westlin does a lot. These kind of base trades almost.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that he's just playing with a coin.
He's just like, I've just got to kill you now, or I'm dead.
He's just sitting there coin flipping.
Golly, these are. And one of the things we expected with the changes for the bridge changes is that aggro decks will be potentially stronger, and therefore see them more. And both these players really doing this.
The fun thing is that these decks, the mana change didn't change these decks necessarily, because you could always play this.
Yeah.
If you're just gonna go aggro, who the fuck cares about the XP?
Yeah.
These guys are not caring about XP.
Okay, so 1 game all. What are we going to see in the next one? A lot of Setsu in this matchup, but we always talk about how powerful Setsu is at perk 3, but neither of these games so far are getting to that far in the game. No perk 3 yet.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you get when you have 2 players going both basically hyper aggro.
Yeah. And sometimes these decks are hard to play because you have to have the balls to just go in and just think, I'm going to just go fully in, I'm going to commit, and I'm going to kill you first.
And the thing is that neither of these are playing late game Setsu decks, right? Like, sure, there are spells, but if you're going to play with rammers...
Let's go!
Right.
What?
Okay. Duck Westlin Azali.
Yeah, I did not see that one coming. He knows about the Azali change, right?
I assume so. Milloween.
I hope so.
Setsu.
And Carl probably playing the same deck again.
Right, so let's see how we can deal with the Cleaver, because we've seen the Cleaver be real frustrating. There's the Illusionary one, pop in, getting some good value there. Blood-In's coming in.
I guess Shields is
Looks like he's burning mana again.
Yeah, he has been doing that a bit, and I don't quite understand why. Mana Puff Madness!
Mana Puff Madness, it's back, guys. Duck Westlin, Azali, Mana Puff Madness. Okay, this is...
I do not like how he played any of that.
No! Okay, well, he's going to be able to defend this okay. Mana Puff Madness, of course, gives both teams those 4 Mana Puffs, so you've got to use it wisely, correctly, at the right time. Otherwise...
It's a very dangerous spell.
You kind of shoot yourself in the foot.
With a shotgun.
Right, there we go. Mana Puff Madness. You've got to play it when you can try to deal with your opponent's puffs, and hopefully yours will survive. What does he have to deal with that? Okay, top looking good for Westlin. Bottom, not so good.
Equal, roughly.
But if you come out with 2 of the puffs, you'll be happy.
Yeah, but then Infiltration. Like, that's just wasting mana, right? Like, that Mana Puff Madness did nothing for him.
I'm not sure how long it takes for those to tick, but it didn't seem like it was long enough.
You can see it above them. They didn't tick, I think. And even if they ticked once, that's not enough.
Right, Setsu again, pressuring face. These are real whelps.
I'm not sure if I like these shock rocks. Like, sure, you know that they are real at that point, but is that worth it?
Right, here we go again. He's going to clear up Kyle's mana
This
puffs.
is a better attempt.
Yep. Okay, now he's going to get some value from them. These decks can spiral out of control.
Now he got 4 ticks there. That was pretty big.
The top one's still alive as well. You'll be happy with the way that that worked out.
Definitely.
Okay, getting him back in the match. Remember, the Golem now, the Arcane Golem is mythic, so you can only have one of them at a time.
Oh, the shield actually saving the buff there for a little bit, but...
Right.
Was that enough? He didn't manage to really spiral it out of control. This will help against the Cleaver. Yeah,
but that Enraged Rammer needs dealing with, and he seems so slow to play that.
Yeah, I didn't understand it either, why the Ravenous Swarmers weren't played instantly, and why not fully on the Rammer. The Rammer had to die first.
Okay, well, the Duck Westlin Classic is back, but it didn't work out, unfortunately.
Yeah, I feel like he doesn't have the full feeling for the game yet. You know, he plays a little bit slow, misses with the shock rocks a little bit. I'm still not a fan of those shock rocks on the dragon packs. I feel like there must be better ways to deal with it, like use the crossbow dudes to detect it or something, because then you spend 2 mana and you haven't wasted if it hit the dragon pack. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I mean, I mentioned it earlier about how when Memfisto came back after a long break, it took him a good while to get really back up to the top level, and because you kind of go back to decks that you're familiar with, but they don't work in the same way.
No, especially not when we have made such big changes, right?
Yeah, and he's been gone for a good while, so it could take a while for him to come back. Kyle doing a great job with a really aggro Setsu deck over and over again.
Very aggro.
So Kyle will be happy with that victory for him. So we're in the second round.
I do see Tangelizer saying in the chat here, the Jing skills are rusty, it seems. And it definitely felt a little bit like that, where both the Shockhawks and the Jings weren't entirely fluent, you know?
Yeah, Jing can be really strong, but you've got to time everything really well.
Yeah.
Especially now.
And you get punished hard against dragon packs.
Yeah, that's
because he didn't have spells to deal with it. So.
Yeah, I mean, you need quite a few spells to. It wasn't like a full juggle deck. He didn't have a lot of really cheap spells just to keep that juggle going. So, not ideal to kill the Welts. Just doesn't do quite enough damage. Okay, so we've seen a lot of rammers, cleavers as well. So, I feel like we're definitely seeing.
Have we seen a lot of rammers? I mean, between these two, yes, but Pom and Zed weren't playing a lot of rammers, were they?
You're kind
of there was one rammer, but that was like out of a Walking Blind date, I think.
Yeah, you're kind of sliding out of your cam, by the way. I don't know if the cat's the real.
No, I'm just trying to hide, you know. I've got better things to show.
I don't want to consider that.
Well, I mean, it's right here.
Oh, the cat. Sorry, yeah, that's what I thought you meant. Yeah. Do you want to introduce the cats again to the
Saga? Fishy is disgusting.
No!
Do you want to eat fish tonight? Okay, this tail is Saga.
Okay.
And the fat cat that was there earlier is Diva.
Okay.
But she's a little bit angry that I'm not giving her enough attention, I think.
Aww.
Diva, come here. Jumps. Oh, big girl. This is Diva. But she is big.
Huge.
And she doesn't actually like being picked up. Alright, Diva.
Okay, so let's just have a look at the matches that are going on. So Memfisto beating Chainig. This is Clock, aka Marsh, aka beating Yuxen. Ficus getting a victory against Briz. Darkrow beating Set. So that's an interesting one because we know that Darkrow has lost in the final a load of times to Set. The previous event, Darkrow did win, but it wasn't against Set. Set didn't make it into the top 4, I don't think, last time.
I did say that was probably earlier for Darkrow, which is good for him.
Mm-hmm.
Which probably means he is in a better state.
Yep. Got Carl Bickford, as we saw, beating Duck Westlin. Stepper of Potatoes beating Jeffrey Allen. That Ain't It Chief getting a bye. Renzo beating the Thang. Palm beating Centera. And Destroy beating Terminator. I'll be back. So we're just waiting on... I mean, we've got all of the games completed, right? The system just needs to update, and then we'll get our... here we go! Boom. Speak of the devil. Right, Darkrow, Carl Bickford, Memfisto, Ficus, Duck Westlin against Palm, Set against Clock, Marsh. We've got Renzo against That Ain't It Chief, Stepper of Potatoes against Chainig, Yuxen, Destroy, Briz getting a bye, Centera, Jeffrey Allen, and the Fang against the T800. The Terminator.
Westlin is having a rough time. Like, coming out of a fairly close match against Pom. Whew.
Yeah. Okay, so let's have a look where we're going to go for our third game of the day. We've seen Pom, we've seen Set, we've seen Duck Westlin, we've seen Carl Bickford.
I'm personally somewhat hoping for Memfisto versus Ficus. That seems like a quite a high level game, but at the other hand, we might see a game like that later anyways. if they're doing well.
Okay, Chipmunk in the chat says FDM is a dev, right? That is the rumor.
Oh,
He is
shit,
in
is that
fact.
a rumor? I'm actually just the cat handler.
Official BetaDwarf cat handler.
It's a very important job. The cats need love.
Okay, I'm saying nothing. Right, we're going to see Memfisto against Ficus. Memfisto, previous champion. Ficus, always a strong performer in these events.
Oh, definitely. Like, both are very good players.
Right.
Both have been around for a very long time as well. Okay, I just saw myself pick up deeper. It's just so stupid with the balls just being like, eh.
Right. Memfisto against Ficus. Good, good, good. So this is going to be round of 3.
Oh, dear lord, you don't have dark mode on?
I don't think that I do have dark mode. It's just not that website. I don't think has it.
Well, that website is dark for me.
Oh really?
Yeah?
How do you make it dark?
I don't know.
Maybe a browser
It's
setting
not.
or something.
It's just. Oh, is that?
I feel like I had an extension, but it kind of.
Oh,
Like,
I
it
do
made
have
stuff...
an extension called. I do have a extension called Dark Reader. That might be why.
Yeah, I did have one that helped with it, but then it kind of screwed up a lot of the way things were
Yeah,
being displayed.
that app does mess up some websites, and whenever it does, I just make it not do that website.
Okay.
Because I do like dark mode.
Yeah, same. Okay, so we are going to see Memfisto against Ficus, so we're awaiting the bans to come in for that. So let's clear our bans. There we go.
Oh, I think something went wrong on my side, so I'm gonna restart my game.
Oh, are they going into a game already? Have I set this up? Oh no, I think I might have the wrong person. Oh yeah, I've still got duck. Okay, good. That was concerning for a second there. Okay, so we're just waiting for the players to submit their bans, and then we'll share those with you. So, Memphis.
I'm also looking at the standings at the moment to see if anyone has not been beaten at all yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
And looking at it, Ficus is 4-0 and Darkro is 4-0.
Okay, so they
So far those are the only two that are unbeaten.
Yep, so they've won all their games and they've won all their matches and won all their games within their matches. Or whatever the phrasing we're going to use for matches,
and
games,
Darkro,
sets.
Darkro was one of those, right, that I said?
Mm-hmm.
And that was against Set.
Oh.
So that was a 2-0 for Darkro. That's quite massive.
Yeah, maybe he's just been really thinking
And
about what he lost to it and adjusting.
I mean, possible, but let's not forget that Set beat Pom 2-0 as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like Set is having a bad day.
I feel like
and
Set's problem. I mean, it is a problem if it exists, but I feel like he's a little bit. The way he plays or what he's going to play is very choreographed. You can kind of guess what he's going to play. You know that deck that he plays over and over again. So I wonder if he does have a plan B, because I feel like he's played that deck for a long, long time. With the Zip and the Shen and the Zealots, etc., etc., etc. So I wonder if he's got like a plan B that he's waiting for that deck to get countered, then switch to it, or if he doesn't. If he doesn't, then that's going to be a problem for him.
Now, the real question, are we going to see Memfisto throw out Zeppelin bombers?
Well, funny you should say that. I was just playing some solos yesterday and just trying some various decks, and I did play that Diona, Reconator, Zeppelin Bomber, Scrap stuff that we've seen him play before, and got some good wins with that. So that's definitely very strong.
I've met them a couple times as well, and I think that the Zeppelins are quite strong at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. You can send them in as cover.
When you don't meet mana chasers.
Yeah, that's the thing, right?
But that's of course not the thing in the adventures.
Right. What have we got?
That's an
Memfisto.
interesting one.
Who's off first player? Right, Memfisto banning Milloween. Yep. Also banning Shield Captain Avea. Yep. And Rampant Growth.
Yes.
That's
Which
very...
targets basically the same thing as we're gonna see with the bans from Ficus.
Ficus banning King Path. Again, Shield Captain Avea. So Avea catching a lot of bans today already. And also Rock Rivals as well. Remember Rock Rivals was changed so that it always gives the statue to your opponents now.
And I think that Rock Rivals and Rampant Growth are focused on the same type of deck. Ban.
Yeah. I mean, the Blue Golem in whichever, whether it's the Golem itself or from the Rock Rivals, that's kind of the real powerhouse of that deck. That's where you want the Giant Growth. That's where you want the Rampant Growth healing it. So whether you remove the heal or you remove the Golem itself, then that really
and
shut that down.
A big part of the strength of that is sort of the wild carding of the Blue Golem from the different cards that give it, right?
Yeah.
And of course, the Rock Rifles and Rampant Growth, when you combine them, you get the extra stun on the living statue. I'm a little bit surprised by the King Puff ban, to be honest.
Yeah, I haven't really seen too much King Puff in solos.
No, me neither.
I wonder if we're going to see any more Mordor. Any Mordor today? Any Mordor bans? Because Mordor seems very strong at this point. I was playing against... I played against a guy loads of times yesterday in solos. I couldn't beat him. He just played Mordor with, like you were saying, the blue golems. He had the red golem, the blue golem, the Rock Rivals. He had a Stixie to cover it, and then he had the Rampant Grove, a healing shrine, and I just could not shut that down. Whatever I tried.
I dislike how Healing Shrine works. I think Healing Shrine is too
You're
good.
literally out of your camera.
Oh. I should have it so that I can see my own camera. I was watching the stream. But I dislike how Healing Shrine works, especially like it's 600 healing on a single unit, right? But it's also 600 healing on multiple units, right? So it can be like 1800 healing.
Yeah.
Which I think is just the peaks of that card are way too high.
Does it need like the same treatment that the Healing Fireball got, where it's like an over?
That's kind of what I want to do, where it is either 600 on a single unit or 600 spread out, you know, but not more than 600. Because 600 is still like more than 1.5 healing fireballs. It's almost 2 healing fireballs.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Okay, here we go. We're loading into the first game of our third round match. Ficus Memfisto. And we're seeing Wrecked for the first time today. And we're seeing APEP for the 18th time today. Wrecked, of course, did get a buff in his perk 3. His perk 3 now is that line nuke that does 250 now overall damage. True damage as well.
Fishy. We have seen APEP twice.
I know, it was a joke. But we always see APEP a lot, right?
But Setsu, we've seen Setsu 18 times. I will not accept your inaccurate jokes.
I'm sorry. Right, here we go.
Now,
here come the clones.
R3K2.
R3K2. Daggerfall really doesn't achieve much.
R3KT. Jeez, I can say names.
You just say
one
Wrecked,
of the
it's
strongest
easier
masters out at the moment. Yeah, true. Wrecked, one of the strongest masters in the game at the moment.
Yep. And I'm surprised he got that buff for his perk 3 as well, because he was already in a strong spot.
Yeah, what we wanted to do was not slowly, but buff basically all the masters perk 3s to make the perk 3s a little bit more game ending than Mana Frenzy. But then a combination
that's
of
a great chain.
Oh, that was so nice.
The great thing about that chain was that he got the slither bounds first. If he had chained the
yeah. So there was no res.
Yeah. And I think that's one thing that a lot of people misplay with the Chain Lightning. They don't think about the order that they need to remove things. Like, for example, you see that with the Guardian and the Mana Chasers. If you hit the Guardian first, then the Chain jumps and kills the Mana Chasers because the Guardian's on stun.
Definitely, and as you know, on the PTR we have the suggestion to make it the jump radius smaller, so that you have to be even more careful where you play it.
Yep.
Because we see that people kind of play it blindly at the moment, and still get value.
Yeah, that's
And
fair.
we want it to be a little bit more skillful. Also, R3KT, so nasty in this push here.
Yeah, the clones are so difficult to deal with.
Not just the clones, the fact that he can choose to retarget.
Yep. But we like the skill-based masters like Wreck, those jumps, jumping back, especially with the bridge changes as well. Having a master that can actually get bridges for you with some of the perks, that's really nice. Wrecked wall cut. Right, XP is in Memfisto's favour. HP also.
Health though as well. I mean, I would argue health more so.
Herald on
Oh,
at the
this is
top
chain lightning, chain lightning.
Yeah. Oh, is he
If
going to get it
gets
in time?
face-
No!
Oh! That
mean,
was
we've all-
so close.
We've
and
all
yet
been
so
there
far.
with the Snake Druid where you're just waiting, like a rammer coming in, for example, you're just waiting. Am I going to get it in time? And sometimes you get it and it's just outside of range and it's beautiful.
And you're so sad.
And other times you don't. I think that was one of the changes over the time for the Snake Druid where its attack was slowed. So it's... I think that was to make it less effective against Horde, but it also makes it more difficult. If you've got a rammer coming in, you've got to play it quick, real quick. You've got to get it in the right place. You've got to play it quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah,
so...
I'm not a big fan of Snake Druid at the moment.
I used to hate those triple Snake Druid Stormbringer solo decks. Oh my god.
Don't get me started on those, holy. Oh, those were so frustrating.
Right. Memfisto taking the first game there. Keep getting the scores.
Quite decisively so.
Yeah.
Like, that was Memfisto just in complete control.
Well, the thing is, right at the end there, Ficus had the push kind of that he wanted. He had the statue, he had the Herald Our Moon kind of supporting it, but that was the first time
he
he
just lost
had that.
too much before that.
Yeah.
Like, R3KT did so much work with the jumps.
And sometimes that's a decision you've got to make as a player. Where you're like, I've got this big push coming, but if I just go down the other lane and just kill them, then I don't have to worry about that big push. And that's one way of dealing it. We've seen that sometimes with the Colossus.
Also, just great chain
Halloween
lightnings.
metas. Yeah. And I think it's a really good point for people to pay attention to the chain lightning and where you're targeting in it and the order that you're killing things, because as we saw, he killed the Slitherbounds first, and then it killed the Herald Our Moon. There were no Slitherbounds left to res it. And that's just a small targeting thing that can really change how impactful your chain lightning is.
Yes.
If it had hit the Our Moon first, the Our Moon would have then resed, consumed the Slitherbounds.
And that's, of course, one of the advantages of chain lightning, is that you can choose the order easily.
Yeah.
With something like a Fireball or Daggerfall, I'm somewhat unsure about how that would work out. It might be the order that the minions are played.
Yeah, I mean, that's tricky, because basically what you're alluding to is the fact that like everything dies at the same time, but is it actually at the same time, or does the game see it
As a certain order.
Yeah.
And if it is in a certain order, it would be in the order that they are played. But I'm not entirely sure if the deaths are actually delayed to handle these kind of situations.
Do you remember we had that weird situation where you could fireball Avea and all of her legionnaires, and she would
get
pop
shield,
her shield before they
because
got
she
hit.
is created before the legionnaires.
Well, I preferred the idea that she was taller than them, but you know, I prefer.
She was wearing her high heels.
Right, Stormbringer against Valorian.
Oh! I was not spectating apparently.
It's fine. You can find time in your schedule. We've got a game going on right now, FDM.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm too busy. Oh!
Ooh.
And it is the very blue Valorian.
Doesn't quite still stop the bridge at the bottom. Valorian, of course,
whoa!
now
We see a magma cannon.
Magma cannon. And what was I going to say? Valorian, of course, has his Searing Light straight from the start now. Well, from perk 1, rather than waiting for perk 2.
Having an active at perk 1 is more interesting.
Yeah, you
No,
get it earlier,
like
and
if
of
we
course you get it
just
for longer.
ignore balance.
gets really strong at perk 3, it starts just removing everything. Okay, so good XP lead from Ficus to start with here. Snakehood going to do a good job locking that down. And I think from reading the PTR notes, I think he felt that Valorian was stronger in 2s, but weaker in solos.
Yes. That's because the heal right now also heals the teammates.
Yeah.
So we're taking that out. And then giving him a bit of a buff there.
Werewolves are, I think, very strong at the moment.
Oh yeah, I've seen a lot of them, and we definitely had some trouble fighting them. So they might need to be looked at some point.
The top deck in randoms is a Milloween with a lot of werewolves. Just the value you get in duos.
Came a little bit out of nowhere.
Right, XP well in Ficus's favour here.
That Searing Light got good value. And this is a tough push to stop.
Yeah, Memfisto's just been tanking a lot on face, but you know, that's...
Yeah.
You can't do that
but
forever.
He's not getting the XP out of it.
No.
Like, the XP is so much in Ficus's favor that he is not getting the value by spending the health resources. He's just spending it.
Normally, what you want to do is trade that health for XP or damage for them or something, but he's trading the health and not really getting anything in return. Maybe see another wolf. I think Memfisto really does love the Cowardly Imps, but I'm not sure if he should.
I mean, Cowardly Imps are a little bit hard countered by Searing Light.
Or, you know, anything.
True, but like Searing Light is so easy to kill them with. You know,
he's not going to withstand this push, is he? And even if he does, there's another one coming. Berserker Rage Zealot. Okay.
Yeah, but also the Netterskrat. Is the Netterskrat gonna do something here?
Oh my god, 8 HP! Oh my god!
Is he gonna get the attack
Net
off?
Blaster!
Netterskrat finish! Well, apparently we did get to see a Netterskrat. Was that an actual Netterskrat or was that Walking Blind Date?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, me neither.
Okay, that's 1 game all. The power of the Net Blaster. Didn't think I was ever going to say that. How much damage does it do? I don't know. Enough.
50. Because we changed it to 60 in the BTR.
I see, yep. 50 damage
because we wanted it to kill the buses. And buses have 60, right?
Okay, there we go.
Yes.
So, that is 1 game all, Memfisto against Ficus. Ficus felt like he was in control of that game from the start. He was
like
well
this was a
XP.
destruction.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what happened there. Like, I mean, it was also a fairly defensive deck that Memfisto was playing. Like having a turret in there, having the Cowardly Imps in there, you know.
Yeah.
Not exactly the cards that are the strongest in the offense. Not sure how much I like that deck.
I think he
also,
might be
Daggerfall, even though I really love Daggerfall, not really strong against this Valorian deck.
Mm-hmm.
So that might have been a little bit of a deck win.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen a lot of times the Stormbringer decks, if you can just get pressure on them, they really struggle to defend. Even more so if they've got Swarmers and Spawner Totems, but he didn't have that. But I feel like they really start to crumble if you just put that pressure on. He had a lot of small units, and those big tanky things like the Zealots of the Burning Fist, really difficult for him to deal with. And of course, those Stormbringer decks, the longer the game goes on, the better it gets for you. If you're still in there, you get that marksmanship, you get perk 3 Stormbringer starts really pinging on a lot of things, but you've got to get to that point.
Yeah, and also just the small Stormbringer hits to face throughout the game really add.
Yeah.
Like that's hundreds of damage you do with that, if not thousands sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, it's 1 game all, if I'm correct. Yeah. So the power of Rect, and then the power of Valorian. Okay, somebody's querying in the chat the standings. We'll have a look at the standings after this, see what happens. But I mean, what happens is the better players will play the better players, the not so good players will play the not so good players. So you can look at the stats and you can see, you know, there might be players that have the same number of wins, but the quality of their opponents could be far different. But it should all come out in the wash. But yeah, once we've got the third round complete, we'll check it at check it properly.
Memfisto decided to
admit
also
defeat
play the
is
bruisery
to
style.
turn from the light.
Right, Valorian against Valorian.
Yeah, and
Zealots.
Hyperion all.
Very similar decks.
They're
Chain
both
Lightning we
playing a
see
lot of
again.
Hyperion cards, just being ready to dominate that way.
I see a lot of people in global chat complaining about Chain Lightning's just crap now, and I'm just like, are you playing the same game?
It is one of the best and most played cards in the game. In fact, it is the most played card in the game, but it's also just such a strong card at the moment.
Memfisto messed up his split a little bit there. Right, Wolves. Can he deny the Wolves with this?
Yes, because it
Yes,
one-shots
he
them. So that's really painful for Ficus, of course.
Yeah, for sure, because those Wolves are difficult for him to remove.
Also,
That gives him-
City-wise, super strong at the moment, City-wise. If he had mana a little bit early, he should have Chain Lightning there, but he didn't, so that's sadness. And then Whirly not dying in time, so the Crossbeard is dying. But so far, Memfisto has had control for a while, and that Squire Pop is really nasty. That really gets value over time, and that's a Chain Lightning to me. Because I'm aggressive with those things.
Yeah, I know you want to go. If there's at least one unit plus face, then you'll be throwing something at it.
Yeah, but when I have something on face, right, I'm not just killing that, I'm also saving what I have on face.
Yep.
I'm not sure if it is the right play, but it's the play I would make.
It's the FDM play.
Yeah.
Right. Can Ficus stabilize? He's been defending a lot, so he's behind on XP. But he does have his own push. What do we have?
But he's also really far behind in HP, and he is gonna get surprised.
I think the difference between Ficus getting the wolves out and not getting them is so big. Like, we saw those wolves get shut down with the rocket scrap. This time he's put them on the Legionnaires, and look at this. These two big tanky units, they might not do face damage, but they're gonna take a good while to die. You can see he's catching up on XP. So he knows that he needs to play those carefully. He can't afford to have them denied again. But remember, if you're going to kill a unit,
it's always risky to put on there.
Yeah, if you're going to kill, if there's a unit with lycanthropy, if you kill it from over 50% HP to dead, then it never gets a chance to trigger into a wolf. So that's the things that people are going to be thinking about. What do they play it on? Versus what does their opponent try to counter it with?
City Watch being played here, which means that in the next cycle Memfisto will have quite some Legos just spawning.
Yep.
Which is always tough to deal with.
I thought Ficus would be a bit frustrated there because he used his Searing Light and then the drone buzzers came out, and I think he would have much preferred to have been able to Searing Light.
Although the drone buzzers, they got some value, but not the full value that you want. You know? They only got defensive value.
Drone buzzers are really interesting when you're considering how to deal with them, because you know that they're eventually going to die themselves. You know, you ideally want to let them die themselves, but what are they going to achieve whilst they're alive?
Those shields still getting some value.
Yep, perk 3 now for Memfisto, so his Searing Light suddenly becomes twice as powerful, his auto attack twice as powerful, his healing twice as powerful, I think.
Yes, I believe so. It's a very strong perk 3, even though it doesn't sound immediately that insane, but it's basically adding perk 1 and perk 2 to your deck again, you know?
Yep.
I mean, that would be... You could even argue it's better, because perk 1 doesn't actually cost an extra mana.
Right, here we go. We're in the board. Ficus, though, getting his own perk 3.
Ficus having it now as well. I mean, this is still a game that can go both directions, but Memfisto does seem to be in slightly more control.
Ficus seems to be struggling to get his walls out. We've only seen them once. You've got to be careful. Those zealots hit real hard, so he doesn't want things to get single-shotted.
Yeah, and there is always the chain lightning to also mess things up.
Yeah.
But those, there we go. He put them on the last Legos.
Yeah. He's got one of them. Died pretty quickly, though. The
the
second
other
one's going to
one-
get triggered here, though.
Yeah.
But it doesn't
And I
look
mean,
like
pretty
it's gonna get
quickly,
too
he
much.
actually kind of survived with like no HP for a long time.
But it helps him so much when he gets those walls, because they're not getting
Yeah,
really
that
phased, but
fire
they just
im-
live for so long.
Kinda. Fine, didn't get the full value that you want, but got some value. City Watch, when that gets played, we get the full cycle of Legos again. Still, it can still go both directions because we know how much damage Zealots can do, and we
Yeah.
know how difficult werewolves can be to remove. And that's once again lost Legos with werewolves. There we have the werewolf.
Well, that taunt was so good. When you taunt, it didn't even take a hit. But the Walking Blind Date just forced the opponents just to walk through the melee carnage, not attacking anything. Right, let's look at the XP. It's so close. Memfisto's got a slither of a lead, but only a slither.
Yeah, and that's been like that for like 100 XP or something, hasn't it?
Yep, very, very close.
But he does have both bridges right now with the push coming in, and Ficus cannot ignore the push. So this
No.
might be where Memfisto gets a big lead.
Now the bridges are harder to take. If you do get to Mana Frenzy just ahead, it's not so easy for your opponent to get back into it.
And Memfisto is kind of saving up mana so that he can really go for it the moment he gets Mana Frenzy right now.
Yeah.
He's not rushing to get the Mana Frenzy, he knows he will get there first.
These walls, though, are going to help him out. They're going to take a while. The bottom bridge is going to be red for a bit. Both bridges are
Yeah.
red. He's 6 XP away.
And he does not have that lead of
Right.
mana in his hand that I was talking about. So
Mana Frenzy
I'm
for
not sure.
both players now.
And Ficus has the bottom bridge. Ooh, neutralized now, and there is a big push coming from top.
Yeah, it's going to be very
I
difficult
think
for Ficus to
Memfisto is gonna
stabilize.
win, but it was real close there.
Did I call them drone buzzers? Razor Squad. Thanks, money. Thanks, you're so helpful.
Are you gonna show him the money?
Show him the door. Yeah, this is it. Chain lightning to finish it
Yeah.
off. Super,
I mean,
super
not much
close.
to say, Mana Frenzy at the end, but I mean, Memfisto was slightly ahead the entire game, so it is a fair victory. But it could have gone to the other side at any point. Super close.
Okay, Memfisto just taking that one 2-1. And yeah, very close at the end there, but we saw both players kind of hit Mana Frenzy at the same time, and although the bridges were red momentarily, Memfisto did have a lot of units on the field compared to Ficus's kind of empty board at that point. Okay, so we did have some queries in the chat regarding the standings. I mean, the standings are kind of a guide on the way through. They don't really mean too much until we get to the end. So we don't really normally look at them until we've in the last round or two.
I mean, we do see that Darko is still unbeaten. So Darko is really just slamming through this tournament so far.
That is correct.
Whereas everyone else has had somewhat of a rougher time. I can see that there are two people who have only lost one match, being MM and Ficus. But Ficus hasn't gotten his last round in yet.
Yep. The way the calculations work is even if you've got... We said about how the top players will play each other and then the lesser skilled players will play each other. Even if those players have a similar record, the top players should be higher up in the standings because the system takes into account the skill overall or something. I don't know.
It's a very complicated thing.
Just accept it.
We believe in whatever the website tells us.
Trust the process. So if we look at the standings where we are now, we're just waiting for a couple of games to be reported, I think. So it looks like Memfisto against Ficus is just awaiting. There he goes. Pop.
Oh, then I should
Right.
refresh, I guess.
So it looks like we've got Dark Crow at the top, 6-0. Six games to 0, 3 sets to 0. We've got Marsh up there, 6 games to 1, 3 sets to 0. Sets are matches. That ain't it, Chief. Okay, we just...
Set having a rough day.
It just refreshed. Forget everything I said. Let's start again. Right, Dark Crow. It's won 3, lost 0. Memfisto also won 3, lost 0, but dropped a couple of games in that. Marsh 3-0 as well. He dropped 1 game, but he's 3rd. So that if we enable the tiebreakers here, this is where it gets really confusing. So you see the...
I'm more confused about the next one, Terminator. Oh, he got a buy in round 4, that's why, I guess.
The things with the buys is the buys, like, you know, you get a free win, but it counts against you in ties and stuff like that. And if we look at the way that the system works, the tiebreakers, if people are level, the first thing it looks at is the opponent's set win. So, you know, it takes into account how strong your opponents are. And then it takes into account your opponent's set win. You following? Yep, definitely. And then it looks at the game wins percentage, and then, if necessary, head to head. So basically, we have no idea. But trust the process. It takes into account your opponent's strength, and then it also takes into account your opponent's strength, right? So it takes into account how well your opponent has done, but it takes into account how well they've done against how good their opponent was.
Fishy.
You following?
Fishy.
We good?
I think you've made it as clear as you are capable of.
Would you like to clarify in any way, shape, or form?
Well, it takes the amount of skill your opponents have, and the amount of skill your opponents have. Like, we can say this in 5 different ways, but we still don't know anything.
Okay. What matters is it's not just simple. It's not just simple how many you win, how many you lose, right? It's who you beat and who you beat. Yeah? Yeah? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah.
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 Yeah. Yeah. Good. Okay, we got there. Nice. Right, we're going to have Dark Crow against Marsh, Clock, whatever you call him. He's a really good player. Dark Crow, of course. Dark Crow currently unbeaten in terms of games and sets. Unbeaten in games, has dropped 1 set. No, one...
No, 1 match. One game.
Okay, matches. We should just... Like, I don't know why I use different words than what the website does. It just confuses me. Probably not everyone.
No, it does confuse everyone. The entire chat right now is just one giant group of confusion.
I'm here for you guys. You're welcome.
I mean, they don't even know yet, but they are already confused. Probably because your explanation about your opponents is coming in right now.
Perfect. Yeah, it's perfect. Don't forget, of course, everything we've covered today will be on the test.
Wait, there is a test?
Of course.
I'm sick that day.
Nice. You don't know what day it is?
That day.
So, Dark Crow against Both players unbeaten in terms of sets. Dark Crow hasn't dropped a game. So somebody's 100% record is going to go today. Now, in this game, this match, in this set. God damn it.
In this set. It's a set of games.
It's a set of games, yeah. And then it gets even more confusing if set's playing.
Yeah, then it's a set of set games.
Yeah. Okay, so this is round 4. Right, so while we're waiting for the bands... let me just bring up the list.
I'm gonna bet Miluin is gonna be banned.
Okay.
And Avea.
We've seen Avea banned a lot, And it'd be interesting to see if Avea doesn't get banned. Does she get played? Right, so Dark Crow against Clock, we've got Ficus against Duck Westlin going on. Memfisto against Kyle. Set against the Stepper of Potatoes. Briz against Destroy. Yuxen against Palm. Santera against Renzo. So after this round, we'll have a better look at the overall standings. Because then we'll be able to get a good idea of the last round matches that are going to really affect whether people get into the top 4 shootout or not.
You definitely want to be at the place where they have guns.
No.
Because there's more money there.
What?
No, the shootout.
What? No,
You want to be in the top 4.
No guns though. Guns are bad.
Then why do you go with the shootout?
It's just a phrase.
I want to shoot if there is a shootout.
God damn it. Are you sure you're not American?
I'm pretty sure. I can still like guns though.
Yeah.
I just don't want other people to have guns. I don't trust other people with guns.
It's a little unfair.
Well, I mean, I don't have guns either.
Okay. Right. What? They're starting. We haven't got the bands. Have I
Wait,
set
is it
this
starting?
up? No.
I'm not starting.
I keep forgetting to unspectate the old people.
I see you scared me there for a moment.
Sorry. Scared myself. Again. Right, looks like we're almost getting the bands in. Right, Dark Crow.
Then Eliza tells you that you're a horrible teacher.
Thanks. I'm a good teacher. This is just confusing. A bad pupil always blames the teacher. It takes into account
No, not this again.
the performance of your opponent. But not only that, it goes further. It takes into account the performance of your opponent's opponent. I don't understand what's confusing about that. Makes perfect sense.
It's not confusing, it's just you've repeated 5 times.
Well, I'm being told I'm a bad teacher! If someone doesn't understand, listen, I'm a good teacher. If someone doesn't understand, don't change tack. Just keep repeating the same thing.
No, that's not what teachers do. What teachers do is if they don't understand it, you send them to detention for not doing their homework.
Right, we've got
Have you
bands.
learned nothing from going to school?
It's a long time since I've been in a school. Well, as a student. Right, Defenso Chopper. We've got Apep, Defenso Chopper, and Cage Prowler for Dark Crow. And we've got Valorian, Zealots of the Burning Fist. So we've seen a lot of those. And Whirly Scraps.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they're all sensible bands. I mean, can't say much more than that, right? I mean, Valorian is a little bit weak in 1v1, but he still has success, right? So.
Mm-hmm. Right, Apep, Defenso we've seen banned quite a lot already today. We've seen Cage Prowler, definitely copper ban or 2.
Yeah, and played. He's
Zealots.
also been played.
Yep. And Whirly Scrap. Okay. Yep. Yes. It took us a while to figure out who Clock was. Oh, Silco's not playing today, is he? Silco did really well in the last tournament. I thought he was going to play today, but not here today.
I like how you say it took us a while to figure out who Clock was, but no one in the chat knows who Clock is.
Clock, Marsh.
The dude you're about to watch. Or girl.
It's always so helpful how
the
people have
person you're about to watch.
Yes. Wait, did you just assume their personage?
Yeah. That's why I took it back. And I corrected myself. Don't cancel me, please.
I'm surprised you haven't copped more shit for the male Crystal Elves that get Mana Surge yet.
No, we got way too much shit for that. It wasn't even a serious thing. That was just a joke because it happened to turn out that way.
God damn it.
And then we got negative reviews about being woke for that.
What? Yeah, but what do you mean? You literally said about it. You.
It was a joke. It wasn't serious.
Yeah, but like, why did all the male ones? So are you saying that male Crystal Elves can have Mana Surge? Is that what you're saying?
No. We wanted to do it with the more tanky, higher cost, closer.
Oh, so you're saying men are more tanky? Is that what you're saying?
No, the units that we did were more tanky. They happen to be men.
Oh, it's just a coincidence.
Correlation isn't causation.
Why can't we have some tanky female elves?
Well, because they're too busy doing other shit.
Someone's gonna get fucked right by this conversation. Right. Right, moving on.
I mean, did you not know that Setsu is actually an elf? She's a very tanky elf.
Really?
Lore! I've just decided that this is lore.
Alright, you just make something up and then scream lore and that's...
Yes, that's how it works. Gotcha. But we have a game, Redbow versus Morelia. Have we seen either yet today?
Victory at all costs.
I don't think so. Definitely not Ratbow.
Ooh, and we see a frozen puff.
Right.
We also saw an exclamation mark on the Redbow. So it looks like Darkro was also Redbow.
Ooh. Ooh. Morelia, of course, got changed.
Oh, that's a lot of scratch because we see a frenzied. Oh, that is such a shit.
Oh, he saved it though. Very well done.
Yeah,
it's always a bounty sniper on the bridge like that. I swear to God.
Oh, we actually hard-coded that in that. Now, is he gonna go for the? What I like to do is, when I'm playing in the ladder, and I'm not sure how good my opponent is, I do the skill check of just throwing the Daggerfall to see if they move the thing. Right. I do. I'm not sure if I like that Daggerfall, to be honest.
So remember that in the latest change to Morelia, if you're playing the spell reduction game, you want to be running you've got to be running 3-4+ spells, which restricts you a little bit. Again, we see the Cleaver having to use the Shroom Puff. Jolo, perfect for that. Going to come in with the Scrutillery. Cleaver's still alive. Jolo's still alive. Okay.
Yeah, that was so unlucky for Darkro. Like the YOLO just tanking everything.
Flame Imp again out of the box. That can be a very strong unit, but is it going to pick up any aggro? No. That's fairly useful.
YOLO's scheduled for nerf, by the way.
Yep.
This nonsense. They are of course both playing YOLO, so it's not like it's gonna decide this game.
Bit of an XP lead for Darkro to start with here, and we know with these non-accursed decks, you're going to get the one dragon at perk 3, and you've got to make good use of it.
It's also really interesting, a Redbow deck with Jade Spark Watchers. That's kind of surprising, isn't it?
Not something we see too often. And of course, Marshy's going to be thinking about, I'm going to get a Daka soon. What's my Daka target of choice? Jolo goes down to the Chain Lightning.
But the bridge is still for Marsh.
Yeah.
And here we see the...
Okay, there's a chain, there's a Daka, but not a great Daka. He's got a big Shield Guard of Light on face. He's got a lot of HP. Yeah. It's going to take him a long time to deal with this. I mean, he can let Ratbow kill him.
Especially when stuff dies.
I'm pretty sure this would solo Ratbow at this point. Ratbow's not killing that 3 dies on his own.
No problem.
That means I'm right.
No, that's what I don't know.
Look how much damage he took. Darkro done a lot of damage there, and he's got a big XP lead as well. That Shield Guard's
Shield Guard of Light, of course, really good against Swarm when it's activated.
Yeah,
but when it doesn't have the activation, kinda meh. Also an interesting thing, people like to say that Redbow perk 3 is weak, but I'm convinced it's one of the stronger perks in the game.
Okay.
Because having the double puffs is so many extra bodies on the field.
Yeah, I mean, he did
That the
definitely
opponent
benefited
runs
from
out-
the bridge changes, right?
That too, but I mean even before that, like the amount of AoE counters that you need after that is just more than you have.
Yeah. These monkeys
This
are doing
dragon
a great
needs to
job.
do work.
Right, third 3. He doesn't want to cop a big Daka on that dragon. We haven't really seen a huge amount of horde from Marsh. He does have the tunnels, the scrap tunnels, but they take a while to spurt out the scraps.
But I mean, you can spend a little bit of mana to make that go real fast.
Yeah.
Also, Frenzy YOLO and his cat versus YOLO. Holy shit, the YOLO almost won against the faster YOLO.
Okay, there
That would have
the
been
shield.
super unlucky.
Doesn't have the Daka yet. The Daka's still a cycle perk, so a heavier deck does restrict how often you can get that. He's probably gonna.
That's a good heal.
Yeah, that's a great.
Oh,
heal.
he's using that against that. Okay, interesting. Is he just gonna keep the dragon there forever, or what's happening? Like, this is just gonna be a win for Dark Claw at this rate.
Marsh is coming back on XP, but like, how is Marsh gonna clear this? He's still got the dragon, and there's just another force. There we go.
I don't see how. Yeah, like he was just making the push of Dark Claw bigger.
So sometimes we do see those decks, the Ratbo decks, and the Daka will just absolutely murder something like a Nirvir, but sometimes you don't necessarily have the cards to get a huge Daka, and also, of course, these players at this level will be very much aware of the Daka and doing their utmost to keep it as difficult as possible for that Daka to land on the target of choice. You know, we've definitely seen like someone that they'll drop a Scrat Horde and a Frost Feather flyby, and then suddenly you've got 20 plus instant units plus whatever else you've got. And those Dakas can shred everything. Right. Dark Crow taking the first game.
Yeah. Redbow not really working out there, despite not that many counters from Dark Crow.
Yep.
It's really important when you play against the Morelia that you kind of get your perk 3 before the opponent gets, and before Morelia gets their perk 3. Because otherwise that dragon is just so frustrating to deal with.
Yeah, for sure. Right, here we go again. So Dark Crow again with Morelia, and Marsh this time with King Puff.
Who gets more damage from this?
King Puff
I
does
think
hit
that
hard.
Blood Imps cast and did almost the same.
Right, thanks for joining us, guys. If you've just joined us, this is GG Tour. No, god damn it. This is Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf. Knight's Duel number 22. There we see Jolo getting the value again.
But I did the same earlier.
It is, you failed.
Said nothing. You saw nothing here.
Well, isn't that kind of the point that they're seeing something?
You're
thought
seeing
you were
something,
streaming
yes.
this.
You're seeing something. You heard nothing. So you hear the game. Right.
Oh, Propeller Horde!
Propeller Horde
And
gets
Daggerfall.
instantly murdered. Bridge grab from the switch.
Yeah, good bridge swap, I guess.
I mean, I feel like you're frustrated if you do play the prop horde and your opponent has a Daggerfall.
Yeah,
Especially with
it's
Daggerfall not
frustrating.
really that common.
I mean, it got banned one time today.
Yeah.
Still confused about that one.
So did Bannerman. So I wouldn't read too much
Yeah,
into
yeah,
that.
in the same game.
Oh, the Frost Bearer
That's
comes
a
out.
nasty Frost Barrier. Oh,
the
but that's
beam, though.
such a strong beam.
That is a big beam. That's a value beam. It's still going to kill the Golem by the looks of it. The Skelly
Yeah, but
comes
the
in and
living-
takes the killing blow.
He just wanted the legendary loot for himself.
Yeah, that reminds me of back in the day when you played like World of Warcraft. I don't think you played WoW, did you? But like back in the day, it used to be the person that got the last hit on the mob would get the loot.
Ah, that's so nasty.
Imagine how that was abused. Right, Shield Guard again from Dark Crow. Liking that one. We know Jolo's gonna defend this for a while.
That werewolf did so much damage.
I'm telling you, these werewolves are monstrous. That was a rage one as well, so that one
Yeah.
The DPS is good. It attacks decently quickly, so it can get through Horde. It's very tanky. I think they're very, very strong. Health, of course, is a resource, so no need for Darkrow to freak out. He is playing a hero that can heal if necessary.
Yeah, but he's also playing Blood in, so
and
freak
one
out
thing to,
a little bit.
Yeah, one thing to mention, we've definitely seen in the past Darkrow plays Blood Imps until the very end, and then one more time.
There will be blood.
That's a thick Scotty.
Oh, that's a nasty beam.
This is going to be so high. He's going to have to put the Blood Imps here. The Blood Imps are going to die pretty quickly. He's trying to just keep something in front of that Cleaver so the Cleaver doesn't die. He doesn't really want to tank it with Jolo because Jolo's just going to get absolutely murdered by that. There is a bridge switch available. Doesn't need it. Okay. There's the power of the zip. Statue pushing at the top.
We still need to fix that bug where he gets stunned and completely gets messed up.
I mean, that statue kills him, right?
I mean...
The assassin walking away?
Stops.
Well, that sounded like the assassin killed him.
I mean, otherwise it would have been a beam, probably. I mean, there could have been a heal, but...
Right, King Puff taking that victory for Clock MM Marsh.
Yeah. I mean... Kind of surprised, because I didn't think King Puff would be that strong here.
Okay, 1 game all in this one. People keep asking if you're a dev. I think I'm just going to put dev in your name.
I am a dev, yes. People keep blaming me, so I better be a dev.
When someone says, "Are you a dev?" What do you expect them to follow that up with? If you say yes, are you like? Do you think, are they asking you because they want to yell at someone, or they want some help with something, or they've got some constructive feedback?
Yes.
Which is most likely?
Probably yelling about their teammate needing to be banned.
Just global things.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so if you've got any questions in the chat that you want to ask a developer, you can do, and they may even get answered.
Science in the chat. Mars off to a strong start. I'm hoping for a 1-1 sudden death game. Well, you're getting it.
You got it. You're gonna get it.
Which is kind of surprising to me. I didn't expect Darko to lose a match here.
What are your thoughts on making a 2v2 or 3v3 mode with a third lane in the middle? Just make the map a little bigger.
The problem of Minion Masters is that we kinda never made pathfinding. And creating pathfinding would actually change a lot about the game.
Mm-hmm.
So doing that would actually be a fairly big complex change to the core of the game. Is it technically possible? Yes. Are we gonna do it? Nah.
I mean, pathfinding's just walk towards the closest bridge, right?
Yes. And when you're past the center of the bridge, walk towards the enemy's base or the closest target.
That sounds complicated.
You know, which
I mean, there's pathfinding already, right? They choose to go for one bridge or the other.
Yeah, but what I mean is we don't have proper pathfinding. We just have go to this point and then go to the second point. We have 2 points where they go to if they don't have a target to go to.
Right, Scotty again, King Puff for Marsh, and Wreck this time for Darkrow. We know Scotty's very strong DPS. He will sit down and cry, of course, for a little bit.
I mean, understandable. I would do the same.
Right, you need to be careful here.
That's a little bit surprising to me to play it like that, but it works out quite easily. So.
He did a good job playing the crossbow dudes on it, so they kind of split around it, so they wouldn't nail
it's
them
more
all.
that I was wondering whether or not it's worth to play a Magma Storm there, or if you'd rather just play some extra minions.
Yeah. Buildings are good, but they can't take bridges.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's why we always say you want to... Ideally, you want to play minions ahead of buildings.
At YOLO, though. Don't tell me the YOLO is gonna win that. No!
Oh, there we go. Just YOLO
This
things.
is why I want to nerf YOLO.
So I think the change in the PTR was he loses 20% per dodge instead of 10%. Oh, okay. He dodges, his dodge chance goes down more quickly. Proposed change. Right, what have we got here? Ghost comes out, not going to get anything.
Okay, I think Show Me the Money is slowly losing his brain. Not mine.
Can't lose what you never had.
Oh,
Got him! Right, Marsh got a small XP lead here, but here comes the werewolf, going to clear up the bottom lane until it gets towards the magma cannon.
Dark Rose playing Bannerman, he's clearly cheating.
No
What does he
chases,
want to
though.
banner? I'm just wondering, what does he want to banner, man? That? What? Is that worth it?
I'm not sure.
Someone in the chat, please tell me how that's worth it.
I mean, those units
Is it just...
against a slow-hitting master like
I mean,
King Puff would
it's
take ages to
yeah.
die. So
And
there
it's
is
good
some
against
potential value.
Sip Zapinator as well, I guess. It's just...
Look at the face damage though on Marsh! Those shields! It's the shields that were keeping them alive for so long, Marsh!
Okay, well, I guess I'll shut
But
up.
this is a counter push to be feared. The beam?
But the beam missing is massive.
It's zip though.
Yeah, and
The
those
magma cannon's
night
not
buffs.
on the zip. The magma cannon's gonna go down! How does he deal with this? What do he? It's a chain line, he has a poison. And he has a
Yeah,
wrecked
he does
clone.
also have a clone.
Yeah, the clone's really good at dealing with that. That explosion, really good against Horde. Right. Dark Crow lives to fight another day. Shields are good, but poison doesn't really care. We'll tick through that.
Another shield on a Walking Blind Date, why not?
Marsh really does need to be careful though. He's dropped a lot of HP,
Yeah.
so he is one
Also
mistake away
interesting
from
how they're
just
both
exploding.
playing Poison Strike, right?
Yeah.
And that is
Right.
not even because of mana chases.
Poison clearing out. What does Dark Crow have to clear this? I mean, he's not really taking too much face damage at the moment, but
No.
he's hemorrhaging HP
Like,
and XP, sorry, and
the-
we know that perk 3
True.
KP is very, very strong.
There is the interesting thing where the units that Mars has, for the most part, are not that high DPS, right? He does have a Scott and he has the Night Boss, but the rest, I just realized Sip. But outside of that, I mean, most of it is a little bit swarmy, not that high DPS, and you know, Rek can deal with it fairly easily.
Really wants to
Oh,
kill
he's
that
not going
Zip.
for that on face?
Zip goes down.
Yeah, I was actually surprised he didn't just jump to face to get that one punch blast to face.
Yeah. Still does full face damage, right? 250, so he's very
I think
close.
so.
And if he drops him down to,
And he has
so he's
chain
under
line.
250, so he's one punch blast away.
Yeah, okay, so.
But it doesn't matter, he's going to die anyway. The poison, the jump, the
One
jump
punch
clears
blast
the
is
poison.
300.
Hello?
Oh no, it was bugged.
It was 3, yeah.
Yeah, so it's
It went down
250.
to 250. Right.
It was actually never 300.
Yeah, that's correct. Only in
So yeah,
writing.
Darko did win, but with a loss in there.
He won, but not without some losses. There were some casualties. Okay, so he keeps up his winning record, but he hasn't come out unscathed. Okay, so Dark Crow beating Clock, MM. We had some questions in there. Developer Man, I assume that's you.
Mm-hmm.
Are the rumours of Combustion, Groggy Woodsman, and Iron Grenade buff?
I mean, that's an incomplete question because are the rumors?
You know what they mean. Are the rumours true? Of Combustion, Groggy
Well,
Woodsman,
I mean,
and Iron Grenade
considering
buff?
I don't remember any of them being on the BTR, I'm gonna say no.
I wonder where those rumours came from, but no, I don't recall seeing anything about Combustion, Groggy,
I don't remember us wanting to do much with them either
I
at the
think
moment.
the answer is no. And
I
Bad
would
Guy
agree
X
with that.
says... What are the chances of seeing collaboration with other games for special units or reskins for existing units? Or,
Extremely low.
what about with Netflix Let's get Stranger Things in there.
I mean, that would be fun, but not really up to us, you know? Like, if Netflix would allow it, I mean, we are fine with doing it. But, you know, don't keep your breath on it.
Reskins.
Don't hold your breath, that's the word.
Reskins for existing units. Yeah, so I guess there's more chance of a unit getting reskinned compared to a unit getting skins.
I mean,
different
okay,
skins.
like, it is fairly unlikely we would do anything with units. If it would be a master.
Yeah, that would be cool. Following on for the Iron Grenade, I heard it was 20 tech per extra explosion, and the extra explosions do 30 each instead of 25. I don't recall that. I haven't got the PTR in front of me.
What?
I don't know.
I don't think we did anything with Iron Grenade.
FDM's going to check that. We are going to...
Oh, am I?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, damn.
We are going to go to our
Making me work over.
next game. So I think, if we just double check it, the Swiss rounds, we should be in the final round of the Swiss rounds. So we've got Memfisto, Darkcrow, Ficus, Destroy, Chainig, Terminator, Cole, Bickford, Duck Westlin against Set, Pom, That Ain't It, Chief, Briz, Renzo, Renzo, and the Fang against Yuxen. But the most important thing to consider, as we've been looking at a little bit, but now we'll look at a little bit more, are the standings. So remember, the top 4 go to the top 4... Not going to say shootout. The top 4 elimination.
Oh,
So
are we
as it
executioning
stands,
now?
As it stands, we've got Darkcrow, Memfisto, and Ficus in the top 4. But of course, if we look at the points, we can see that we've got Chainig and Destroy just outside of the top 4, but still on 9 points. So they're very, very close. Let me know in the chat if you want me to go over the tiebreakers again. I'm more than happy to do that, because obviously I've got a full grasp of it. Ficus against Darkcrow. Winner maybe going home. We're just having to look to see which is the most tantalizing of games based on the standings. Why? Wait.
Ooh, whoa!
Hold on.
Have
He's
you
asking...
noticed that bomb being 2-2 at place 14? That's a surprisingly low position for him.
Are the rumours true? Who started the rumours? I started the rumours. Show Me the Money says Iron Grenade was in the last PTR. I'd have to look. I mean, you could always join the Discord, have a look at the PTR. Difficult to keep up on all the different changes. We can check that if we get a second though. Okay, so what am I looking at? So we've seen Ficus and Darkcrow. Just trying to decide. So hold on, it's Memfisto against Darkcrow, right? Hold on. Ficus against Destroy. We haven't seen Destroy yet today.
Oh, that's actually true. We haven't seen Destroy yet.
I think Ficus versus Destroy would be a good one, actually, because like they're both on 9 points. As long as they haven't started yet.
That does make sense.
Okay, so let's go with that. We're going to go Ficus against Destroy. Ficus 4th overall, Destroy 6th overall, but they are both on 9 points. They are slightly differing records. Yeah, I nailed Renzo's full name. I didn't want to dox him, so I didn't say the whole thing. Right, let's get set up for that. So this is going to be the last game in the best of 3 section, and then we'll go to best of 5, Conquest Rules, single elimination.
Woo!
But not quite yet.
Oh.
So let's set this up. Right, so Ficus against Destroy. Ficus we've seen today already. Ficus was beaten by Memfisto.
Yes.
Destroy we've yet to see. Both very experienced players. Destroy 666. Okay, so once we've got the bands in, then we'll get that up on the screen, and then we can crack on.
Oh, more importantly, have you been drinking water?
I've been drinking coffee, Pepsi, and Sneak.
Your
All of
bot
which-
is very
all-
disappointed with you.
All of which contain water to varying degrees. So, yes. I just drank some Sneak, and it splashed up my nose. Lovely.
Thanks for the
Enter the
information.
guild. I
So,
like to make sure
who
everyone
would
knows-
like a zoom in on the moment that Sneak splashed up into his
No,
nose?
no replays. You can clip it if you want.
Someone clip it, please, and just make a beautiful video out of it. Of the eternal love between Badass a Fish and Sneak.
I mean, you say that. I recently got dropped by Sneak, as did
The eternal hatred between Sneak and Badass a
as did
Fish.
most of their ambassadors.
Ooh. Is the brand not going very well?
I think they just had a change of strategy. That change of ownership,
Yeah.
change of strategy.
Well, now we clearly hate them.
I don't
So
hate
go
them.
buy Red
I
Bull.
didn't say that. I did not say that. But unfortunately, you cannot use code FISH even if you wish at sneakenergy.com.
Did you rhyme that intentionally?
Yeah, that used to be my jingle. Use
Ah.
code FISH if you wish at sneakenergy.com.
But then with an actual melody.
Yep. But it's good. We can reuse it. We just need to find another sponsor, and then we use code FISH if you wish at...
At
Right.
Coca-Cola.com.
There we go. Pepsi. I'm a Pepsi
Oh,
boy.
no. Coca-Cola.
Pepsi Max.
Coke!
Right. Relax. Stop yelling about drugs.
It's
Right.
very important.
Ficus has banned Wrecked. Or R3KT, as you would say
Ooh.
really awkwardly. Rampant
This is super
Growth.
interesting.
And
Beam.
Beam of Doom. So he's likely
But
to
have
be
you
playing...
already looked at Destroy's bands?
Not yet. So he's likely to be playing something
Ooh.
thick. Right, Destroy is also banning Wrecked. Also banning
Also-
Beam of Doom.
Mm-hmm.
And
And a
Zip Zappinator.
So he's probably gonna play something thick.
Thick.
Mm.
So
Okay.
both players banning Beam.
We just lost all the viewers, I guess.
I hope not. The question is,
Well, we
are they
should
going to
be-
run... Is that going to force them to run a different
Swan?
big removal spell?
I think that they are forced to play some horde cards. Because they can see that the opponent is gonna play some big things.
Yeah. Of course, the players, once the bans are in, the players can then choose what to play. So they can change their tact. Maybe I mean, you don't see this too much, I guess, but maybe they could try to use their ban now as a red herring, play something else. You know, the players, looks like they're trying to ban similar things. So no Wrecked, no Rampant Growth and Beam of Doom for Destroy, and no Beam of Doom or Zip for Ficus.
So if you really wanna have fun, ban Mordar, Blastmancer, and Daggerfall, and then play only big units.
There you go. Get people on their toes. Interesting to see a Zip ban. I think we've seen more Zip played and more Zip banned today than we probably have in the last few tournaments combined.
Yeah, Zip definitely. I've seen Zip being played more in general as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. Surprised we haven't seen any Mordor yet.
Yeah, I mean the funny thing is that I've been surprised that Mordor doesn't have a higher win rate because I feel like Mordor is really strong. And personally, I would like to move his tombstone back to 400 health,
Mm-hmm.
and then probably the big tombstone at like 1200. I guess would be the logic. But we weren't entirely sure about what to do, so we didn't do anything for this patch yet.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people say he's very, very strong, but it's interesting to.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a 50% win rate. I'm a little bit surprised by that.
Science says I've still got my 3 years supply of sneak to drink. That is true. We might have to have a fish tank sneak meetup.
Oh, Ficus has really wants to move that thing back and forth.
Wait, what?
Wait, what? Oh, I'm so confused about that username.
What? Mickey
I was
says
like,
he's got the-
he's not playing against that one.
Mickey says he's got my sneak jingle as his ringtone. I'm not sure that's true.
Nice.
Thanks for the
But we
raid,
are
Anno.
indeed seeing big minions.
Wait,
I mean,
hold on,
as
are we
predicted.
in a game?
Yes.
Oh god.
Wait. Oh, holy shit. So Ficus banned Rampant Growth, but is playing Rampant Growth himself.
Oh god.
Fishy is not paying attention.
Fishy
There
is
are
not-
big units. They are already past perk 1. It is Milloween versus Milloween. Rampant Growth is going on a really big blue golem who has giant growth on it, and he is slamming face.
I
Like,
don't know if...
Destroy is just losing health like there is no tomorrow. He's below 2000 health, still getting slammed, while Jinglong is coming in as well. He's below 1500 health. Is he gonna go below 1000 health? Not yet. Are you in the game yet?
No, I don't have either of them.
How are you not in the
I
game
don't have
yet?
either of them on my friends list.
They're below 12. Okay, Destroy is below 1200 health and is on 40 XP, while Ficus has already gotten perk 2. Another blue golem with giant growth is coming, but Destroy is playing Brothers of Light with the arcane golem. But then Ficus counters it with Hypnotize, so the brothers destroy the golem, and one of them is half HP. A blue golem is once again getting to face, but got slowed. But Destroy is now below, well, at 600 health, while Fix is still above 2000, below 400 health, at 113 health, and Ficus has won. Have you gotten into the game yet?
No, I don't have either of them as friends.
Ficus has won the first game in a Millowin versus Millowin match. Do we want to watch the replay? I can send you the replay.
We could maybe watch the replay, yeah.
I'll send you the replay.
Okay, sorry, that was my fault. I'm so surprised I don't have either of them on my main account. I mean, I could have brought up the second hand of the second player.
Wait, did that not make a replay for me? Why am I at the wrong folder?
Oh, I do have Destroy. He's just changed his fucking name!
Yeah, that's what I told you, that I got confused about his name.
I hate people!
I'm a little bit confused about the thing that I have here. Ah, this is it. Okay. I'm sending you the replay at the moment.
Sorry, I should have known that he was MM 1.45 extra edition.
Yeah, I don't ask me. So, yeah, that just happened.
Right, okay. Right, sorry about that, folks. It turned out I did have him as a friend, but unfortunately I didn't know what his name was, because imagine people just not changing their fucking name to something.
But at least
Okay,
you had a
so-
cat to watch.
That was an experience. So we like to give you. We've seen earlier in the game, earlier in the tournament, what it's like watching a stream on the internet, visually and audioly. But that was an example of what it used to be like in the old days, listening to the tournament on the radio.
Tip saying in the chat that fish actually drink an Irish coffee. And then me says, looks like it has started sneak.
What?
Oh.
Sinobii says, you see what Sinobii says there? Mickey says
What?
FDM narration beats video feed hands down. Okay, we'll disconnect the video feed entirely. Right, sorry about that, folks. That was my mess up, but it wasn't 100% my fault, but I will take ownership of it. My apologies. We're going to try to see if we can fix it. What we're going to try and do, if we have time, is quickly watch the replay. Okay, yes, we can watch the replay. Right. I must apologise for FDM spoiling this.
I must apologize for Fish failing to show you what I was spoiling.
I must apologise for people changing their bloody name. Right. Let's start again. Right, they're going to wait.
It's going to be a little
right.
bit awkward because now we won't be in sync.
Okay. Sorry about that. Let's... Right, I've got the we're going to watch the replay, okay? Forget whatever you heard. Clear your mind. This is game number 1.
Remember, R3KT and Beam is banned for both. Destroy or MM 1.45 XD edition cannot use rampant growth. And Ficus cannot use SIP separation.
Let's get this duel started. Let's go.
Oh, I can't watch the replay on the second screen. God damn it. Okay, we're not going to have the second hand. That's way too much effort to get the replay set up for that. Okay, so we've got Milo against Milo.
Are we already watching?
Yes, sorry.
Oh, fine. What time are you on right now?
20 seconds.
Oh, damn.
We see the growth burst shrooms. We know there's some growth burst business going on. Right, there we see the growth burst buffed blue golem. Going to be supported by the battle monkey, battle
She who also buffed. And quickly getting a couple extra attacks in there because of the...
It was kind of annoying there for Ficus how the golem got pushed back and then the monkey took the damage.
Well, actually it worked out because the way he did the stuns allowed his monkey to get the fast attacks off because of the owls that came flying by. Here we see rampant growth. Getting that extra health on the
these golems hit real hard.
Oh yeah. They hit like a truck.
Helps a resource, but it's not unlimited.
Yeah, but don't use too much of it. Like it hit for what, 250?
Yeah, something like that. That's a lot of damage.
Oh yeah.
And that's even after the... Did the growth burst get nerfed as
Yeah,
well?
it went from a giant growth, but it
Giant
went
growth,
from 30 to 25, yeah.
And the golem itself got a attack speed reduction as well. Okay, so big push at the top.
Yeah, but the hypnotize
Isn't
just
amazing because of the knockback, but the golem dying is kind of frustrating. But how's he going to deal with this at the bottom? This is massive.
It really
He
is
just
massive.
he doesn't have enough to tank
I mean,
it.
of course, no one here knows how this is gonna end. Like, we have no idea what's gonna happen here. But it's gonna go to 113! And then...
Wow, I'll get a deja vu. I felt like I'd seen that before.
No one knew this, of course. But
Okay!
yeah, 2 blue golem pushes with no defense. I mean, I would like to say that I told everyone that this was gonna happen before even the first time. Because of the bans. I said you need to have big unit counters. And then neither of them bring big unit counters.
Yep. I mean,
I think that this is a mistake from both of them, to be quite honest.
We saw the beam being banned, and then you've got to try to take what you can from that, and try to figure it out. Then there wasn't really any. They didn't replace anything, right? The beam was banned, but it wasn't replaced by anything, right? Destroy. I need to switch the player names around, right? Destroy.
I mean, I don't even fully disagree with Destroy saying all that game to watch a push versus push boring match, because that was kind of a boring match.
I
But
just
it was
didn't want
also
people to
boring
miss
because we
that,
already.
damn it.
No, but it was mostly boring because we already knew what was gonna happen.
Right.
Because someone changed their name.
Someone changed their bloody name. There was a discussion about it in the chat earlier, but I didn't see that it was mentioned that it was Destroy. But okay. So Destroy lost that one, right? Who was on the left? Destroy's on the left. Destroy lost that one. So Ficus is leading 1-0. Yes.
Yes.
I know what's going on.
Don't worry, we all believe
Destroy.
that you're an amazing caster, streamer, dude.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I'm good. Right, thanks for everyone's patience. Apologies for that. But we've seen the game now, and now we'll get back to the action live.
Woo!
If you're confused about the bans, I've had to switch the player names around because of just reasons, okay? Just accept it. I think it's because I've only got them as a friend on one account. I think I've only got Ficus on the second account. I'm not a fan of this board background. You mean the arena? Right, Ficus. Okay, we're good, right. So MM 1.45 is Destroy. Can you ban someone from a tournament for having an annoying name change?
I mean, you're the leader, dude.
Leader, dude. Right, here we go. So, Ficus took the first game.
Hello, everybody.
Ravager against Ravager.
Oh, whoa!
Minion Masters.
Same skin even. Right? Yeah, I think so.
Looks like it.
I'm a little bit saddened that they don't have the same avatar now.
We'll get over it. Well, I will.
No, I'm depressed.
Right. Destroy playing a Slither. Both of them playing Slither. Okay. Okay.
Ficus
right.
really loves just twitching around with his preview. I don't know if you can see that on your stream. Oh, Berserker Rage. Wow, that is rough to deal with.
Is rough, but
Except for
Herald
Musketeer.
Moon is good. And a Musketeer. Okay, boom.
Oh, but look at that one attack. How much that did.
Does get a one attack. Does this Brutus attack quickly enough to kill it? Yes, it does, but it's not really going to get to face. It's not going to get to face. Didn't get to face,
Nope.
correct. Right, and here's the counter push. Statue, Herald Moon, Brutus. Bats are going to be an annoyance, but not going to do too much. Remember that there is the res available. Okay,
Oh,
so
and the Dragon Ball is going to be massive here.
Dragon Ball, we played it perfectly, so it was behind.
Yeah,
Didn't
yeah.
get hit. This could be it.
And don't forget that even if you try to kill the
statue doesn't
Amun,
help.
there are so many slaves out there now.
Right, okay.
Interesting fear actually. Making sure that Amun isn't the target, right?
Yeah.
Is the target, I mean.
Yeah.
But still, this is so insane much damage, especially with the Succubus in there as well.
Rabbit Prowler.
Interesting use of the jumping monkey.
That's too much.
And don't forget, Ficus is playing Dragon Ball anyways. That was over so fast.
And that's sometimes in those matchups you want to get your perk 1 second. You want your perk to help you defend and then counter push. And that's kind of what happened there. That was just destructive.
Yeah, I mean, it's. Did they talk to each other to decide to play basically the same deck, or what
I don't
happened
know.
there?
It was a very well played Dragon Ball though. The way that he placed it so that the world.
I mean,
would
that
be
is
behind
the problem
world.
with Herald, right? Like Herald is weak against something like that.
Yeah, for sure. And you get the awkward things like you got the statue in your hand, but doesn't really help you defend too much. Just kind of delays the inevitable. And he had the Prowler, the Rabid Prowler. The Rabid Prowler was going to clear everything up, but it just wasn't, didn't have
but the
enough time to
Musketeer.
do it. Yeah,
The Musketeer already does so much, and the Herald did a lot. Like, it felt like Destroy didn't have a good counter against the Herald, whereas Ficus did.
Mm-hmm.
And that basically decided the entire game.
Okay. So, that should mean...
Destroy says that he lost because he had to wait too long and became nervous and threw hard.
See, I'm getting the blame for that, right? That's like passive-aggressive blame. And do you know why you had to wait?
Because you changed your name.
Because you changed your fucking name! What's up, Beej? Right.
Wait, what did you just say?
Beej. Not BJ. What? So that should cement Ficus into the top 4. So let's have a look at the standings here. So that was a quick game. So we may, I don't know, Memfisto against Dark Crows still going on.
Oh, you want to watch that?
Let's have a look at the match details. Oh, looks like it's just finished, I think. Dark Crow 2-1. Okay.
You're just lying to me, okay.
I mean, it says in progress. What more do you want?
Sure.
So we're going to just wait for the last few scores to come in. We've seen Pom beating that Ain't It Chief, Set beating Duck Westlin, Renzo beating Briz, and the Fang losing to Zen. Once these are all in, we'll have our standings, and then we'll have our top 4 for their elimination. So, no, we can't lock anything in yet until these matches are locked in, the results locked in. Mickey, that's really helpful.
That makes sense. I'm just kind of flabbergasted by how those 2 games went.
Yep, very aggro. We've seen a lot of aggro today. That was expected with the changes.
I mean, yeah, but at the other hand, this had nothing to do with the changes.
No, it didn't really change anything in that matchup. But I think it
No,
changes...
no, but I mean, that's the thing. Like, if this was so aggro and just ended so fast that nothing else matters at that point.
No, but I think
if
what
you can
does
win
affect
like that,
is
anyways.
The fact aggro is stronger means that more people are likely to play it. I think that's...
I mean, that's true, but the thing is, I don't fully agree that aggro like this is stronger than it was before. Like, we also nerfed a lot of these units, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't actually think it's stronger per se. It's just, played more.
Okay, so we've got maybe one game just left outstanding, because this just needs to be locked in. Chainig and Marsh, 1 game all. Couple of minutes left to go, I think, on that. Chainig. Chainig's on 9 points. Marsh is on 9 points. So that could definitely put one of them in the top 4. So as soon as we've got that in...
Yeah, if they're on 9 points both, then one of them will be in the top 4. And that means that Terminator will not make it.
Close, but yet so far.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But also what we see is that... Oh, wait. So Dark Crow is the only one unbeaten in sets.
Nice. Get your free rubies in the shop today.
Nice. We do see that Pom won his last set, so he ended 3-2, which means he still had a pretty decent result, right? He'll be like 6th.
Mm-hmm.
I think he and most other people would have expected him to reach the top 4, to be honest. A little bit surprising there, but perhaps that was also just a little bit unlucky with the matchups. Like, set is tough,
Mm-hmm. If your name's supposed to be BJ, capitalize the damn J. Beach.
I mean, to be honest, I just heard you say bitch in a weird way.
What?
Beach?
Bitch! Did you think I was talking to you?
No, I knew what you were saying. It just sounded really weird.
Okay, so we're almost to the second stage of the event. Ficus and Destroy, that result's been locked in. MM and Chainig, that's one game all. We could jump in for the last 30 seconds, but it's kind of awkward just to see the last 30 seconds, someone just getting destroyed. Okay, so if you just joined us, this is Team Modern Frenzy and BetaDwarf's Night's Duel number 22. I'm joined by FDMFDM, a Minion Masters developer working for BetaDwarf. So if you've got any questions for him, the devs, whatever, any feedback, you do have a chance to say that now. My internet seems to be hiccuping, but I think we may be coming back. Maybe, maybe not.
Bot making the perfect comment.
Butts are great.
I thought you disabled bot for tournaments.
I don't disable the bot, but I disable the voice.
Ah, you just do the voice thing. Yeah.
Oh, my internet's really struggling right now. Right, hopefully it doesn't drop out entirely, but the bitrate's dropped to almost nothing. At least we're not... Oh, it's dropped to nothing. At least we're not in a match at the moment.
Are you sure the match hasn't started already?
Have either of the players changed their name to something that we don't know of?
I mean, we don't even know what two players it is yet, so... But they probably have.
Come on, internet. Come on. Come back. Okay, looks like it's coming back. Right, we're good. I'm not sure what happens. Okay. FYI, big lag spike coming up. What should only last for minutes. Right. Okay, so it looks like the last match has been completed. Which means if we look at the standings, they should be finalised. So top four, we've got Dark Crow unbeaten on sets, 5-0. We've got Marsh Clock, 4-1 record, and Memfisto, 4-1 record, and Ficus, 4-1. So there we saw Ficus beating Destroy in that final match, and as you can see, that means Ficus has sneaked into the top four in 4th position, and Destroy has unfortunately finished in 5th. So those two could have been reversed, but they're not. Right.
That's what you get for changing your name.
That's what you get. Yeah, that's what you get.
But
So
surprisingly, of course, is Set not making it.
Set not making it for the second tournament in a row, and Pom. We mentioned about Pom. We didn't really see all these matches. We don't know exactly what went on, but Pom does have the highest 1v1 elo in the game, I believe. So maybe that not quite translating as expected to tournament play. Maybe I don't know. Maybe because I mean he hasn't played in some tournaments for too much recently, so potentially a little rusty on the tournament scene.
Yeah, it could also just be the nerfs or something.
Yeah. You say nerves or nerfs?
Nerfs. What?
Nerves, like you're
why
nervous,
did you say?
or nerfs,
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Or nerfs, like something, I don't know, like something specifically that you played got nerfed. I don't know, I wasn't sure what you said.
No. I meant being nervous.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely a fair thing. Tournament play is very, very different to ladder play. Right, so top four, Dark Crow. We'll see Dark Crow against Ficus, and we'll see Clock against Memfisto. So we're going to go into best of 5 conquest rules. That means when a master is played and won with, it can no longer be played with again. The deck can be played, but not the master. So, I mean, Dark Crow definitely the standout performer so far today. Destroy says aggro didn't get much stronger only because it couldn't get much stronger. Maybe it got stronger just because everything else got weaker.
Yeah, but the thing is that I don't think that that's necessarily true, and the stats are not showing that either. I think that with the nerfs we did, it didn't become stronger. Like, sure, it was already decently strong, you know.
Yeah.
But like, there is also a difference between aggro and just making some pushes during the game, you know.
Yeah. I mean, there's
Like if you
like,
take
like
to
aggro
pass
where
perk 3 to win.
yeah, there's like aggro where you want to just win super quickly in 1 or 2 pushes, and then you've got kind of aggro where you're doing multiple pushes and damage each time, and eventually you kind of
Yeah, and I wouldn't call that
wear them
actual
down.
aggro. Like, things that damage your opponent isn't always immediately aggro. It's not like a binary between aggro and going for mana frenzy. There is space in between. To be fair, what they were playing was 100% aggro. That was no chill. And the same with the Setsus we saw earlier, right? Where it was Setsu with Rama versus Setsu with Rama or something.
Yeah.
It was best of 3 until now.
Right, we are awaiting the players to give their bans, and then based on whoever bans most efficiently and quickly, then we'll choose to go to that match.
Oh, that's how we decided? Okay. I was wondering who we were gonna watch. And considering your logic, it's gonna be no one, because none of them are efficient and fast.
Well, we can wish.
With Code Fish?
We can wish with Codefish to be efficient. Right, clock against Memfisto.
Oh, efficient. No.
You like that?
No.
Genius. Right. MM against Memfisto. Right, let me just make sure that I've got the players in this correct order. Right. MM Clock. What's his in-game name? Clock. Marsh. He's Marsh in game. Okay. Marsh. And right, Memfisto. Boom. Okay, good. Right, so let's have a look at the bands. So the band powers are the same. Oh yeah, let me just quickly set the score to be correct. Okay, so we're back to 0-0, and this is the first semi-final.
And we have the bands. And I'll just start yelling out the bands, because you're too busy.
No, I'm here.
So, MM banned Valorian. Somewhat surprising, even though we have seen Valorian being fairly successful. As I said, in the stats, he hasn't been doing that great in 1v1. Zealots, which definitely have been great for a very long time, and Word is Cat, always a good card. And then Memfisto went for R3KT, one of the best masters in 1v1 at the moment. Shield card Avea, which Fishy is definitely a fan of banning. And Zealots again. We definitely see a lot of Empyrean, because Empyrean are just really good for the bridge fight when you need a little bit of fighting in there. Like with the spear throwers and the legionnaires and the zealots and the brothers of light, tantrum throwers, lots of good fighting guards. So
Sniper's Gaze says, how does one unlink Twitch account on Xbox having trouble with Streamer Arena? I know there's some issues with Streamer Arena on Xbox. I feel like if you want to unlink your Twitch, you need to send an email to support BetaDwarf.com. But I don't think it's going to fix it.
Because we've been a little bit busy with time with deadlines. That's the word. Date times. With deadlines, the support email has been a little bit slacked. We are working on fixing that. But if you need it quickly, send me a PM on Discord and I'll fix it for you.
Does the Stream Arena work on Xbox? I see a lot of people saying they don't get
I
the
have no
pass.
clue. I have no clue. It should, I guess. Like, it's still Twitch and shit, but I cannot say it for certain.
Okay.
Because we actually never allowed you to unlink your Twitch account, so it's kind of a thing where we have to unlink it manually in the database.
Yeah. Right, so we're ready to go in. So if you didn't hear that, Sniper's Gaze, support at BetaDwarf.com, email or message FDM on Discord. If you go to the Minion Masters Discord, you should be able to find him. There's a link to their Minion Masters Discord. But I don't know if that's going to fix your issue, because I do have a regular in my stream who reminds me constantly that the puffs are broken on Xbox, and that might be just a thing that's not actually going to get resolved until 2.0, remastered 2.1, the sequel, whatever we're calling it.
Last Boogaloo.
Yeah, that's it. Onlyfins.com. Right, okay. We are... Did I say we're ready? Yep, I'm ready. We got a thumbs up from the admin. Just had a flashback that we were missing the game again. It's okay. We learn from our errors here in the fish tank. Mistakes are learning opportunities.
So Blue Golem is on phase.
Shut up!
Hit
No!
it.
No! What? So they are catching a lot of bans, fairly
Yes.
expected.
I'm
wrecked,
actually
cop-
somewhat interested to see what her win rates and stuff are and play rate. Because I've not seen it that much when I was playing, but I've also not played as much 1v1 as I would like.
I feel like she's very strong. I just don't
Yeah.
think she gets played that much for some reason.
49% win rate in 1v1 and 47 in 2v2, and in below average decks.
Mm.
Doesn't scream for nerfs, at least. But you know how cards like these are a little bit skill dependent, right? So they will perform a lot better at high skill levels.
Yeah.
So it's always a little bit hard to tell.
I'm kind of interested to see that the Zealots are getting banned quite so much. That's
Yeah.
fairly surprising.
Zealots are always strong.
Yeah. Right, here we go. We're going into our first game of our first semi-final.
Ooh, and we immediately seen R3KT, which is allowed because it was Memfisto that banned him, not Mars. And a King Puff, ready for the birthday. I still love that skin. Such
Yeah,
a
that's
fun
a cool skin. Hopefully everyone managed to grab it when it was free in the shop. If you didn't, sucks to be you. Right.
True.
Marsh, Memfisto. Marsh and Memfisto. All the M's. Minion Masters, Marsh, Memfisto. Poison strikes everywhere at the moment.
I mean, yeah.
I
Kind
wonder
of
if
surprised
Poison
that it's still that popular in this tournament because there are no mana chases.
Yeah. I'd be interested to see what the stats are for Poison Strike. I feel like it's very strong. Like, it was strong if you were playing Slither and activated, but now it's just strong or insanely strong.
Nice use of the Musketeer to backgrab. See? It's still possible.
Yep, nice to see. All those little tricks become even more valuable. Put the Musketeer on the bridge side, let it riposte back onto the bridge, and
Oh, this
prosper.
is gonna be nasty.
Ooh!
Bomb. Oh, he
Didn't
missed
kill them
two.
all. Okay.
But he did have the bridge, so it's fine. But Clone's extremely strong against the Flying Swarm.
Here we see Lone Wolf. Remember, you get the Wolf if it's nothing else being on the board. Nice switch. Oh, that's nice. Oh, good reaction from Memfisto.
Oh, he tried to backgrab there but failed.
There are a
Still,
few...
is
Yeah, well, I wanted...
he's not getting the bridge.
One thing I wanted to mention, there are a few interactions where you can still push units onto the bridge with collision.
Oh, yeah, like...
just like...
people just have to kind of learn what ways are that you can still do it.
But like, how does that...
It is...
How is it possible? Because like, there's supposed to be a wall there.
Oh.
How can some things get through the wall?
The wall is only there as long as they have summoning sickness. The moment
sure.
summoning sickness is gone, they can be pushed on there. So you need to play it in a way where the summoning sickness is over and they're still being pushed.
I'm sure there's things that even during summoning sickness get pushed. I feel like
I mean,
the
there is
Elite
a possibility
Swarmer
that there's
against...
a bug.
Well, yeah, I need to pay attention to it. I feel like it's Elite Swarmer against... It seems like if you do something against something massive, then maybe it's possible.
Yeah,
Need to pay
I
more
think it's
attention to
because those massive things take so long to push you out of their circle.
Maybe. Right, let's have a look. Marsh taking a lot of HP damage here. We know Poke 3 King Puff's going to be strong if he
being
gets there.
so nasty.
Yeah.
Oh, the frozen actually
surviving through the chain lightning.
2,000 damage.
Yeah, remember the freeze reduces incoming damage by 50%.
He's gonna have to use R3KT to deal with the horde.
Yep, there it is. Nicely done. Oh, the Battle Monkey doesn't get tanked, but it does get frozen.
Yeah, and he already got slowed, you know, so it wasn't like it was that much damage anyways.
Okay, counter push. Beam, but the beam's bad.
Ooh, what was that beam?
That was
very
very
late.
late.
Game-losing beam.
Possibly, yeah. So much mana.
Because he was
for basically
somewhat
nothing.
equal in XP, but that is like this push wouldn't be this push, you know?
Correct.
Good sentence.
It would have changed everything.
I mean,
Things.
I
would have been
really have
different.
a way with words.
You do. Is that going to be it? Is that?
Oh, he
It
is pulling
is.
the thing away, but RTKT, yeah.
Oh, one punch blast. at the end
Actually,
there.
one punch blast kill, but yeah, I mean that beam just ended it. Like
don't-
at that point, you can't defend against the push anymore.
I don't really understand how you misplay that, because normally
Yeah,
when you
me
misplay a
neither.
beam, it's because things move more quickly than you expect them to. They kill something quickly and then move, but they were just moving. There wasn't any
Yeah,
sort of interactions to get.
Might have been a
wrong.
misclick. I don't know. It was weird.
Right, so Memfisto takes the first game there. A bit of a misplay, and I mean a misplay.
And he
with
was
those
slightly
big
ahead
expensive cards
anyways,
can
you know,
just
because of
destroy
the
you.
HP. But
Yeah.
as you always say, King Puff Park 3 is dangerous. So yeah, I'm not sure what was happening there.
Yeah. So yeah, those beams can change games.
But that also shows us that, you know, the next two matches can be very different, especially because R3KT is one of the strongest masters at the moment. And is so good at dealing with that propeller horde. So Mars can easily decide to play the same deck again. And then Memfisto has to find another way to deal with their hordes.
Yeah. So no Rect now for Memfisto with the Conquest rules. He won with Rect. Can't play with Rect.
I still like the R3KT design. I like masters that have cheap cards that they give to give multiple impacts on the field. Like similarly how I like Diona having that.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about the bridge changes removing interactions. Those masters have those extra interactions. And as Pom likes to say, every time you have a chance to interact with the game, you have a chance to get ahead or to trade well, or so that, you know, the more interactions, the more interest, the more skill expression. Right, here we go. Game number 2. Ratbo. We saw this earlier. Ratbo, Jade Spark Watchers.
Is Memfisto playing his own? Yeah, that's his own skin.
Memfisto playing his own tournament-winning skin.
He's feeling good about
Is that
himself.
KPI number 3.
3. Yeah.
Right. That golem looks massive.
Oh, Xinglong is a good pick if you are afraid that your opponent might play a propeller horde, but also against Redbow.
Needs to watch out for the Chisma.
Can be tough to deal with.
Okay, Chisma
And he needs to be careful that he doesn't chain lightning when Chisma walks out of range.
Okay. Does he try to keep Chisma alive? Chisma, of course, fearing itself.
Ooh,
back
I do
when it's
not like.
activated.
The way it walked actually. If he had walked along the line of the area there, he would have gotten an extra attack off, but the boundary just keeping him there is painful.
Right, XP very close.
It's actually an interesting thing that with Chisma you actually want to play him towards the center of the field, not to the bottom of the or top of the field. For this exact reason, it limits how he runs away when he's in fear.
It's kind of the same with the cannon roller as well. You don't want it to kind of get stuck on the edge. Massive chain lightning. Watchers just melting.
Yeah, and that blue golem is just gonna be marching. Oh, and then with the battle shield at top as well, that can be really tough to defend against. A little bit sad for him that Oh, the taunt protecting the Xinglong.
It's a lot of damage coming out.
Zeppelin doing a decently good job.
Zeppelin's pretty good
helping,
against the taunting golem. But
yeah, but look at that 1000 health just left, you know?
the Zeppelin may have kept him alive.
Yeah, alive, but for how long?
What cost?
Is that worth it? Was that worth it? That was not worth it, right?
Right, so he's got his Daka now. So this is going to be a game of not like Kinetic Artillery. Chisma's going to come in though and clear. Okay.
Who would take the shields of those buffs?
So he's going to be desperately wanting to land a Daka on the big golem. And Memfisto, of course, will be wary of that and be trying to deny it.
He has the blood.
There it is. Okay,
he wasn't fast enough.
Yeah, he would have. Even the Battle Monkey just tanked it wouldn't have been great either.
No,
but that Battle Monkey's going ham!
Yeah, but I'm kind of confused he didn't play Blood Imps there.
But that kind of worked out. I think he tried to block it with the Battle Monkey, but the Battle Monkey surviving with all the puffs around. All the scrats around went just crazy.
The Chisma is rough though. You can't really defend
Battle Monkey's
against
still alive. It's so hard. The Battle Monkey's so frustrating playing, like defending it with Ratbo. You've got the scrats spawning and basically buffing it every time you play a card, play a minion card.
Is he gonna play Battle Shield top with Rage or and not with the Spirit?
Like, what does he do against this version? He puts Horde down to deal with the big guy, and then the Battle Monkey just goes absolutely crazy.
Chain lightning, right? Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Memfisto rushes into a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, I mean, Marsh never had any chance yet, felt like. Like, even with the Dark getting on the blue golem, it was still... didn't matter.
No. It was still alive, it still had okay HP, and it was still protecting everything around it. Right. So 2-0. Remember, this is best of 5, so not over yet, but Memfisto rushing into a lead.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to come back from that.
Kitty catch. You're still, like, barely in your cam.
I like sitting towards that way.
I mean, you could move the cam, right?
No, that's ridiculous.
Unless you don't want to get your sex doll in the frame.
No, the cat has to be in the frame.
Okay, fair.
Although she's being really lazy. Oh, we get into a third match.
Yeah, so that Battle Monkey against Ratbo is always going to be rough. Struggled with it. What are we going to see here? Right. King Puff.
Mordor. Finally a Mordor.
Against Mordor. There's been a lot of talk about Mordor. Is it too strong? What's going on with it? Let's find out.
And a fairly mid-range Mordor so far.
So if you're not keyed up on the changes, Mordor's Tombstone now can revive multiple units. When it revives, there's damage done to it depending on the HP of the unit. If it survives, it will recharge and can go again. If it survives, the unit it reses will be full HP. If it doesn't, it'll be a partial res.
The battle against Mordor, though, is a little bit sad.
Yep. And perk 3 now is a massive
That monkey's going to kill the sniper.
Yep.
That was
pretty
pretty
big. Out of the pocket is, that bounty sniper.
And he knows it.
Right. Zip. Tombstone available after the next card. So the Tombstone now is timer based as well, so that's quite a big change because it doesn't restrict your deck building like it used to.
And for the record, not just timer based, but timer after the last Tombstone has died based.
That's a good point. Right, Bree Boomer's going to get some extra value here.
If he plays that correctly, does
He's going to try to keep it alive, and he does. Nicely done.
Not sure if it was worth it.
Assassin!
He got a rest on the Xinglong. And he has the next rest ready, which is going to be Xinglong.
Ghost is not ideal.
That Ghost, that is not what you want there.
That's just bounty sniper food. He's going to get out of range though. That's kind of annoying when the sniper locks on and then it has to re-aggro it. Yeah. Kill it in the end.
It goes... Oh, 10 times. Oh, that actually got him an extra XP. He's still slightly behind in XP though, Mordor. Ah, but the propeller ward, it's...
Jing getting massive value again.
Like, I don't like... I feel
Poison.
like Mars should just accept that propeller ward should be used defensively or not at all.
Yeah, it's, once it gets into the other side, it's going to get shredded by Mordor and the Jing.
Oh, this is actually also
The
good,
assassin
yeah,
at the bottom
yeah.
there needs something to deal with it. He doesn't want the assassin to spank that monkey. What's coming out? Okay, you got kind of lucky with what came out there. Jolo rares. Spirited, hasted Jolo from that perk 2. Bounty Sniper doing a good job.
And it died, thank god. Oh, decent swap.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, good save there.
Musketeer, yeah.
Oh, was the save?
No. It's gonna res though. Is it gonna res? Oh,
Oh
no.
no.
I don't understand that. He could have got that bounty sniper to res.
Yeah, and with bounce snap you don't really care about the health.
Yeah. It was, Tombstone was about to die, but I think he could have resed. He tried to save it, and in the end didn't get the res and didn't save it.
Yeah. Sometimes saving is saving a unit with Mordor is not doing anything at all. Like I don't like this bounty, this scat one.
Mordor just stomps through it. Don't get too much value.
The
Beam
Sip
coming in the
Separator
pocket.
doesn't work, but Assassin is also good against Sippy.
Right, Tombstone's up. Fly by. What's coming out of the box,
Mordor?
and is it going to have a bad time?
Ah!
Pretty much. Okay. He does a good job to save that because I think the sentry was going to turn around and kill it.
Yeah, but
twice.
that meant that the YOLO didn't get rest. So, you know, he could have just let the Reboomer die and get a YOLO.
Yeah. Right. Reboomer spawns again.
Like these propeller wards are just a waste. Stop playing it.
Reboomer goes down again. Right. Perk 3 for both teams. We'll see the big tombstone, the sepulcher, I think it's called. Definitely know that pronunciation.
Marsh is still ahead in XP though. There is a chance he wins it in mana fence.
Maybe, but we know Mordor's very strong in the late game. Doesn't kill the Reboomer
True.
there. That could be
But
massive.
so is King Puff, right?
Okay, there's the beam. Doesn't hold the bridge.
Does he know about the? Oh
Control.
no!
Okay.
He messed up with the assassin coming in.
Okay, there's the big tombstone, but like he's got everything at the bottom. There's nothing at the top. There's nothing to juggle. The assassin's going to clear. Right, okay. Oh. There we see the big perk 3 tombstone. There's the potential for a puff res, but he knew that was going to die, so that's fine. Here we go. I mean, that's really good to
At
get
least
through.
they're good against YOLO,
Yeah, they
but
get through Jolo very quickly. They're going to do some damage to the tombstone.
yeah,
He's thinking about beaming
still
it.
don't
Probably
like
not
it.
the best thing. He is ahead on XP at the moment. Poison, but it's going to res.
that's a res.
But does he
Does
do that because he
prevent
thinks I'd
monkey
rather...
res.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Let me...
Ooh, and he wasn't in time there to survive the the bounty there.
Marsh ahead on XP. Remember, he's 2 games to down.
quite
2-0 down,
big
so he's
now.
coming back. There's going to be a beam to clear.
Yeah, is he gonna kill him before he even gets to mana fancy? No. But he will get to mana fancy first and will win this game.
Watch out, everybody.
Hey,
Mo's got mana
that's
frenzy.
prediction. We've seen Mordor do some crazy late game things. What is he going
Yeah,
to
but
do?
King Puff.
Now, King Puff could
I
be
mean,
too
it
much
is
here.
Mordor, of course. Mordor is actually really good against the Night Buff. I just realized that. I forgot about
Yeah,
that.
2 stomps to kill them now. 2 HP and a shield they have.
On the other hand, we are talking about
Oh, the beam though. Oh.
yeah, just completely shutting down Mordor there, and that Battle Monkey is on phase.
Okay, Marsh is back in this. Both players have played and won with King Puff.
But now he cannot play King Puff anymore, and King Puff clearly the strongest master in the tournament. Really didn't expect King Puff to be played this much.
Right, and Mordor just not strong enough. Once you've got the beam and you just kill something on the tombstone, suddenly you get massive value from that beam. Okay, Marsh has the comeback started. And again, we saw the Zip Zappinator. A card we've seen so much today, whether it's being banned, whether it's being played. Same with the Zealots.
I'm still really surprised that he managed to win despite the Scrat Horde, the Propeller Horde.
Yeah, they were often doing very little.
Like, unless he had a hand that he couldn't play anything else, I feel like they cannot have been worth it. I couldn't see his hand, but it just felt wrong. Like, I can see how they fit in the deck, but against the Mordar, especially a Mordar with Xinglong, it's like, eh.
Yeah. I mean, at some point you've got to use them to defend, and then eventually they're just going to end up going over the other side and getting murdered.
Like, for defending, all they can be super powerful.
Okay. So good to see Mordar, but a shame. I mean, we don't see Mordar too much in tournaments. Maybe now we'll see more, but we haven't seen too much of him today at all. That's the first time.
I mean, the problem that I feel like is the Mordars that I've seen that are strong are the blue golem ones.
Yeah. Yes.
And the Ritual Servitude ones in 2v2. I haven't, the mid-range hasn't gotten as strong as I feel like we would have liked it to be.
Yeah, when there's only one tombstone, it's often, if you've got a stun, then it's easier to shut that down at perk 3 compared to the 2 separate tombstones that they sometimes they would have had in the past. So sometimes it can be hard countered by a shock rock.
I mean, part of the problem is probably that I don't play shock rock or chain lightning, so that makes Mordar a hell of a lot harder to fight. I don't like that interaction of a stun stopping an entire Masters mechanic, you know?
Yeah. But it's interesting. It makes people have to play it. I mean, it's easy. The thing now with the stun is it's even easier to prevent the reses than it was before the change because it resets the cooldown. Tibbs is wondering why Mordar's auto attack didn't get changed.
Because that would have been a hell of a lot more work, and we do kind of have been talking about changing an attack, but it takes a decently large amount of work and iterations, and we wanted to do something now, so we want to try this. But yeah, the attack is on the list of things.
I mean, the attack is one that it kind of defines. It separates Mordar from other masters, right? So, like, if you're going to change it, would you keep some part of it? Like maybe the AoE.
Sorry, what?
Like you're talking about changing his attack. Would you keep the essence of his attack, the wide?
Yeah,
AoE?
unsure. Like that. That's the problem is that his attack is so extremely binary, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And there is also the big difference in his attack in 1v1 and 2v2.
Yeah.
So I'm unsure.
I always wondered if he should have like 2 forms of the attack. Like if there's one target, he does like a single target attack, and if there's multiple targets, then he switches to his AoE attack or something. Because it's how he performs against few big things that makes him weak in solos at times.
Diona versus APAP.
Right. Reboomer, that's another card we're seeing a lot of recently. Page Prowler.
Also a card we see a lot.
Yeah, we see a lot more than previous for whatever reason.
That's an assassin, I'm assuming.
Nice stun though.
Oh, good catch!
Good, clears everything there.
But YOLO, of course, always being there to be. I should not finish that sentence.
Yeah, but that was a great stun though. That changed the interaction
What?
at the bottom.
Huh? Oh, that's an interesting play, but not very good.
I feel like Impetus is one of those cards that you can do awesome things with, but I feel like people often force playing it and they don't really get value out of it.
I feel like Memfisto wanted to put YOLO in there as well, but missed YOLO.
Maybe.
Because YOLO would have died because of the stun, you know?
I was using Impetus the other day and I did some god-awful ones.
I mean, it's a little bit like Bladestar, where Bladestar, like one time you kill an entire Troubadour and the other 4 times you miss everything.
Yeah.
And it's like, is the card good or is the card horrible? You know?
It's a real fun skill expression card, but this is a scary looking push. It's going to have to deal with... Okay. See, like the Impetus there, it didn't really...
Yeah.
It didn't kill anything.
No, it did nothing. It did absolutely nothing. That was a brilliant waste of mana. And if he was a Stormring, it would have done something, you know. But at the other hand, you get plays like this, but then you have a play where it just wins you the game, you know?
Yeah. Right, perk 2, Ruffles is in play.
That's a nasty push at bottom with a Cage Prowler and a trap ready.
Yep. There goes Ruffles to get some XP. The yellow vial is XP, the purple one is mana, and the green one is health. Right. So Reboomer goes down.
And good luck if you got it.
Hey, Marshall's...
Here again, like what was that? I've not seen a good Impetus Blast yet.
An attempt was made. Stint's gonna... You're gonna grab the top bridge with Stint? No? Okay, he's holding that Stint for some other occasion. Right, slight XP lead from Memfisto at the moment. 2 games to 1
and
up
he got
overall.
a heal, making the health difference fairly big.
Right, he's gonna use his shield here to make the Boomer pop. Needs to get on it and kill it. Okay,
Ooh,
the
the taunt was
trap.
too slow.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he didn't have the mana. I mean, if he did, then I think he could have played that a
No, I
little
think he
earlier,
had.
because we knew what was coming.
I think he had the mana. Did he not? I don't get the mana. There's an assassin again.
The reboomer with Diona can be disgusting. You just keep it alive with those traps, and then it just gets so much value. Boom. It's going to pop again here. Marines support it. More XP coming from Ruffles.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting close to perk 3. Perk 3, yeah, Diona. Not quite as strong as perk 3 APAP though.
No.
But still very dangerous.
I mean, sometimes you see the Cage Prowler just get constantly shut down by the Diona traps, but of course, no traps for APAP. So the Prowler spawning each time, you're getting 5 mana Prowler for 3 mana, you just have to wait a little bit. Here comes the push, supported by the Taunt trap and the Damage trap.
I mean, both players also playing defensive. Defensive being all around and is really strong.
Assassin's just going to have a bad time again against the Reboomer.
I mean, XP difference still roughly 10, like 12. But, I mean, APAP has perk 3 now, and Diona has been able to really walk away with the perk, with the short time that Diona had perk 3 and APAP did not.
Yeah, oh, there's the trap! The Reboomer!
Oh,
Windthron's going to scream somewhere! Yeah,
also, Memfisto has decided to not play Impetus Blast anymore, I feel like, which is a good choice.
Yeah, things are not working.
And that's Impetus Blast.
There it
Okay,
is.
that's fair. That was just the kill. That was not the move part of it.
Hey, Memfisto really in control of this one. 2 games to 1 up, looking to get into the grand final.
Yeah,
Closing
and
this
almost,
game out.
like, Marsh is just almost dead already.
Yeah, the Reboomer's really hard for him to deal with. Ruffles going for a hill for Memfisto, already almost at full HP.
What you're gonna see is once the totem is gone, Memfisto probably just gonna play both the traps.
Yeah, the traps give you great flexibility to put pressure on face.
Now, APAP is actually the master that can defend against that the best, but not enough.
What was the MVP there? You think the Reboomer?
Well, it wasn't Impetus Blast, I can tell you that.
Yeah. Okay, but yeah, I spoke about that with the way you can support the Reboomer with the traps. It looked like he tried to do it, messed it up a little bit earlier on, but that second one was...
We know that Memfisto is
Chef's
good enough
kiss.
to be able to do it, so it's a little bit surprising, but this match was not the match for Impetus Blast showing off.
No.
I think that that the Defenso chopper with Reboomer push with the traps was definitely MVP, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, often you see these cards pushing together, and that they kind of help each other. They cover each other's weaknesses, and like together they are stronger than the sum of their parts. Okay, That's the first semi-final. Guess what's next? The second semi-final. Okay, so Memfisto's in the grand final, but who is going to face him?
Well, probably someone that either banned R3KT or APEP.
So we're going to have Dark Crow.
What the hell? Bannerman is banned.
Against Ficus. So let's get this set up for you guys.
Okay, so Dark Crow decided to ban APEP, Walking Blind Date, and Amun. Dark Crow really does not want those Amun pushes. He has been paying attention to what happened with Destroy.
Yeah.
I mean, that almost certainly has to be because of that. And Ficus banned R3KT, Bannerman, and Beam of Doom. So that sounds a lot like Ficus wants to do the big push again.
Mm-hmm.
And Darko is already kind of ready with it by banning Amun. Let's see if he also decks against it.
Right, so let me just go through this. Dark Crow banning APEP. Herald. Herald Almoon, there it is. Walking Blind Date, we see that a lot, of course, with its bridge grab potential.
Yes, Walking Blind Date, very strong.
And Wrecked banning Bannerman. Sorry, not Wrecked. Ficus banning Bannerman and Beam of Doom. So I think we saw earlier how Beam of Doom was banned, and then they ran some big, thick boys, people, minions. So we may see that again. Now the question is, if Dark Crow's not able to run the Beam of Doom, what does he run in its place?
Magma Storm.
Does he put in another heavy spell? Does he tech his units into being able to deal with big boys more often, more efficiently? Okay, so Dark Crow against Ficus.
I mean, I would not be against playing a Magma Storm against this. Just be like, okay, I'm just gonna destroy whatever minions you put together.
Mm-hmm.
But Ficus might anticipate that and put a black hole in.
Yeah.
To really just go for the counter.
Counter. Okay, we are ready here. Looks like the players are almost ready. We got the bands in. No APEP for Ficus, no Wrecked for Dark Crow. All other masters are available, but of course, once they've won with them, the conquest rules state that you cannot win. You cannot play a master after you've won with it. JMO, let's try to stay respectful, shall we?
I did also just see that comment.
Senor Ganador, thanks so much for your follow. If you think these players are horrible, well, you should be in the event beating them.
Mm-hmm. To be fair, those Impetus Blast were kind of horrible. I will give him that. So Ficus playing R3KT, the master that he bans. He really thinks R3KT is strong, and he is. Darko having the Propeller Horde, which is rough against R3KT.
Yeah, for sure. Those shadow clones, pop, pop, pop.
Not just that,
again.
R3KT also has a quick attack, right? So it's like double counter. A little bit surprised he didn't play that a little bit further forward so that you hit face with it as well.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel about that? Because it's like 5 mana for 3 mana.
Yeah, it's not worth it. Just straight not worth it.
He's just not really wanting to play anything here. He's burning mana like it's going out of fashion.
Ooh.
Oh, I think the AFK bot may have just actually popped in for him.
Please tell me that this is not something that happened during real life.
I'm not sure, but I got the message on the other screen that the AFK bot was active.
Oh, you see that as a spectator?
Yep.
Oh, did not know that. But this is a little bit concerning. Oh Jesus!
Thick hide, please. Okay, Thick hide kept him alive then. But like,
yeah, but the
no
fact that that
from
play was made. Do you know if it's still the AFK bot? No, right?
I have no idea.
I mean, that was a good dodge that R3KT did, so I'm assuming Ficus is back in control.
mean, we've
Oh
had
damn, he's playing Gorak Gate.
we've had some situations in the past where he's had some flaky internet. So
Yeah, which is understandable considering the situation.
yeah, from Ukraine, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So that may or may not have happened, but let's see how this progresses.
Yeah, I mean he
Next piece
he
about
isn't
equal.
punished too hard for it. It's fairly equal.
Earthfall, not a card we see too often. Would have loved to have been able to shut that down, but to Prowler down with that. Gonna take some face damage, Dark Crow. He's kept the
Okay,
Prowler
that is a
alive.
better. Was that on the clone? I'm assuming so, right? Yeah.
Some good face
And
damage.
then Cleaver
Oh, Scotty
always
gets
nice to play.
bazookaed.
YOLO also doing work at the same time though. But oh no, the bazooka scan, what? I hadn't even seen the bazooka scan. And Cleaver
Yes.
going to face.
Bazooka Strike got a lot of value. Shot something that was taunting at some point, I think.
And jump? No. Alright. Are those real or fake? Oh, those are real. Okay. This is a rough push to deal with, but I mean Defensor is really good against this push.
Yeah, defense is going to shut almost everything down. Darkrai has taken a lot of HP damage though.
Yeah, and
Again, Ficus shutting that
Ficus
down.
really, perhaps Ficus just feels like he doesn't have the right cards to deal with the
Yeah,
power.
I mean, if you look at his hand, he really doesn't.
I can't see his hand, so I can't judge on that.
Yeah. Here's a Gorex Gate, a Bazooka Scrap.
Memfisto flooding a little bit of mana there.
Right, here comes the push again. We saw how difficult it was. The Scritillery
Yeah,
to take
Scott
out-
dealing damage though.
Yeah, Scotty goes down, but does Scotty get back up? Berserker Rage, Urclaw, Defenso. Right, Scotty's still going. Both players taking massive face damage. Scotty's still going. 48
Oh,
HP.
and he has Chain Lightning. Darko wins.
Okay, we're not
That
sure what
sort of
happened.
came out of nowhere. I kinda had ignored Scott because I thought Scott will die once he started crying.
Scotty sat down, but there wasn't really much DPS to shut it down, and Scotty got back up, I think. Scotty does know. Okay, Darkrai takes that. We're not sure if Ficus had an internet moment at the start there. At least he had the AFK bot to help him. Probably kind of played similar to how he would want to with the Urclaw in the pocket, but definitely wasted a lot of mana getting up to that point. Damn. Okay, Darkrai hits first. But KP is no longer available for Darkrai. Mickey says, Ficus has a deck that is optimized for the AFK bot. AFK tournament when?
Yeah, I do hope that that didn't ruin it too much for him.
Definitely didn't help. He got off to kind of a rough start. But I kind of played how he wanted to, I think. But he just burnt a lot of mana. But he came back.
Yeah, and he didn't say anything, so I'm assuming it wasn't something that happened in real life that we need to worry about.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Morelia against Wrecked again.
R3KT. And it makes sense that Ficus goes for R3KT. I mean, that was a fairly close game and it wasn't R3KT
Yep.
why he lost, you know.
Looks like he's going to play the same deck again.
Also, look at the spells of Darkrai.
Yeah.
Daggerfall doesn't even work with the perk, right? You need 4+.
Correct. Does he have another one?
That is, yeah.
Kernaf we're
Just
seeing
as
quite a
dead.
lot of, I think.
Are we? I mean, makes sense.
Not
there are
today,
lots
but
of
I think
spells.
in general on the last one.
I mean, spells are very popular at the moment. Is that turning into fusion? Why would
Yeah.
you do that? Is that worth it? It's not worth it, right?
That's not
Well,
what.
that.
I mean, the Scritillery is, but the gate wasn't.
Yeah. If he had hit that one whelp as well, so that he didn't had to throw the dagger, that would have been amazing.
Mhm.
But
Look
look
at
at
the
the
XP to
XP
start.
difference. Look at the HP
Massive.
difference. It's just completely in Darkrow's favor at the moment.
I think Darkrai has more than 3 spells.
Yeah, he has 4 spells. He has Daggerfall, Chain Lightning, Scatillery, and Restless Death.
Yep. That's a lot
But
of
only
spells
3 of
for a
them are
Morelia
4+.
deck.
Oh yeah. You can really see that she's the sister of Midoween.
Right, here we go again. Cleaver. Chain. The chain's going to get some juicy value. There's the knockback. Doesn't really achieve
Sorry,
too much,
Memfisto. Yeah, I mean, the XP difference is just too big, and how's Ficus gonna deal with a push like this? Like Daggerfall is gonna mess that up so hard, like boom. Just like boom.
Feels like it's over. This Urclaw deck seems...
Yeah, this is so over. Yeah, I'm not sure about the Urclaw. Especially not why change the Urclaw into a Cleaver? Like, why play Urclaw then? They don't get it.
Okay, a pretty quick 2-0 there.
Like, Urclaw has his strength in the second phase of him, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why let him get to the second phase and then change him into a Cleaver?
I don't know, maybe awkward cycle, maybe stuff that he wanted to sacrifice died instead. Just...
Yeah, then don't sacrifice anything. I don't get it.
Right. Dark Crow 2-0 up. Morelia and KP have come and gone. Is Ficus going to stick? Ficus has got to change deck, right? That's just not worked at all.
Yeah, I don't like the Urclaw sacrifice deck. Especially if you don't have a way to protect the thing that you're sacrificing, you know. Like have a Bannerman in there or something so that you can defend against spells.
And even when the sacrifice got off, it didn't do anything.
No. Like the cleavers from Darkro were a lot more efficient.
Yeah. Well, Strategia says, why the name FDM? I asked this question earlier, and FDM will tell you in no less than 30 minutes the overall description time.
Well, a long time ago, in a time before Minion Masters and a time before BetaDwarf, there was a little boy, age 6 or 7 or something like that, I don't know.
In Holland,
I don't
right?
remember that far back. Yeah, in the Netherlands. It's called the Netherlands. Not Holland. I mean, it was in Holland as well, actually, but that's not the point. But the game has started, so the rest will come later.
Okay.
Masters, get
Edge in that story.
Oh, that is a lot of shroom stuff.
Right, here we go. Are we going to see
we haven't seen
Darwin?
Foco. We haven't seen Foco yet today, right?
No.
Is there another master we haven't seen yet today?
Don't ask me that.
I just asked you that.
Don't ask you not to.
Yeah, too late. I already did. No answer.
Because it's burning mana like a
Not
mana
again.
Burner. Yeah, this is... Yeah, AFK bots kicked in again.
I mean, this cannot be intentional, right? This has to be something on his side going wrong.
I mean, you see people complain on the Steam forums about the bot kicking in because they want to try and do something, but like, there's very
you can disable it.
Yeah, I know you can disable it, but also there's very rarely.
Oh, the
burning that
Rampant
much
boat
mana
though was
is-
nasty.
Like burning that much.
Like the
mana is-
Prowler is somehow still alive.
Oh no, the healer!
Oh, and it's not dead.
Oh no, the healer! This is... Yeah, not going
And the
well.
next res. Is he gonna get the res?
No.
Yeah, new Prowler!
One
And it
HP.
actually matters. Oh, that's unbelievable. Oh, at least he's gonna die there. Hi, Big Tron.
Right.
At least that you, the
Has the
Marquez
comeback
took
started?
against,
Needs Mardred to execute everything here. Okay, there's one execute. Probably would have preferred not to send that statue back, but... Okay, now we got the healer out. Is he going to get a
Yeah.
death ball?
but the
Yes, yes,
stuns.
Yeah, the stuns.
Darkro has so many stuns. Like, this doesn't work again. He got counter-decked.
Oh, the counter stun. Mardred's still alive though. Can't see how much HP that statue's got, but he's got to be almost dead. There it goes. Healer's still alive. Mardred getting healed fairly
Wait,
decently.
what happened? Okay, she doesn't heal when frozen, right?
don't think so, no. Statue.
Mardred again.
Mardred getting
doing
huge
this.
value.
Yeah, and he's also gonna get that statue.
Statue
So much
goes.
value. Ficus might actually win despite all the stuns.
Monkey's gonna
This
die
is a
real
nasty
soon here.
push,
There's
but-
the stun.
Like, does he have enough stuns to do
Mardred.
it? Oh,
Oh,
Mardred
might-
being a beast once again. Nice shock rock and the hits. Mardred just hitting face like there is. Oh, okay, dying. Never mind.
excuse me. Right. Those circles
In the
are
meantime,
massive on the Jade.
Decent damage on Ficus as well.
Yep. It looked
And
like
that's
he got
gonna be a
himself
rest.
back in it, but
And
the
that's gonna be a
statue-
rest without taunt. So that's,
Yep.
yeah.
Right, here comes the Mardred.
Mardred being ready for next.
Oh,
But that is perk 3 for Mordar. Mordar is just so far ahead XP wise. Oh, and the frozen coming in, but the fear still happening. Oh,
That
the
whelp's
frozen
getting-
did not stop the execute.
That whelp's getting massive value. By okay, Jing is a little bit far back at the moment. The chain lightning
Jing is
takes
a
out the
little bit
Jing.
dead.
Oh, this death ball's kind of disgusting. Does the healer survive? No. Okay, that's really important.
But the heal buff might survive. And the shield buff might survive. I mean, not that that's very good against the Mordar, to be honest, but not really the point.
See that whelp's gonna just keep shredding. Like this
Yeah.
statue's not gonna last very long at all. Oh.
No, it's still dead. Like, frozen doesn't stop that apparently. Good
Stuns
cancel on all of
everywhere,
that
but-
stuff.
Ficus getting a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but that one is also dead. Bum. That one is dead.
Oh,
Oh, no,
Mardred.
no, it died in
Two
time.
statues out,
Yeah,
and a big
the
golem,
blue
and a
golem.
healer, and the
Yeah,
puffs.
this has to be dead. This
Those
has to
whelps
right?
shredding that statue at the top as well.
The
There's
living
no way Dark
statues
Ray
are
holds
just
this.
so much.
Ficus is back in this.
Yeah.
And again we see Mordor not
I can't believe
succeeding.
Mardred was a good card.
Wow. That was again seemed like a disconnection, AFK, something at the start there. Was that just the AFK bot dominating?
I mean, AFK bot better than Dark Crow, confirmed.
Wow, okay. I can't assume that the AFK bot was in control of that.
No,
entire
he
game.
must have taken control again. What I'm thinking is that Ficus is having long load times and the game starts before he gets in.
Yeah, potentially.
Something like that? I don't know. Is that
I mean, it's
possible? I'm not
been
sure.
at the start of the game, but then going forward, it's been seeming okay.
Yeah, because these
Okay.
are not bot plays. Like, no way.
He needs to play an impatient deck.
He needs to get a faster computer.
Right. Okay, so Ficus back, and the power of Mardred there. The healer just staying alive long enough
Really
at the top.
surprising.
Yeah.
And a little bit of bug abuse. I think we should change it so that Mardred, when he gets frozen, stops his execute.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's kind of weird, right?
I mean, if he's not able to attack, he shouldn't be able to
Yeah.
execute, right?
That's what I'm thinking as well. And it's when he gets stunned, he stops, right? Right?
Yes.
Right? I don't see Mardred enough to be sure.
I think so.
It should,
a
but
lot of the
whether it
times you
does-
hear the execute sound, but it doesn't go through because it's been interrupted by something. Well, okay. And we didn't even get to perk 3 Volker. We didn't even get a Berserker Raged Mardred.
I mean, I was about to say, I think we got to perk 3 just about as it ended.
Mm-hmm. Because
So you're
know,
once
I
again
said
spreading
about
lies.
I said about how I played a guy with Mordar and all the big golems yesterday. I was thinking about what would be good against.
I
that.
mean,
I was thinking Mardred could.
Apparently, all the blue golems and Mardred.
Yes.
I think blue golem is just really strong at the moment.
Mardred doing a great job there with the execute. It's just not only it's the execute destroying the unit, the fact it fears everything else away can really help you out. Sometimes not so much so when it, because you know you just want it there. Let me kill it. Come here. You know we've seen it in the past where people have like a vortex and they'll fear and then they'll pull everything back and everything will just get absolutely shredded.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Oh, next game.
Right. 2-1. Always nice to see Mardred. A card we don't see too often, but getting a lot of value that time.
Play cards.
Right, we got a ping for the Shroom. Mardred, one of those cards that, you know, it can be incredible, but depending on what you come against, maybe not so. So it's kind of a bit of hit and miss, right?
We do see a blue golem.
That is correct.
Unholy Ground, of course, a card that has a big change in the PTR.
Nice stun. The Cleaver really doesn't trade very well though against the blue golem.
Especially not when he gets
Well,
close.
he gets another hit off though. That's nice though.
It's nice, but
Massive heal
this is
coming though.
also-
Boom, boom, boom. That's
yeah.
a heal of what's it? 75 each now. So that's a 300 heal.
yeah.
Oh,
good.
It's a good taunt. It's faster than
Yeah.
the golem, so the golem doesn't follow it onto the bridge.
And YOLO was lucky enough to get no deadly hits. Blocking every single one of those column pummels.
Okay, Battle Monkey's going to clear this up. The Battle Monkey's going to get aggroed up to the top and clear those skellies up. Defenso will shred the bottom.
To be fair, you kind of would like Defensor against the battle.
Yep. Okay. Defenso gets snapped in half by the golem.
Cleaver will also work, of course. Although Cleaver kind of sucks against blue golems, I'm a little bit surprised by that placement.
Yeah.
Why
Looks like the Cleaver's going to go at the top. He wants to make sure it aggroes
Yeah,
off.
which is better. I'm just not entirely sure why he placed it in a way where it would have gone bottom if the golem wasn't there. Felt like he was trying to get it bottom. I'm not sure.
Okay.
YOLO
That's the
still being a
taunt.
bit of a beast.
Hypnotize. Or the assassin. Oh, that's kind of lucky. The assassin a nice.
That worked out
target.
really well for him.
Yeah. This golem's almost
Okay,
dead,
yeah.
which is nice. But the Defenso's not great against those single target big units.
No, it's not good against Cleaver, it's not against,
Yeah,
good
we
against
see a lot
golem.
of people using the Defenso against the Cleaver, and it's not a
I
good.
don't understand that, it's so bad. Like, it's a
If
trade
you
to
have
win,
to-
and like, it's just horrible.
Yeah.
Like, you don't actually defend. The Cleaver is still coming for you.
The Defenso takes massive damage. The Cleaver attacks more quickly. The stun lasts longer than his cooldown, and it resets his attack.
Shorter.
Sure. Right. Here
God damn it, fishy.
comes the chain. See, like the Cleaver gets a great hit there, though. Okay, if he clears this golem, that could be massive. Big push
He did
now.
clear both golems.
Yeah. Cleaver still alive. Okay, not anymore.
He's
but-
also slightly ahead in XP, but he has half the HP that Ficus has, so it's definitely dangerous for Darkro.
Okay, so the Defenso's a fine counter there. Little unfortunate that the first Skelly from the Unholy Ground wasn't on the bridge, but these things happen.
I mean, I dislike that it's being used as it is anyway, so I'm fine with that.
Right, Bounty Sniper. Could be really important, especially if he can keep it alive. Okay.
Oh, if that had missed, that would have been
thought it
really
was
sad.
gonna- yeah, I thought. For a
Oh,
moment.
hear your voices being beamed into existence.
Right, here we go. Stun. I don't know if the stun wanted to go down the bottom or the top. I mean, the Cleaver's...
Yeah.
Okay. He needs to
Does he
deal
have
with it,
a
though.
small minion? No? Oh, then that was painful. And there's the next Arcane Golem. Is that one also gonna die?
Oh,
to
that
it? No.
Cleaver.
That was close though.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Feels like-
Darkro has a massive XP lead right now. 35, 6.
Feels like the golem, the blue golem, when it gets to Dark Crow's side or on the bridge, it's almost always almost dead.
Yeah.
So he doesn't
Like
need to
this
worry
deck
about
seems
it.
to have a much easier time dealing with the blue golem. The YOLOs are a big part of that. And here having good tanks so that the shield cup might not tank.
Oh, that shield guard getting unlucky, but it kills it. Okay, look at the XP lead for Dark Crow though. He's so far ahead.
Yeah. He increased it further. Now it's almost
Yeah.
50.
I mean, he's a long way ahead, and he doesn't
45.
feel like he's in any sort of danger, right? chain. Doesn't quite get everything, but does enough.
The golem quite dead. Good
Yeah.
use of the Kurna.
Yeah, but the Unholy Grace.
Is it gonna kill it in time?
Well, I think he tried to heal it,
Wait.
but there were no shrooms.
Was that it or was it soul? That was rampant growth, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because
get
that
into
looked
this-
really weird because like in the big circle nothing happened.
Yeah, you get into this awkward situation where if you haven't used your rampant growth, then the shrooms disappear, and then you've just got this dead card in your hand.
Yeah, or if you use the rampant growth room by picking it up with something, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that
Golem just
was
explodes.
painful.
This is
Like
mana frenzy. for
Dark
Dark
Hole
Road.
mana frenzy, yeah. And the Ficus is only on 150. This is such a big
Yeah.
gap. There's no way Ficus can survive.
No way.
And what does that mean for our final?
It means Dark Crow's going to be in there
Yeah, against?
against Memfisto.
Woo.
Wow. And
Yeah.
again, we see the Cleaver. A card that has been...
Yes. And even against the deck with Blue Golem, where Cleaver is bad against.
Okay. The Cleaver Resurgence. Right, that's it. Dark Crow has booked his place into the grand final against Memfisto. I need to pee quickly, and then we'll get set up for the grand final. BRB.
Can you believe it? The fish having to go to the toilet. Diva, can you come here? If Fishy isn't here, I need some other animal. Do you want snack? This is the stream now, people. Okay. Ooh, such a good girl. Okay. Now, how close can you do that to the camera, huh? Can you get that? Want to do it here? Okay. Ooh. And this is why you're a big chunk. You're so cute to give snacks to. So yeah, this is a cat stream now, people. It's no longer Minion Masters. It's sorry about that.
Oh yeah, back
That's
to
what
the
you
name
get when
story.
the fish
Did you
goes
finish
away.
the name story?
What? Oh no. I was showing off cat.
So we got to a little boy in the Netherlands.
Oh yeah. So 6 or 7 years old, right? That's where we were.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then I'll put the camera back up. 6 or 7 years old, and I had to get a name for a video game. So I had the brilliant idea of calling myself a master, Frank de Meester, which means Frank the Master. And then now, decades later, I'm still stuck with it. Because that's just the name I use.
Nice.
Brilliant, I know. Everyone was so excited about
What
that.
a story.
Yeah.
Riveted. That'll go down.
I mean, it was such a good story that books will be written about it, wars will be fought about the ending. I mean, it's basically the start of the apocalypse already.
Yikes. Okay, grand final. Dark Crow, Memfisto. Dark Crow is the reigning champion. Memfisto, a previous champion. Not sure which one he won. Or if there were more.
Well, KPI 3 at least.
Yes,
Because he used the skin, remember?
he does have his skin in the game.
So
I
he has
think-
definitely won that.
I think it's him, Cat, and Set that have the skins in the game. Right, so let's get set up here for the grand final. Once we've got the bands in, we shall
Yeah,
share
this
them
is-
for you.
Yeah, wasn't it Rush second that won the first one before we started doing the stream? The skins?
Maybe.
And Memfisto won KPI 2 and 3. And then Cat won KPI 4. And then Set won where is that skin? Then Set won the SPI one.
Right. There's a giveaway running if you want to get in. You can do. We're awaiting the bands. Right,
Oh,
the bands are there.
did we already get? We already got them.
Yep. Let me just.
Oh, and they're interesting actually, because we're not gonna see an R3KT. It's just no R3KT. But Darkro banned Jinglong and City Watch. Jinglong, of course, being extremely strong with the juggling, and City Watch being extremely strong at the moment with the bridge changes, and even before that, just having that constant stream of Legionnaires and crossbow dudes. And then Memfisto banned a shield card Avea, which apparently is really strong, even though I haven't seen it yet, and Chain Lightning, which we know is one of the most popular spells at the moment, and also one of the strongest.
Okay, wrecked. Jinglong.
It is kind of interesting how no one has played Avea the times it wasn't banned.
Yep. Makes you wonder if people were thinking about playing it and then it got banned and they didn't, or if it was just not on the cards. Right, Shield, Captain Avea, and Chain. No, Chain Gang, Chain Lightning. There we go. Boom. Right. So, just to reiterate, both players have banned Wrecked, so no Wrecked. Darkro banning the Jinglong Juggle strat and City Watch. And Avea and Chain Lightning being banned by Memfisto. Okay. 9 kilos. Seems substantial.
I think she's that. I haven't weighed her in a while. Might
Is
be
that
8.5,
human
I
kilos or
don't know.
cat kilos? Right, Darkro against Memfisto. Let's do a ping. Big chunk.
Mm-hmm. I
Okay.
mean, 12 kilos is one hell of a big chunk.
Yeah, for sure. Right, so if you just joined us, this is Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf's Knight's Duel number 22, and we are at the grand final stage. It's going to be Darkro against Memfisto.
And it's gonna be a good game, I hope.
For sure. Right, Darkro, as mentioned before, reigning champion, Memfisto, previous champion. Both of these very, very good players. But who is going to come out on top? We don't know that yet. We've got the bans. Let me just say ready. So Avea's been catching a lot of bans today. So has Wrecked. City Watch not so much. Chain Lightning not so much. But we have seen Chain Lightning a lot. So a fair ban. There is, I think, a prediction going on. So if you want to predict with channel points, if I started it correctly. Did I start it? No, I didn't start it yet. God damn it, there was an extra screen. Okay, there is a prediction starting now. My bad. Are you sure you want to start it? Yes. Are you really sure? Yes! Marsh says, I hope both will lose because they both beat him. Well,
that's one way to look at it.
We're not sure what's going to happen, but that is very unlikely.
I mean, you'll be happy about one of the two.
Okay, channel points coming in. Darkrow's got 90% of them so far, but more people voting for Memfisto, just not either channel point rich enough or not sure enough. Mickey thinks Acer's got this. Okay, welcome to 2017. So this should be open for about 5 minutes. People assume it's going to get banned would be my guess. Maybe. Okay. So it looks like Darkrow's ready, Memfisto's ready, I'm ready. Got a thumbs up from Sinobii. Sinobii, of course, running everything behind the scenes. Big thumbs up to him, keeping everything running nicely. Reminder again, the PTR is open this weekend. Public PTR. Go to the Minion Masters Discord, give yourself the PTR role, check out the changes, check out the new cards, and critically important, fill out the feedback. You don't have to test everything. Just test what you can. Give your feedback on what you can. See the upcoming changes balance-wise, and have a look at the 2 new cards. Couple of accursed cards coming up,
and they look so good.
Yeah, the artwork, the design looks awesome. We don't know anything yet about the overall theme of the next expansion. It's going to be an actual expansion, which means a new free DLC. I know everyone gets horrifically confused about that. It's really not very confusing. Every 3 months there is an expansion. The expansion comes with a free DLC. Each expansion, as mentioned, is 3 months long and comprises of 3 seasons. Each season is 1 month long. You get a free DLC with the expansion, not with each season. Each expansion is 3 months long. There's 4 expansions in a season. There's 4 free DLCs. If you want the DLC, go and claim it when it's available in the first week of the season. It doesn't automatically get added to your account. It is shown in the news, on the Discord, on the Steam, on the Reddit. It's everywhere. If you missed claiming it, I don't know what else we can do here. But that's next season.
Put an advertisement in the newspaper?
I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, right, there's only so much you can do. And yes, that is people constantly complaining on Steam about just general nonsense.
Constantly. It wasn't that one dude?
Yes, basically.
Who was calling it a scam.
Free DLC
It's like
scam.
the nicest
What?
scam ever. We scam you into getting free shit.
I know, right? I hate that. People are just...
Okay. What do we have here? This is Morelia versus APAP.
Right, Grand Tournament time. Let's get some clapping. Dark Crow Morelia, Memfisto APEP. We've seen a lot of APEP today, a lot of APEP bans, a lot of wrecked bans, a lot of Bree Boomer. We got a Cleaver again.
Interesting to see Ardent Aegis.
Interesting to see Jolo at the top when he would really like it here.
Against both of those, yes.
Also,
oh, Impetus Blast! That's how you play it. Good job,
there we
Memfisto.
go. Right.
Memfisto really wants to show that he can play it.
1 out of 6. Okay. Okay, Shield Guard does a great job there. But...
You just go.
I'm joking. That was a great one. Very nice. Right. Those flying bots can be very difficult to deal with. They're not real though. You can tell that just by the minimal amount of damage they're doing, but the big damage coming in there. Trying to keep the Boomer alive. Does it live? No. Okay, Shield Guard's going to go down, but getting some good value. Eventually it's going to... Oh, it gets to face as well. Okay.
Oh, damn. That's kind of lucky, but I mean, that also means that dragon helps a little bit there for whatever it's worth.
Right, Cleaver. I mean, keep mentioning it, but it's so unusual to see the Cleaver so much.
True, but it's also very equal at the moment.
Whoa, 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 whoa! What?
Did that YOLO just get one shot by the Cleaver because of a plasma shot before it?
I mean,
that was
must
the
have hit it.
90%.
Yep.
Yeah, but that was the 10% basically.
Starts with full dodge, but of course, every time it does dodge, it drops 10% dodge. So the first dodge is guaranteed, the second, I need 90%. So it can block a Wheel of Doom 90% of the time. Right, Impetus.
Oh, that's interesting that he wants to do that fight.
Okay. Nice use of the shielded Legionnaires.
Kinda being messed up there. I mean, I think that I agree with the thought that Memfisto had, it just didn't work out.
Mm-hmm.
With the Impetus Blast there.
I mean, you've got to try it, because it's... You've got to force your opponent to react appropriately to it, right? Again, boomers are.
A little bit of flooding, I think.
Right. Jolo! Jolo! Okay, Jolo there. How's Jolo's luck this time?
Doesn't really need luck, I guess.
Oh, God! Okay.
That's well played, actually, but I mean, not well played. I thought for some reason I thought it was Darko that did that, but I don't know what that was supposed to do. That impetus blast. Like there was already the what's her name? I always forget her name.
Ardera?
That's her name. Yeah, Ardera. Yeah.
Right, Ardera goes down. Memfisto's grabbed an XP lead at this point.
Yeah, and a fairly substantial one as well, and also a small HP. I mean, substantial 8. I guess not that substantial.
Morelia's of course going to get that Nivir at perk 3.
Ardera together with shield guard sounds pretty nasty, but he also needs to block this top push somehow.
Okay.
Oh,
nice.
that was an interesting one.
Oh, Cleaver comes in. Oh, that's not the DPS he wanted out of the box. Right, perk 3 now. Chizma's going to fear back. Going to be protected by the Reboomer, getting massive value.
Is the shield guard fast enough?
Oh, no. Okay. The Ardent Argus doesn't go off.
Ardent Aegis, right?
That's what I think. That's exactly what I said.
No, you said Ardent Aegis.
That's exactly what I said. You're saying we're saying the same thing. Needs to deal with
Also,
his Cleaver.
Darko is gonna have to defend here because how is this Elite Swarmer dealing so much face damage?
Something invisible at the top as well. Oh, it's a Mana Chaser!
Mana Chaser! That's from perk 3, perk 1.
Yep.
I hope.
It's here. We said there weren't going to be any. We lied.
I really hope that was from perk 1 because
I mean,
otherwise he's cheating.
The dragon's very healthy, but he's a long way down on XP.
Yeah. How many face spells does Memfisto have?
He's got the Iron Grenade. Got the Impetus Blast.
How much face damage does that do?
Tell me.
Darko also has healing
Yep.
if he wants to use it.
Okay, there's the Impetus Blast. Dragon has got a Spirit, so it's still fairly healthy. So this is a decent looking
does
push.
have an XP lead, but this
Can he
push
do enough
is
damage to
dangerous.
close this out? This is scary. Ardera
And
does
this blast
60
is
DPS,
really
did you know?
good.
Same as a Cleaver.
I mean, I
Oh, this
didn't
is going to
know,
be...
but-
Darko's going to win this.
Darko wins? What the fuck?
Wow.
Okay, I didn't see that coming. I'm
That-
like, what?
I mean, that was his chance to win, right?
Yeah?
If he didn't win at that point, it was over. Whew.
I can't believe that happened.
Okay. We saw some good impetus play around the Reboomer. We like that. We saw also some fairly horrific defensive play against the Reboomer. But ultimately, that perk 3 power spike does what it does best. He had to win. He was a long way down on XP. Memfisto was playing the longer game, wasn't able to close it out. He did get, Darkroad did get fairly unlucky with the Jolo at some point, but
Yeah,
I mean,
that 10%. Oh.
yeah. Sometimes you have to play it in a way to, like he could have waited for the Marine to aggro on the Ardera and then played it.
True,
to
but
guarantee
it's also if you play YOLO, you take that chance.
Yeah.
You don't get to complain about it.
Okay. So Darkrow showing the power of that perk 3, Morelia, Nirvir, the Fallen, Queen's Dragon. I've always wondered, when you've got Nirvir on the field, how does Nirvir also fly over and do the breath as well?
Oh, that's because Nirvir has a little brother called Nerfor, which will stand in if Nirvir is on the field.
Okay. That definitely doesn't sound like bullshit.
Roar!
What about this as a restriction? You can't breath whilst Nirvir's on the field.
What about this restriction? No.
Nice idea, no.
No, that's just gonna feel really awkward and clunky. Like, we'd rather have the weird visual than clunk it up like that. At least that's my opinion. I mean, perhaps that the designers go like, oh yeah, that's a great idea, let's implement it immediately.
Well,
and then I go like, oh, no, I need to implement that.
Yes!
I don't want to do that. But that's assuming that the designers actually watch the tournaments. I mean, that's your problem, not mine. They probably do. I don't know.
I hope so. Who is involved in Minion Masters and doesn't watch the tournaments?
Most of them.
Yikes.
Most of them also don't play the game, right? Like
hell?
most artists and artists and programmers do not play the game they work on.
So weird.
Like in general. I don't understand it either, but it is.
What about the balance
the norm,
team?
basically.
Does the balance team play the game?
I mean, the balance team does play the game. Would be really awkward otherwise.
I just played the lie sound effect.
Ah!
Just
Opened,
joking.
The database banned.
No. Right, we're going into the second game of the grand final. Dark Crow edging out the first one. The power of Nivea the Fallen. Just enough.
So Memfisto just decides that APAP is gonna stay.
Yeah. Only restriction is you can't play it if you've won with it. He didn't win with it. Right, Mordor! Right. Ah, we see a Cleaver as well.
Oh,
Of course we do.
and a Bearflange. We haven't seen Bearflange yet today.
No Bearvalon.
Bearflange still a great card.
Yeah, it kind of fell out of the meta a bit just because Mana Chasers and...
What? Huh? Was that worth an Impetus Blast?
I don't know, does he just want to... Okay.
Yes, he...
Okay, I mean, getting some good value from this?
Is he?
I mean, I guess... I mean, not really, I guess. That Cleaver's still pretty healthy,
Wait.
right?
Who are you talking about who's getting value?
I don't know. I thought that like the reboomer popped a few times and it seemed to be good, but like the Cleavers, the Colossus seems to just not take any damage.
The main reason why Memfisto got value out of that was because he had top bridge. Otherwise, I would have said it was in favor of Dark Crow.
Is that another trying to force the value from the Impetus? Do you think? Right. Is that Doom Cleaver going top or bottom? Top. Okay.
That's the rest. Is Snap Freeze enough to pop the reboomer? It isn't, is it? Oh, that's a pity that Cleaver both didn't get a hit.
Oh, and he doesn't get the hit as well, right?
And didn't get the kill.
Okay.
Yeah, but this is just gonna get an instant kill again, right? Like this just pop.
Oh!
Oh, the freeze!
Nice
Is
freeze,
that
something
enough?
invisible at the bottom. Oh, Cleaver's going to kill it though. Okay. This is a lot of Cleaver action. Something at the bottom.
Yeah,
though.
but
What
this is so much.
Okay, that's his
perk one.
It's his perk one. Relax. We can't stop that. Is it true that the Mana Chasers were designed based on your cats?
No, that is not true. My cats are way fluffier.
Okay. Right, Doom Cleaver.
Oh wait.
Oh, that was... Okay, I think he did that a tiny bit too early because we heard the sound effect from the Doom Cleaver, but we didn't get a hit. No good.
I'm not seeing this succeeding for Dark Crow. I'm seeing this failing for Dark Crow.
Here comes the... Yep. Another hit! Oh god, that's so much damage!
Like Memfisto has the advantage in every metric. Except for the amount of restos, I guess.
Right.
And that's an assassin with frenzy, but that's not gonna be enough, is it? Like that elite swarmer is a serious risk. An elite swarmer with slow is a risk of killing him. And he's not defending against it.
Hello? Right. He's not dead yet.
No, but how much damage do iron grenades do?
Enough! Wow, again we see a Mordor struggling.
The answer to Renzo, by the way, who asked any reason why Nearfair hits air but Rimmergau doesn't. Nearfair goes on a... Oh, okay, the next person already says it.
Oh.
Well, I'm still gonna say it.
Really got a bad back.
Nearfair stands up and sprays up and down. you know? Whereas Rimmergal stays on the ground and just sprays left and right, not up. That's why.
It's in their genes.
No, Remy just lazy.
Okay. One game all. Again, Memfisto really liking to play the Reboomer today and getting huge value out of it over
Yes,
and over
and
again.
it works. But I'm also I'm a little bit like that Mortar deck just really didn't work out, and I don't know if it was just because of Memfisto defending well against, or if it's just that it isn't expressive enough, because he didn't really try to go for the Colossus rest, right?
No.
He was fine getting the Assassin rests, I guess. And I don't like the Doom Cleaver in it.
I wonder if the fact that you can res multiple things, people pay less attention to what they're resing.
Possible.
Which...
Just that it just didn't feel like that deck really worked out. Like the Doom Cleaver never really worked out as a Doom Cleaver, right?
No, it didn't really get very many kills at all. Just got countered. Really countered.
Mm-hmm.
But that happens. Right.
It sure as hell happens.
One game all. So Memfisto taking the first game with Morelia, and Darkrow taking the first game with Morelia, and Memfisto fighting back with APEP. But of course that means APEP is now crossed off of Memfisto's available Masters list. So we remind ourselves of the bans. Remember, Wrecked, the Master, is banned for both of the players, and Darkrow banned Jinlong and City Watch, with Avea and Chain Lightning being banned by Memfisto. Do you think he would have played Chain Lightning instead of Bearavalanche in that game had he been able to in his Mordor
I mean,
deck?
likely, right?
Yeah.
Like, the Bearavalanche is more of a 2v2 card, I feel like, because of the massive AoE.
Yeah.
Whereas Chain Lightning works fine in 1v1.
Yeah.
I mean, Bearavalanche also works fine in 1v1. It's a good card, but
a lot of it's just to nullify like a Jolo or something, because the Jolo just absolutely...
Fun thing is,
murders
Bearavalanche
him.
is actually amazing against Reboomer as well, right?
Yeah.
Clearly, this was Memfisto cheating by having mana chasers through APEP.
Someone called them the other day meta chasers. Nice.
But
Right.
That's the people. That's the people that play mana chasers.
Yeah, maybe. I don't like it because you basically got two kinds of decks. You got people that play the mana chasers, and then you got the people that play the counters to it. That's like pretty much it. Right?
Oh yeah, I put Lelio in my deck at some point and just destroyed every mana chaser deck because they only have mana chasers.
Right. So we've got 66% of the channel points on Darkrow, just 34% on Memfisto, but more people on Memfisto. 8 against 5. But 77,000 channel points for Darkrow, only just under 40,000 for Memfisto. Strategia says, will we see different dragons like in other games? Hey, we need a fire dragon, right?
We have that. It's just that the VFX has been broken since the beta.
Wait, what?
The normal dragons were actually supposed to spit fire.
Oh.
Well,
Right, here we go. Game number 3. It's one game all in this grand final. Darkrow grabbing the top bridge there with...
oh,
the
Sentry,
Walking
that's a
Blind
pretty
deck.
good rule.
Yeah. Memfisto both banning and playing Chain Lightning.
Understandable, it's a good spell.
Okay, we see the Zealots deployed. City Watch for
Yeah, I was actually
Darkrow.
thinking for a second, were they banned? But no, they were not banned this time.
Darkrow also banning City Watch and playing it. This is
Once again,
scary.
understandable, right? They are banning cards that they think are strong.
That was kind of
Was
a little
that
bit
worth
awkward.
it? That taunt
If it,
trap and that...
I mean, it would have been if it hadn't taunted them out of most of the Scrotillery. I'm surprised he didn't taunt with the Walking Blind Day. Prioritizing the bridge.
Yeah, I mean, costing him 900 HP or something.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of cool things you can do with the taunt on that if you play it in the right place.
Ah, he didn't put them both up.
No.
Which I'm assuming was the goal there. Is that worth it?
Yeah, sometimes like you just use the traps just as a distraction, just to hold the.
Yeah,
bridge
no,
for a
I
little
meant
bit
the
longer.
owls. Were the owls worth it?
Oh yeah. See, we spoke about earlier whether it's worth countering the Razor Squadron, not the buzzers, with spells, because you know they're going to die anyway themselves, eventually.
Yeah, and it depends a little bit on what they're killing, right? And they were they already killed what they were gonna kill.
I mean, normally you want to kill them if they're backline behind something, whereas if you can just let them come through and your master kill them, then they normally can't get too much done. But that Walking Blind 8's going to bring everything back, so he's going to grab the bridge.
I mean, look at the damage that he still did to Memfisto. That was 1,000 damage there.
Dark Crow gives a thumbs up for that extra. See, there we see a little
And Dark Crow
taunt.
doing a cross for the... Dark Crow not happy about the blind date that he played.
Sad times for that. The Bounty Sniper, still not sure what it does, but it didn't do anything.
Snipes bounties.
Ah yes, of course.
Once again, 2 Legos to face, dealing damage to Memfisto. Walking blind date again.
Gonna bring it all the way over. You get this when the units have the same speed. I mean, that works out
with
alright.
The cards like Walking Blind Date, right, is that there are not a lot of things we can do to it to change it. So I'm not entirely sure how we would change him if he is too strong. Like here, I would Scatillery them. Oh, okay, that happened. Like, I feel like Darko is in control here because he has traps that can deal damage to base, and he's ahead in XP and HP. It's hard to see how Memfisto is ahead, but you know, perk 3 can always change a lot.
You could make the Walking Blind 8 cost more, but then give it another Bounty Sniper, but then give it like an HP before the box has like an HP.
True, that would give it something to balance it around.
Right, big push coming. Perk 3 for Dark Crow in a good position. Memfisto is very low on HP, and that's a big push at the bottom. The freeze is just going to slow it a little bit, but not too much of an issue.
Yeah, I mean this might very well kill Memfisto, especially with that taunt trap.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do. He's got a chain line.
Yeah, he's dead. He's
7 of them. Okay, Dark Crow
also,
takes.
fun fact.
Yep.
James Bonfire has not been paying attention.
Oh.
But indeed, it is 2-1 for the reigning champion, right?
Yes, correct. Power of Diona. Come and gone.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Valorian
Diona and
slain.
RTKT are the 2 strongest 1v1 masters if you look at the stats. They're just really strong.
Makes sense. Right, 2 games to 1. This is a best of 5 final. So Dark Crow 1 game away from cementing a 2 wins in a row, 2 championships in a row. Memfisto trying
But he cannot use R3KT, he cannot use Diona, and he can't use, what was the other one he won?
Morelia.
Was it APAP? Morelia, okay.
Yep.
So he can still use APAP.
Yep.
Then I'm expecting him to play APAP next. That seems to be what people have been going for. Flooring is also an option.
Strategius is wondering why Rekt was banned. Rekt is a very, very strong solo master in the hands of these masters. The Masters Master. The Minion Masters Master.
These gods of control.
Right, so maybe 1 game away from closing this out. So we expect to see Dark Crow play APEP. What's Memfisto going to play? Let's say Diona. APEP's banned.
I mean, I can also just see him play Florian again. He might just say, okay, that was Diona. Diona is strong. Now I'm playing Florian against something that's weaker. And then he can have his last match with Diona or something. Because it doesn't really matter, right? If he gets to 2-2 or not. If he's like, I need to win with Florian anyways.
I keep thinking you say Florian. You remember Flo Florian?
No. Yeah, I remember Flo Florian.
He is not a master. Right.
Well, shade on Flo Florian apparently from Fishy.
No, I'm just saying he's not a master in the game.
Flo
He's a
Florian?
master-
Fishy
he's a
just
master-
said you're
he's a master
extremely better
at-
than Minion Masters.
No, nobody clip it and send it to him. I was saying he's not a master in the game. He's a master at the game, but not in the game. He's not a selectable
sure.
master.
Sure. Yeah. Try to wiggle yourself out of this one, huh?
Do you remember when I casted with him a long time ago? And who was it? Was it Memfisto was playing? He said something like, "If so and so wins, I'll shave my beard," and they won. So at the end of the stream, we had a really awkward him shaving his beard moment.
That is so awkward. And
Good
that's why I don't
times.
say things like that.
Good times.
So if Seth wins this tour, no.
No.
I mean, at least that one would be safe to say.
Right. What are we waiting for? Memfisto's in the menu. Dark Crow is in the menu. I'm in the menu.
Good comment from Mickey. AFK bot was going to save Memfisto but didn't take over quickly
Damn
enough.
it. If only you could engage it without having to burn that mana. Okay, here we go. We're loading into potentially the final game of the final,
An APAP Diona, okay.
but potentially not.
That's an APAP with City Watch.
Okay, we called it. APEP against the owner. We know stuff. Sometimes. Caged Prowler. We've seen quite a lot of that. Flyby, I think.
Doesn't that deal 3 damage too little? Oh no, wait. Is it 100?
It used to kill it and then it didn't and now it does, I think.
Doesn't deal 132 damage?
No, it got buffed, didn't it?
I don't know anymore.
It's 154 damage.
Ah,
They do-
okay. Is it
they do
13
12
per
damage.
unit now?
I think it's
But
12.
wait, isn't it
It's
11?
11.
That's 132,
No,
right? 11 times 12.
Yeah. I remember. It says 154.
We know this game.
I mean, Flyby's been changed a load of times, and its interaction with the Cage Prowler was always kind of bogus.
And it's always a confusing thing, especially if you're in a lot of the PTRs or in the
Yeah.
design things, right? Where the numbers change so much that you can't remember which one was which.
Yeah.
And then you just don't know numbers anymore.
Right. XP lead
But
for
not a lot
Darkrai.
happening in the game, like Darko just slowly getting a little bit ahead. Yeah, we see the flyby again. Oh, the flyby stopped with Impetus Blast. And
Yeah.
Fisto with the quick reactions.
Do
we
we
did
like
make
that?
it slower so that you have more time to do that. I think that's a fine use of Impetus Blast.
I mean, you're going from a Cage Prowler to just a regular Prowler in cost, right? If you're having to spend the extra 2 mana. Reboomer again. The shields, though, being a problem. Reboomer again. Okay, Memphis is
YOLO
taking-
also being a little bit of a meanie.
Darkray's still getting an XP lead here. Again,
Boomer finally dead.
yeah, we like that. Took the bridge, killed the Reboomer, killed the Ruffles, denied
Yeah.
2 extra mana.
Yeah, that was
so-
that was a fine strategy.
Yeah.
Memfisto is either have to get some nice things from the what's its name? Ruffles. Fun fact:
XP.
Memfisto didn't have to do anything there. The elf would have actually killed enough of the things, wouldn't it? Actually, I don't know. I don't know the numbers anymore. Potentially, he didn't have to do anything.
Right. Oh, this is looking scary. Prowler on face. Taunt Trap.
And a taunt trap.
Prowler gets another hit as well. Oh, that shield guard
The
going
shield-
down almost. It's going to go down.
Yeah,
Hey,
shield
that's-
guard going down on his own side is really sad.
Okay, throws the Bannerman down to protect the stuff against the defense side.
That has actually equalized XP and HP,
Mm-hmm.
basically. This is a fairly close game. Impetus Blast. Yeah, and well played to get the scratch with it as well.
Yeah, that's what he wants to do.
Memfisto
He
really
wants to get
getting
extra
a
value.
hang of the impetus blast now. He realized
Right.
just kill shit with it.
That trap's going to shut down the cage prowler.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Are these people
reboomer
just
doesn't
playing-
die though. We're going to see some rebooming.
That is so painful.
Flame Imp's going to get some value,
Especially
but the
because it
reboomer's on
didn't walk into the
face.
fire. Reboomer on face
Oh.
and will Apex. It's gonna explode again!
Oh, it's still alive. Okay, it's down. 700 HP left for
Yeah,
Dark
but-
Crow.
But this is Diona. Diona can use a trap to deal significant face damage. Of
Yep.
course, Apep does have the totem, but he needs to be careful with the totem.
This time the Prowler survives as well. We've got Defenso, Prowler, Reboomer. This is going to be really difficult for Dark Crow to deal with here. And the trap as
And
well.
Memfisto managed to get a decent XP lead.
And again, the Reboomer doesn't die. Reboomer!
Boom!
It might die, it might get re-aggroed here. No,
and
oh,
the
okay, it
walking-
just goes down.
And
Lady and
Walking
Frey in
Blind
the
Gate got a
pocket.
ghost, also really sad.
This is just more face damage.
Yeah.
Oh, Lady and Frey getting a face hit
If
on
Memfisto
but
can get his traps quickly,
Yep. He's got one trap available. 2 traps available. No shield available yet. I don't know if he's
Yeah,
available. He
quick.
knows that.
did he not realize it? He played it. What? Okay, he
Shield
didn't go
is available now.
for the kill. He might
He's
just be
got
going
to,
for
sure.
Mana Frenzy.
I mean, he is ahead. He could play safe, but if Dark Crow's
Yeah.
so low, I mean, even if the
you-
trap
you
gets
must be
denied,
tempted,
he's going
right?
to get some value out of it.
Okay, the Reboomer killed.
And he's holding on to the trap, which is the worst thing to do with the time traps, right? You just want to use them, but he's got 2 traps now.
but
Maybe he's waiting for
the
that.
totem has been played. The totem has been. Is the other one also a taunt trap or what?
No, he's got a crossbow trap. He's been in
Why
his
did he
hand
not play it on face then?
for 8 minutes. I don't know! There it is, but it's not on base.
For the second time.
He didn't even get a hit on base. It was blocked.
I don't understand it.
Same.
I mean, he's gonna get Mana Frenzy, but I feel like he could have won already.
Is he just playing safe? Does he not realise how low he is? Has he not been paying attention to the cycle and he doesn't want to waste them on face? I don't know. There he is shutting down the
Yeah,
Prowler.
like, do the same on face and you win.
Okay, that bounty sniper is not going to help too much. Oh, you see it dive away from that taunt trap and then turn around. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, Memfisto's going to win this from the looks of it.
Yeah.
But
Yes,
not,
Mana
taking,
Frenzy. I mean,
not taking the easiest route there.
also Diona just stronger in the super late game than Apep because the time. Oh wait, they're both timed now. I'm an idiot.
Okay, right. Both of us have got Mana Frenzy. This is...
Yeah,
Has Memfisto missed his opportunity?
Memfisto has more control though. Although, does he?
I mean, Darkray's going to know about the trap concerning on his face.
Yeah, but he keeps playing the totem on cooldown.
This is interesting. Against artillery, not going to clear everything. There's the trap
Yeah,
on
finally
face.
the trap
Okay,
on
here we go.
face.
It's not going to do it. But hey, if you'd used
Yeah,
one of
but
the
he
other
has
7
impetus
traps
blast,
on face, it
impetus
would have
blast,
done it.
impetus blast, there, impetus blast.
What are we seeing there? Is that...
I think that was Memfisto just zoning out on the lethal.
So he was either playing exceedingly cautiously, trying to use the traps for
Yeah, I don't know.
support, or... But I mean, when someone's that low, even if they react to the trap, it's going to do enough that it's only going to take a few cycles. And he waited.
Yeah.
He had those traps in his hand for so long.
I mean, to be fair, he could have basically killed him with the impetus blast cycle. Jesus.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an exaggeration. He needed like 5 cycles for that, but... Well, 4 cycles, I guess. One
almost.
player and then 4 cycles.
But, I mean, it worked out in the end. That's...
Yeah, but he made it
that's the key.
closer than it had to be, I think.
Yeah.
Because in Mana Frenzy, it's actually easier to counter the traps because you have more mana to play around with.
Well, if he does end up winning, we get a chat with Memfisto. Maybe we can ask him about that one.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, we can ask him anyways.
that is true.
Just not on stream, I guess.
Officially or unofficially.
He might show up in the chat.
Right, that's 2 games all. We're going down to the wire for this grand final. So, I mean, we were pretty
But I mean-
certain we were pretty certain which Masters we were going to see in that one, but
Yeah.
I imagine we're going to see Apep again for Dark Crow.
Yes.
But
yes.
what are we going to see for Memfisto? Valorian?
So he has one with Apep and Diona.
Yep.
Yeah, then Valorian seems to be the other one he was playing, right?
He has played Valorian, yep.
I mean, as a side note, in that last match, right? Obviously, Memfisto played very well, and I think he was just so focused that he missed the lethal. It's just,
I mean,
like the traps were
right?
used, like yeah, and it wasn't like the traps were wasted. You know, they were played fine. Although that one taunt trap at bottom was a little bit weird, but I mean that's a taunt trap. Fuck it.
I lost a randoms
Who cares
game the
about
other day
taunt traps?
because I didn't see they had 3 HP left and I had an impetus in my hand. But they had a load of stuff on our face. I didn't see it, and I tried I tried to add my teammate and apologise, but of course they didn't accept it. So anyway,
I've had
friend,
it before.
if that was
where
you,
a
I'm sorry.
I've had before where a teammate got really angry after a match because I had lethal and I didn't see it, and then watched the replay and he also had lethal but didn't do it.
Mm.
I was just saying that, like, why did
That's
he get angry
teamwork,
with me?
right? If you're going to fail together.
Yeah.
It's quite beautiful.
It's just kind of funny how the human mind sometimes works. You see the mistakes your teammate makes, but you completely miss your own.
Anyway, yeah, so apologies, my friend. I didn't see they had lethal. I was distracted by the 9 mana chasers on our face. Sorry.
I mean, they do a lot of damage. So we're expecting Apep versus Valorian.
I think that's a fair guess. I think Apep for Dark
And
Crow
we
is
definitely
more likely,
expect
but
a caged Prowler in the match.
seems like it. Wow. Okay, we got there in the end, but yeah, the chat's just catching up with that game. That was quite...
Tangela is saying Totem is on timer. Of course you plays it.
Gotta get that value.
Imagine holding your time perks.
Okay, this is the final of the final. It's 2 games all.
Middlewing. Apep versus Middlewing.
We were half right.
And Darko has changed his deck. There is a Hypnotize in there. That wasn't in the last match, right?
Nope.
And Blood Imps. Was that in the last game? No, right?
I don't know. I feel like
I've forgotten everything.
I feel like Blood Imps against a Reboomer, we would have noticed that.
Yeah. I think those two are new. He has definitely played both cards early in this tournament, I think.
Right. Blood Imps out. There's going to be a Reboomer here in the middle. Oh, okay, shuts it down.
Just
that's
in
nice.
time.
Yep. Okay.
That's very important.
I mean, he
because
kind of,
he's
I
not
think he
playing
kind of baited that out.
But now he doesn't have it for that.
No.
For the Cage Prowler, which I predicted the Cage Prowler.
Yeah, I think that was a fair assumption as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, the YOLO.
YOLO being YOLO. Not sure what that Impetus Blast did. Was there something else that died?
I think so. Right, here comes the counter push, and this looks kind of scary. He does have...
That's
still
so scary.
Hypnotize, but... not looking like a good Hypnotize setup. Right, okay, so he got lucky
but also
with that.
doesn't.
Good DPS
Dawn
on the
Walker was
bridge.
quite efficient.
Yeah, it was a nice fall.
But Memfisto does end up with both bridges, slightly behind in XP, but
Mana
that's easily
chasers!
recovered. Really? Oh yeah. Ah,
Right, let's see if we can get some value out
Apep
of it.
ruining all the bans. Apep should just be banned from all tournaments because he
So
cheats too
Memfisto
much.
doesn't know that there is a Hypnotize, so... does now.
Interesting attempt there.
On the Boomer. Oh no,
Doesn't
it's
actually
not...
kill it.
No.
That's the Hypnotize failed miserably.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, he did get a cleave to face hitting multiple times. Was
Yeah,
that
so
3 hits or 2 hits?
Hypnotizing things that attack slowly does require some consideration. I was playing with Gwynthron, he'll love me mentioning this. He hypnotized a Bara and a Harbinger, but managed to like find the sweet spot between their attacks so neither of them did anything.
Nice.
It's like, you know, when it gets hypnotized as it's like doing an attack.
Yeah.
And then by the...
Hypnotize is really a difficult one. Sometimes.
Shout out to Gwynthron. BetaDwarf is in Denmark. Thanks, Mickey. Is BetaDwarf located in Denmark, Norway, or Holland? Yes. Thanks, Mickey. Right, lots of damage coming in from the Blood Imps there. Health is a resource, but he needs to not get too
Yeah, I mean,
low. And,
health is a resource Darko is willing to pay more than 3,000 of.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen in the past he uses those Blood Imps
He doesn't have heal
constantly.
Did you see that jump of the Prowler where he decided to jump on a different thing in the middle of it?
Not really.
The Walking Blind died, so he went to the YOLO. Once again, these reboomers are making these pushes scary.
Yeah. Where's his Hypnotize? Okay, there's the Hypnotize.
Right in his hand. Oh, that's nice.
Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah.
There you go.
I wonder if
Bron,
he put
did you see that?
Hypnotize in specifically for the reboomer.
Possibly, yeah.
He did get another Prowler out. Like, Darko is not stopping the Cage Prowler, so these are Cage Prowlers for Prowlers for 3 mana.
This is so bad.
How the fuck is it impressive that Denmark can create such great games?
I wondered if you saw that or not. I guess so. Right, where's his Hypnotize? He needs it. Right, here it comes. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Okay.
That was kind of
just
awkward because the boomer was
Yeah.
trying to get past to the furthest target. I wasn't sure if it was going
But
to.
the 667 health is also a little bit awkward.
Yeah. But also, the very severe lack of mana is also very awkward.
Also, the reboomer
the
is a little
reboot.
bit awkward for
Yeah,
the cleaver. For the rammer. Ha! I know this game.
GG.
And
Yeah,
that
monkey's gonna
value
go.
monkey making more value.
Value Monkey, yeah, that's definitely its official name.
Yes.
Okay, there we see the Impetus Blast. Where's the Hypno? He knows it's coming. What's the target? Let's try to get through. It gets right into the middle of everything.
okay.
And then, okay.
It would have been so feels bad if he didn't explode, you know?
Right. Here comes
Oh,
the
look at that perk.
Rock Rivals. This is probably
Yeah.
not what he wants.
Rock Rivals is always a little bit awkward for me, but
Sometimes it's horrible because you're in a position where you don't want to use it, but you know if you don't use it, then you basically don't have the perk to win
Yeah.
anymore.
it is a rough card.
That statue's still pretty healthy. Cleaver's going
Yeah,
to
but
start wailing away
the
on it.
cleaver not attacking it is
Freeze.
painful.
Oh, okay, Reboomer again.
Reboomer says
Okay, that's a good Hypno. Blood Imps are out again.
Yeah, that's so scary. Every time he plays Blood Imps, I'm like, oh.
He's got to though. He's so
Where's the-
low on XP. He's got to.
Yeah, but every time I'm like, where's the fireball? Not gonna. Playing all the cards that are not allowed. And another mana chases, of course.
Yeah, only one that time. Not really getting much value. What's he going to do here? The Reboomer's in there. Where's his
I mean, he is
Hypnotize?
lost. It's mana frenzy.
Mana Frenzy for Memfisto. He's looking to close this game out. Maybe we will get to
Yeah.
ask him. That's going to be a massive Reboomer though. If he gets to his target,
If he gets there,
it doesn't!
he didn't get there!
Oh my god!
Ah, and then
Oh.
it's still Reboomer kill on the defense.
Oh my
though, but,
god! Oh, we saw a few times where the Reboomer gets Hypnoed, it chooses a target like far away, and it eventually got there.
So
That one,
awkward.
holy! I was so excited about
Reboomer
that.
is
That was going
also
to be
so slow.
That was going to be such a big explosion as well.
I mean, it would still have not mattered for the end of the game.
No.
though, but Hypnotize is always a bit of a gamble when it comes to such slow units.
Memfisto is the champion!
Yeah.
Wow.
Congratulations on your what is that? How
Victory.
many victory of tournament? Yeah,
I'm
I
sure.
meant how many.
I know. Wow.
Oh, you don't check all the stats before the tournament. Is that your preparation?
I mean, sometimes I do.
Your
check-
more
I
than
checked-
third victory.
I checked who won the last one. That's as far as I got.
You didn't just remember that.
Wow. Okay. The
That's true. He did it with Impetus Blast.
With Impetus
Although I
Blast.
would like to say that this Impetus Blast got a lot better later on than at the start.
Yeah. There was some dodgy ones earlier, but really got some good value out of them.
And the Reboomer, holy
wow,
shit.
Is the Reboomer
I mean,
meta now?
if Reboomer is not gonna show up in the ladder after this, I don't know what you guys are doing.
Goes to show that even the top players, it's a real difficult card for them to deal with. Like, you throw your Cleaver in there, and then the Reboomer just sits there and says, yes, this is my moment, thank you. Wow. I'm so disappointed we didn't get to see that massive Reboomer Hypno at the end there. So I think some people think, some people, when they see things like that, they think the Hypno doesn't work properly, but the way the Hypno works is it doesn't make units target the closest friendly unit.
I'm sort of wondering whether or not we should change that to make it more consistent.
When they get Hypno, they randomly choose a friendly target that's in range. And what basically
I would not be surprised if we fix that, though, that Hypnotize need a nerf.
Maybe. That's why sometimes you see things just following along when they aggro on something, because they can aggro on a friendly one that's not hypnotized.
Those are the most awkward, especially if they're the same unit. You just have a Brother of Light walking after another Brother of Light, being like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna kill you," and then he finally eats his Snickers and he doesn't want to kill him anymore.
The Reboomer basically aggroed on the furthest target, and because it was slow and it had to kind of wiggle past everything.
He barely got past the things.
I think his teammate, the friendly minions, they knew what was happening. Keep him away! It was like trying to keep two people that are fighting drunk outside a pub. Just don't let them get near each other. And eventually he came back to his right mind.
If two drunk people are fighting, just let them have at it.
No.
Don't involve yourself in it. Just tape it and put it on YouTube.
Get memed on, kid. Right. G. Right, so choose outcome. Memfisto is the winner. Right, prediction complete. Right, Memfisto's going to join us for a chit chat. Okay, join VC when already. Okay. Yeah! Yes, very well done to BetaDwarf and Denmark for producing this game.
I would just like to point out that BetaDwarf has quite a few amazing games that have been made here. You do know that, right?
We have
like
multiple
IO
games?
IO Interactive is here. They make Hitman. You know, we have BetaDwarf, the people that made Forest. I mean, also definitely a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And there is also that small company that made that indie game that became quite popular. What's it called? The Black and White game, right?
The game called Black and White, or the
No.
Like
the game
Hollow
is
Knight
like
or
in Black.
whatever?
Limbo. That's it.
Oh yeah. Right, hold on. Let me just make sure that Memfisto can talk in this channel. Right, give them the speaker role. Right, okay.
I think that they are from Denmark. Yeah.
Okay, Memfisto, can I hear you and can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yay, let's go.
Woo!
Congratulations, well done. You are the Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf's Knights Duel number 22 Grand Champion. Now, I can't remember exactly how many of these you've won. Perhaps you could tell us if you know.
The Team Mana Frenzy ones?
Yeah, maybe, or just big tournaments, or
Big tournaments? No idea. I would say around 8, maybe.
Wow.
For Team Mana Frenzies, is this the second one?
So I know you were streaming yesterday, and I spoke to you, and you weren't too sure if you were going to be able to participate in today's event, but you did, and that was obviously great. And it's you've come out trumps. Now, we saw a great final there against Dark Crow. Dark Crow, a very, very good player. I'm sure you've played against him a lot on the ladder, and you've seen how well he's done in these tournaments. So you did a great job to best him today. So very well done there. So a couple of things. So in the penultimate game, when it was Apep against Diona, you had him down at like 115 HP or something, and we were screaming at you to use your traps on his face. talk us through that situation and why or why not you decided not to use the traps.
I had a feeling he would defend too good, I guess. I don't know. I would need, I guess, both the taunt trap and the crossbow trap to be able to not have my crossbow trap die immediately. And I didn't have much time to pay attention to my perk timers, so I said, okay, let's play it safe, since I know he can't win it by just going into frenzy. I have the advantage the whole game, so it seemed like a better choice than being greedy. Okay, let's use it on face, and then if it fails, then maybe I won't have the bridges enough. So I just play at my strengths more than just being greedy, because usually when I go greedy like that, it kind of backfires half of the time. So I say, okay, let's not do it this time.
Yeah, we weren't sure if you hadn't seen he was so low HP, or if you were, as you say, just playing it safe, because you were ahead on XP. So sometimes, you know, you can just play it safe.
Yeah,
it did look like you both got to mana frenzied. It was looking a little bit dicey for a moment.
I did not remember when his last totem was. So, like, if he totems my crossbow trap, it's 30 seconds of me not having two perks. And...
you know that there is a timer, right? On the bottom?
Yeah, I know. But I think he held it in his hand. And I don't really pay attention to the timers, to be honest. They always feel so clunky. I just play. If it gets into my hand, oh, it's nice. I get a free card. If it doesn't, well, it's not meant to be.
So, how are you feeling, Memfisto, after the changes to the bridges, the no collision and the no playing units on bridges? Do you feel that that's changed the game a lot? Do you feel that's changed the way you play? Have you had to adjust your strat and your decks? How are you feeling about that?
Well, it definitely changed the way I play. I can't say it like completely changed it. It's definitely some of the things still remain. Like, I still prefer having some control matchups and doing stuff that is most like defending and making a push out of it, but not committing too much into that push. I'm not big like fan of those death ball pushes. So yeah, that was definitely a big change for me, to not be able to include so many cheap minions to fight for the XP. So now it kind of shifted more towards, let's say, 3 to 5 mana range minions. A lot more spear throwers, tranquils, battle shihus. What else? Musketeer, I guess, since he can instantly cap. Defenso, I don't like him. I only play Defenso because I played against Dark Crow in Swiss format. I lost the first match in like 60 seconds because he got Propeller Horde shielded, and I was like, okay, I have nothing. And I just said, okay, I don't want to deal with that anymore. It was completely one-sided match. I feel like in this meta there's a lot more one-sided matches because everyone tries to do their own thing. So like either you do good against it or you lose against it. There's very little middle ground. Because you don't fight for the bridges, you kind of fight, okay, let's kill him before he kills me kind of thing. There's very little like fighting, okay, maybe I kill him so I can make a push, maybe I win on XP so I can win in mana frenzy kind of thing. I think it's been lost over the years. Like, first of all, with the flying changes, since that completely shifted the game onto the beefy ground minions, which I hate because of the Empyreans. It's one of the most boring things to watch, the Empyrean beefy swarm. It's just Legionnaire after Legionnaire and Zealots and stuff. It's just you have to grind through that meat to be able to win it. It's a bit annoying. And yeah, I miss the flying bridges. The flying units capturing the bridges so much, because it was at least, you know, a kind of a triangle. Flying beats ground, ground beats range, range beats flying. Now it's mostly like beefy ground units have the upper hand, and then you kind of, if you take some flyings, then maybe they can chunk him down, so your own ground minions don't lose as much health, and your range units are there strictly to support it. You can't really win anything with them alone. There's very few interactions where they actually can fight through something. Like Marines against spear throwers kind of maybe win if you play them far enough, but there's very little that they can do, especially against monkeys too, which have been growing increasingly popular. Thankfully, they've been slightly nerfed in how much buffs mushrooms give, and their base health has been reduced, but it's still chunks of meat. Like if you don't have good DPS, they get to your face, they do 75 per hit, you just go getting beaten up. Like Setsu takes 2 full reloads to kill a single monkey. It's like if you play something like that, you really need to rely on having something that deals good DPS. But then again, if you play something like Cleaver, then in the Imperials matchup that kind of sucks. And then in the other matchup against, I don't know, some big units like Blue Golem spam, that sucks there too. I don't know. It feels like it's a lot more polarizing matchups than it used to be, but I don't know. Maybe that's just my impression, but
I think that the big part of that is also just that we have more cards, so you can go deeper into whatever you do.
absolutely, I definitely agree. That's probably a big part of it. Yeah. So the factions probably influence that a lot too, since now you can almost fully build into each faction. Like there are enough cards to really go ham on it, and that kind of, I mean, from a general player perspective, it seems kind of fun, makes sense. For competitive, it's like, okay, you play one faction, I play one faction, which faction wins? Like if you don't play factions, you're kind of losing out on those free bonuses, and you kind of need at least some like 2 free units combo if you can make it. Like you play tech for Iron Grenade, or tech for Aimbot, or you play Slitters to get 1 or 2 slave here and there. You play a Voidborn and maybe get a discounted Boomer or something. Like you try to at least fit 2 or 3 of those so you can like get some bonus. And I really enjoy when they are small bonuses. Like Slitters, at least on paper, seem like smaller bonuses. Over time, they kind of got shifted with who sacrifices what, who spawns what. It has gotten a bit weird and feels a bit clunky. Tech is probably one of the better ones for me because it's always like some small bonuses. It's not like Accursed, where it's like you're doing nothing for 4 minutes and then like you're the master of the whole arena all of a sudden, just because you have 3 cards that get like double the bonuses.
I think faction bonuses are nice, but that you need to not go too deep into them, because otherwise you just end up with just faction decks constantly, right? Just like a curse decks, but for every faction. So it's nice, as you were saying, like sometimes you get a bonus for having like a deck that's just accursed, whereas other things you just get a deck. You just need a few things in there. Like if you're playing like a Doom Cleaver or something like that, you just need just 1 or 2 things to pick up those.
I would really like for a curse to be lower to something like, I don't know, let's say 40, and then all the bonuses reduced to match that power. So you don't really have to go like, okay, you need at least 8 cards to be accursed, otherwise you're not hitting it before Mana Frenzy. Because it makes no sense to only have like 4 of them. Also, the same thing with Empyreans. Now you leaned onto like going full Empyrean with 7 of them. Like, the only time I'm playing Empyreans now is like taking 6 and then playing Valorian, so I can get like that's having fun fairly quickly. Otherwise, it feels like, okay, you have to play almost the same cards every time. There's very little variety if you want to go into those high demand factions.
So we spoke briefly about the changes to the bridges. We're a couple of weeks into the season. We've had our first tournament of the season with the new rule change. If you were put on the spot and had to be given an answer, do you want the bridge changes rules to stay as they are or revert? What would you choose at this moment?
Honestly, I'm not sure. Like my first thought was revert them, because I think it was at least better than the current one. I'm not saying it was perfect, but I think it it was at least a little bit better, because now with big units you can still back up stuff. The reduced spawn area made few units and masters a bit weird. Like KP can't really swap immediately.
Mm-hmm.
So like I've seen a few suggestions that you even increase the spawn area so even the big units can back up, or I don't know. I've been thinking also just utilizing the horizontally split units so they are the ones able to back up, but like vertically split ones are more used for getting both bridges. So you would essentially have swarm units still be able to instantly grab the bridges, so it would kind of be some compromise, let's call it.
Yeah.
And ideally, if you go something like that, then you would just completely remove all the wonky physics backupping, since like you could maybe reduce the spawn area, or maybe even better, just reduce the bridge capture area more, because with reduced spawn area it also means that you can't place buildings as far, so you can't really place a turret in the middle. You can place a drone walker in the middle, so it can like shoot further. Like everything is slowly being nerfed around that, which I don't know.
I hope if they do keep the changes as they are, then they use this as like a building point to just to improve it going forward. Because if once the decision's made, are we keeping this or are we not, then they can start really sort of thinking about, you know, what new mechanics can we put in, what masters can do, what cards can interact with the bridges, and then everything can be like perfectly balanced. Because I'm sure you agree with people like Pom's sentiment, where the number of times you get to interact with something in the game gives you the opportunity to get a small victory and to show the skill, so that when things are changed and they remove these interactions from the game, then the top players are losing part of their arsenal. You know, there's not so many ways you can interact with the game and get these little improvements. So I hope that whilst if we do lose them for the bridge changes, they are replaced in some way with new card designs, things that can interact with the bridges in different ways, and just allow the skill expression.
I mean, there's also the important thing that the amount of interactions is not necessarily the important one. The amount of equal interactions that are all at the top is the important one, right? Like if there are 1,000 ways to interact, but one is just better in 99% of the cases,
yeah,
then it doesn't matter that there are 1,000 different ways.
But I think anything
I mean,
anything that makes people have to make decisions, I think that's
basically you need to enable people to have options, so they're not like forced to play into. Like you see something being played, you have like one way to deal with it, because there's just nothing that the game offers you really to play around it, let's call it that way.
The thing is, I do personally believe that the backcapping was a near forced thing in way too many situations.
Yeah, because of the flight bridge capture removal. Before that, I don't think it was that much mandatory.
In the flight area, you were basically forced to pay flying to do the same thing, because they were by far the best at it.
Yeah, you weren't really forced. You had your cheap anti-air units, so if you're just playing flying units for that, you can also get punished a lot.
I mean, I definitely remember decks that went just full flying, and you couldn't have enough anti-air against that shit. And we have just added more flying, so that's just going to be a bigger
Does anything different happen now? Now you have less people playing range units, and that limit of how many flyers is too much is now not 6 anymore. Now it's more like 3 or 4.
Yeah, but now you have a better chance of actually having the XP advantage, right? That's the offset there.
Sure, but now you don't really count on people playing it because of that, because you usually lose on experience, and then you just get cheese because you're not expecting them to have like 5 on you.
You really weren't expecting it back then either.
I wonder if flying units can be brought back into the bridge grabbing game. with the changes? Is that something that's being
I mean,
considered, or?
It's been discussed, but I mean, I'm personally not in favor of it. It's just, it's gonna run into the same issues as it did in the past.
What if they can only
If anything,
neutralize
it's
the
just gonna
bridges?
be even stronger, because the thing is, if you play them slightly in advance, right?
Hmm.
Then it's not neutralizing it, but grabbing it. If you go for neutralizing, perhaps that works, but it's gonna be a bit awkward, I think. I'm personally not a fan of it.
I guess it just depends if people feel like there's a place in the game for the cheap flying units at the moment. With
Like
them
the
not
funny
being
thing
able
is,
to
they
grab the
are
bridges.
being played.
Yeah,
Like we see a decent amount of propellers, grats, and bats.
yeah.
Dragon Whelp a bit less.
When was
Yeah,
the
when I
last time
changed
you
it.
saw Dragon Whelp?
Yesterday.
Yeah, Dragon
Did
Whelp,
you play it
yeah.
or someone else played it?
Someone else played it.
Yeah, see,
And it was not a bot.
But no, it was a bad player.
Okay, so
used to
No,
always
no,
play the
I agree.
Dragon
I think Dragon Whelp itself is not in a good state, but that's not immediately means that all flying units are not in a good spot.
I know because you
Like
had to
Vulture Prime is
buff.
played a lot.
You had to buff most of them to be even remotely viable after the breed change.
Yeah, but that's kind of thing, right? Like they were with these cheap cards. It's a question if they are too good at grabbing the bridges, they have to be balanced for basically only doing that, and I don't think that that's an interesting state. Like I'd rather create some flying units that then have like an ability that grab bridges or something. If you want flying units that can also grab bridges.
I can understand that, but like right now you have the stats of flying units buffed compared to before, so now it's much easier to just cheese with them. And like, please do the poor Volko something that he can at least hit melee air units, because playing Volko and facing even single bat
that's the
makes
thing,
you
right?
cry.
Like, Volko has the problem that he is so much AoE that he's ultimately better in 2v2 at the moment, where he also has a teammate to help him defend against the flying. That's kind of the problem with Volko at the moment. We can't buff him because he'll be too good in 2v2 / premates, so he's kind of sitting 1v1.
But hitting melee air, I'm not asking much. Melee.
Please.
Like it can't even hit Amun. It's just like point blank melee. So it
don't
can
propeller
kill
scats get even
bats.
closer?
I don't know.
It's just we need to do something then so that he is weaker in 2v2, because otherwise that's just going to be an issue. It's a little bit like Red Bull. Red Bull has a similar issue where people tell me that in 1v1 he's not good enough, but he's too good in 2v2, so we can't just buff him. We need to take something away in 2v2 to be able to do that.
I mean,
like
buff
we're
him
doing
like
with
you're
Valorian.
planning to buff Setsu. Just nerf 2 of their perks and call it a buff. And
I mean
done.
that's not entirely fair, because it's a rebalance rather than a nerf. You can't just call it a nerf.
No, that's a nerf. You nerfed both perk 1 and perk 3. There's no rebalance. You just nerfed it flat out.
No. Like, I disagree that the perk 1 is a straight nerf. That is 100% a rebalance. Because suddenly you can't just
Rebalanced
click
on
instantly get it back.
a nerf side.
Potentially, but it can also be on the buff side, honestly. Like, hell, if we didn't do perk 3, it would be 100% a buff, in my opinion.
How? Please explain me that
because the
process.
perk 3 becomes so insanely strong.
No, I'm like.
The only reason
it
why it's
becomes
not just a
insanely
buff is-
strong. Why? Because it has 100 HP more.
Yes, because that means you can't insta counter it.
Great. And when is the next time you're going to play your Setsu?
I mean, probably once it comes out. I'll try it.
Do you want to just like?
No.
What?
I mean, so you play your blast off. How long do you think you need to wait to play the next one?
I mean, I have no idea what the timer is, and I wasn't talking about perk 2. I was talking about perk 1. Wait,
Can we
is
just,
perk 1?
can we just
That
take a
is perk 1.
second?
I forgot about the timer thing. I was just talking about the 100 health thing.
That is
take
perk 1.
Wait!
Yeah,
Can we just take a second just to clarify to the chat the changes that you're discussing? You're discussing the proposed changes to Setsu in the PTR.
Yes.
Can you just quickly just mention what they
sure.
are?
What? Oh,
Are you going to do it?
I don't have it.
changes. I mean, I don't remember the full changes, but like Setsu on the field
I do,
has,
so
gets 400 health instead of 300, and blast entry goes into the to the bottom of the deck once Setsu dies.
Mhm.
And there is
And-
definitely an argument to be made about the second part being a nerf. I kind of forgot about that part. I was just like the
Of
100
course,
health
that's
is 100%
the-
above.
Well,
Well,
absolutely.
not 100% above, but 100%
It's like-
rebalance that can be on the buff side.
It's like 95% buff, but yeah, but the going back into the deck later is straight up
I kinda-
huge nerf
I
for
kind
her.
of forgot that was perk 1. For some reason, that was perk 2 in my head.
Well, she almost does not have perk 2 until perk 3
Yeah,
anyway,
yeah,
so...
Yeah, I just completely forgot about that part.
Right. So I'm just doing the
But to me,
giveaways.
that is more of an argument about deciding how strong she is on the field, and how long that timer is. Like to me, that timer, like, does it go instantly in deck or is there a timer once she dies? I don't remember.
It goes to the bottom of your deck, right?
I think it's after she dies to the bottom of your deck.
Yeah.
Just instantly? Okay.
Yep.
Because I think that is kind of fine. Like,
That is
sure,
kind
that-
of doubling the amount of cycle you need to get her back in
Yeah,
late
yeah,
game.
I'm aware of that, but the thing is, it means that when you're playing against a Setsu, you will have a time where you don't have to be afraid of Setsu jumping on you without her being on the
Absolutely,
field.
I'm nothing against that, but
Oh, okay.
like you have to bring something back to her. Like if she loses that and loses stun, what does she have? Do you ever see yourself in a situation saying, "Oh yeah, I want to play Setsu," because you have what, through damage on perk 3 that's good against
I mean,
4 units in the game?
if anything, that sounds to me like we could make perk 2 more interesting.
That's what I've been suggesting for a long time now, because her perk 2 is basically just a steroid for perk 3.
But you do agree that we couldn't do that until we did something about perk 3, right?
You can
We
do
can't
it at
just
the
buff
same
perk
time.
2. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
sure.
I'm fine with it. And if that's the
you
feedback, like,
sure.
if that's the feedback we get, then I would suggest to the designers to delay this another patch so that we can have a PTR where we try it with a perk 2 change, right?
Yeah, sure.
I think we may have just birthed a podcast.
Well, nobody got time for that.
So the proposed changes for Setsu is added to the deck when she dies, the blast entry perk 1, so you can't instantly come back, you got to cycle to her. She gets an extra 100 HP while she's on the field. Perk 3 no longer stuns, but does do true damage. So no... Obviously that's a big nerf to perk 3. So we're talking about she's kind of too weak early on, too strong later on.
Yeah,
potentially.
a big problem of her perk 3 as it is right now is that it's so difficult to push into her because of her stun that she can also reset.
Yeah.
But she's also one of the strongest offensive masters, right?
Yeah.
So it's not just that she
absolutely,
has
but
insane
her
defense,
perk
but her
1 and
attacks
2
also
are among the weakest in the game combined. Before perk 3, of course.
I mean, probably, but that's why I would like to take power away from her perk 3
Yeah,
and move
I'm
it
all for
down
it.
a bit.
I would like to do something similar for Volko, like rebalance him in a way that he's decent in solos. I mean, I understand the problem you have, that a lot of people complain about 2v2 and how some masters are being too strong, but eventually you're going to have to do some rebalancing, rework something. I'm not proposing that you have to straight up buff something or straight up nerf something. Usually when you have such a discrepancy between the two modes, the best thing is to probably just rebalance it completely. Because if it's so different that in solos something is barely playable and it's too good in twos, then there's no way you're going to meet middle ground unless you just rework something.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing that in some cases we might just have to accept that certain masters are not viable in both modes. Like there is a
if you don't want to rework them, yeah,
you know.
The dream is that they're all viable in all modes, but that's just not achievable, is it?
Yeah, I mean they don't have to be like perfectly 50% win rate viable, but few of them are really so rare to see in solos. Like Volko and Setsu have gotten so low from their like a massive high, like 4 or 5.
Setsu has 48%. You know, it's not like she's complete
Yeah,
shit.
but how many games? Like barely anyone plays her.
She is let's see, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I don't
7,
remember
8.
last
The
time I
ninth most
saw
played
a
master.
Setsu that did not go like full rammer rush.
I mean, there are 4 masters that are played less, you know. And in a case like this, I would definitely prefer to spend time on King Puff and Volko than on Setsu, to be quite honest. It's just that Setsu has an issue, especially in pre-mates, but also just in general, where her perk 3 is just frustrating.
I think Setsu's hard to balance because I think you've got some players that are just terrible with it and some that are incredible. Like I've been playing some pre-mates with Bap and he's just
probably balanced,
insane with it.
Like there's a difference between something being balanced and something being fun.
Yeah.
Something can be balanced but frustrating to play against, and that is still an issue.
Like
absolutely, and every time you for that, it's probably the best to just rework it, because if you nerf it, it's going to be like almost unplayable, and if you keep it at its balanced state, then half of the community is just going to hate it because it's...
Which is why we're trying to rework it.
And not fun.
This is the whole point of the PTR, and it's supposed to spawn these discussions between the developers and the players and the community. This is good, you know. This is
yeah, I mean, I'm absolutely supporting their endeavors of trying to make changes. It's just sometimes when it comes to proposed change like this, it's a bit questionable. Like,
I mean, sometimes you just have to have a starting point, right? We're not sure if this is the where we want to go, but let's suggest this as a starting point. Let's get people talking about it.
I mean, that's definitely a thing that we do in the PTR, where we just go like, we want to change this. One of the designers comes with a thing, and the rest is just like, yeah, sure, we'll throw this to the PTR, see what they say.
It's like,
and the Setsu one is definitely one of those.
What's the strongest part of the Setsu? I think it's like the perma stun, right? Once you get to perk 3, the perma stun.
Perma stun. Like even the tanky minions just die to constant reloading.
I mean, is so sad about it.
So I've seen suggestions about like, don't let her first shot be the stunning shot. Let it be the middle of her magazine, or the last shot in her magazine.
I tried suggesting the one where it's always her 5th shot that stuns. So regardless of reloads, right? So the stunning shot in a magazine changes position if you reload. But every 5th shot is a stun. But the designers didn't like that. So I didn't get to push it through. I don't remember.
Because I feel like that's a small change that'll nerf her. Because the problem is, when she's just stunning everything, if you don't have the perfect removal spell, then you're almost in you can't do anything situation. And
yeah, there's a few of those cards in the game where you just, if you don't have a way to remove it like reliably and quickly, you're just going to get such mana loss.
Like if she has to do a few shots before she stuns, at least you know you've got that time to commit and try to kill her quickly. I think that means that then people will have to think more about when they use their jumps. They can't just jump into a cluster of shit and just destroy it all. You know, they've got to play more sensibly and progressively. So that
but I mean, like even now you don't have to jump into them. You just spawn her on your side, and they can't play anything into her because she just blasts everything.
But yeah,
I would definitely love to see that changed, but it needs to be something that's really not being just 90% nerfs and a slight buff.
Yeah, which is fair. It's I'd kind of forgotten that the death thing was also on perk 1. I was just talking about the 100 health, and I'd seen you. I think it was you that mentioned it on the Discord that that's not a straight buff, because it also means she's longer away for defense. You know.
Yeah.
And I was just talking about that, so sorry about that confusion there.
No, it's fine.
The other thing about it that's kind of disgusting is the fact that when she can just come immediately back without going to the tower, whether that's coming straight back after dying.
Yeah, I don't like that either. That was the reason why we put it at the bottom of the deck after she died. That was kind of the thing there, because it's if you play her in the back, right, and she walks forward, and then when the opponent plays the counter, she can immediately come back again. That's just frustrating as hell.
And the other thing, though, you've got to take into account, as Destroy says there, if you remove Setsu's ability to clear all these big death ball pushes, then you're kind of buffing these death ball pushes, and that can just get like even more disgusting.
I mean, that's the thing with the death balls, that we have nerfed a bunch of them, and there's also the thing that it's not always entirely sure how good the death balls are. Like the problem with death balls is they're often not actually that great. They're just very rock paper scissors, right?
Yeah, that's the most frustrating thing, because you go into a match, you see there are 2 cards, and you're like, okay, I can't win this. Like, you're just going to stay here in this match for like 3 or 4 minutes if you're good enough. If not, you're probably going to be like a minute or 2, and you're just going to lose. There's nothing you can do except hope for them to misplay, which I know it's bound to happen because it's a card game with a big pool of cards, and you can only take a few of them. But there needs to be some way to limit those to not be that drastic.
Yeah, it's just the question is how, right? Because we often see people say like just nerf this, but it's like that's also just killing cards, right?
Yeah, it definitely needs to be some big adjustments. The problem is like with the things where you changing the bridge rules. It was like, okay, you're nerfing some aggro, but you need to like rebalance a lot of cards because they just lost their uses, and they're just.
Well, that's the funny thing, because what we actually see in the stats is that most of the cheap cards are still performing completely fine. Like Swarmers, Elite Swarmers, the Lost
Elite
Legos,
Swarmer is Elite Swarmer, for example, is a staple that was never even used for those cheap bridge grabs.
I know, but what my point is more that those cards are still performing great. Like most of the cheap cards are still 50% or higher.
I've got my hand up here. What if her perk, Setsu's perk 3, just to finish on that, what if her perk 3 was like the line nuke, like Rect's is, and whatever it damages, it stuns. So if it gets completely absorbed by one big unit, it only stuns that thing. It doesn't just stun everything.
I mean, that still has a little bit of the problem of jumping on face, right? So I'm not sure. I mean, it would reduce her damage a little bit, her peak damage, and it would remove the thing where she stuns the things that are on the other side of the base. But it still kind of runs in that thing that she just stops pushes too much, I think. I mean, it would be better than the current state, that's true.
I mean, it depends, like, how much you want to change or how much you want to nerf her.
Like, a big problem of that is that would sort of mean that she needs to get the damage buffed for that shot. Because it would be a pretty big nerf, right?
Yeah, if you don't want to give her buffs in other places, then I guess, yeah.
Yeah, and if we need to do buffs in other places, why not remove that stun and make it,
The problem is that stun's so powerful. If you remove it, then it's difficult to give her back that power in a different way, I think.
If the argument is that she basically has no perk 2 anyways, we can give her a perk 2.
Yeah, I mean...
Because I do think that Shotgun Setsu, which this would still have, is just a problem. I don't think it's good that you can just perma-stun stuff so easily.
So I think you need to either remove that or reduce it. And then you could maybe comprise the current perk 2, just put that into perk 1 or perk 3. Depending on where you want to give that a buff, and then perk 2 can be something else. Like what that is, I don't know.
The thing is that I do think that the game is running a little bit in the problem of getting too many cards, which means that people can go too extreme in any tactic that they want, right? Well, not any, but in a lot of different tactics, like hyper aggro or hyper control or full flying or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you can go that deep into something, it becomes rock paper scissors often.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why it would be better to like I don't know how to say, maybe like have some multi-purpose units spells that can like maybe not fully countering something, but can do like 75% of the work done, so you're not completely just being
I mean,
stumped.
that's the reason why I always play like 2 spells, you know. But
Mm.
you still kind of run into the same thing, that if you are going with a deck that can sort of do everything a little bit, right? And you fight these guys that go hyper extreme, it's often still a hill up match, you know? You have to beat them at their win condition often, where they have the advantage.
I mean, that's one of the decisions when you're making a deck. You've got to realize what you're going to be weak to, and if you're making a really specific deck that's weak to other things, that's a conscious decision that the players made, and if they come up and they just get hard countered by things, that's fair enough.
Yeah, but what I mean is that if you compare it to like 4 years ago, the amount of different type of extreme decks has gone up by a lot, just by this year, not just because of different designs, but also just by way more cards.
Yeah.
And because you can have only 10 cards, you run into that limit. And I'm not sure if having this many cards is a healthy thing.
What's the solution to that then? Do we end up?
I mean, every other
bolting some
card game
cards,
has
or-
cycle. Like every other card game has card cycle.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, there is no plans to do that. Let me make that very clear. This is just me talking, not BetaDwarf. But every other card game does it because that's the only way they can keep making cards and money.
Yeah. I mean, someone mentioned the other day, when you got like this many cards, it's really daunting as a new player to start learning all of these different cards.
Too.
And especially since almost every set of new cards is a legendary card. At least one of them.
Too. I'm not a fan of that either, but that's a whole different thing. And that's also actually part of the reason why we reuse units. Like, sure, it's nice for us to have less resources to spend on it, but it's also because it makes it easier for people to learn the new cards because they already know the minions.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a little bit a mix of both. And that is nice, but that also makes the balance harder afterwards, because then, changing one minion affects 5 different cards in the...
Yeah, that's never feels nice because you always have one card that overperforms and one card that underperforms, and it's attached to the same card, and you can do nothing about it.
Yes, and that's tough to deal with.
Right. Well, it's good to talk. Maybe we'll set up some kind of podcast and have like maybe FDM wants to come on that sometime. Maybe Memfisto, maybe some other players and whatnot. Maybe we could have like a regular discussion about. I mean, that could be useful. Talk about the upcoming stuff in the PTR. Talking about what's kind of meta at the moment. We'll see what the people think about doing that. We'll see what people think about getting involved. I see FDM and Memfisto. Neither of them have screamed yes. I'd love that, but who knows? Maybe we can do something like that. But anyway, if you remember, a little while ago, we had a tournament, and
that happened.
Who won that actually?
Memfisto won.
I wasn't paying attention, of course.
What? The last thing I wanted to mention is, so we've seen the resurgence of certain cards after the change. For example, the Cleaver. We saw the Cleaver. We would very, very rarely see a Cleaver in tournament play or ladder play, and we saw it everywhere today. How do you feel about the resurgence of the Cleaver? Is that a card you're enjoying using? I
love using Cleaver because there's so many little things you can do around Cleaver that really shows the difference between a good player and a bad player. It has like so many little things, like stunning it at a perfect time, like playing specific counters to it, knowing how to bait it, knowing how to support it is. I used to think like some 5 years ago that Cleaver was like one of the main pillars of the game's balance. Like everything revolved around Cleaver. You had a rammer that was getting countered by a Cleaver, and like many of the cards were like were kept in check because of Cleaver. But Cleaver was also getting in check by like a lot of cheap units, and like it's really a nice card. It's quite versatile. It has a lot of counters. It can counter a lot of things. It just feels like it's overall healthy.
I think a lot of people kind of forgot about the Cleaver because from my experience playing this season, the way people handle a Cleaver is just god awful. The amount of mana and things
sort
they
of the
throw
same
at
like
it.
Blue Golem, to be honest. Like Blue Golem was also like really good for a long time, but very few people played. Then it kind of died out, and now people have really realized how strong it is with the shrooms, and it's just completely back.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially with more Cleavers, you're going to see more Golems. But I think why Cleaver is being played more is because the average mana deck cost has gone slightly up towards those mid-range units, and Cleaver is just like dunk. I don't lose any health. You lose 4 mana, and I still have a full Cleaver. So you just have to deal with it.
The fun thing is, I think that is kind of partly back to what I said earlier about more cards, where in the past you always had to have more of those expensive cards, but because there weren't that many of the cheap cards. Sure,
Yeah,
we had the
true.
1 mana cards. I mean, that was also a time, you know. But then Cleaver got weaker because decks started having like 5, 6 2-mana cards, right? Which was getting a little bit insane. And you still see that. You still see, especially on like APAP, you still see. I still don't know why that's actually. Why are people still playing cycle decks on APAP? But yeah, you're still seeing like 5, 6 2-mana cards. But you're also seeing more decks that are going into the 4-mana cards, and then Cleaver really gets its value.
I think what a lot of people do with the APEP and the Diona now is that whilst they still want to stick to their cycle like they used to, they're not afraid to put in one big chunky card because you don't have that drawback now of it really slowing down your cycle. So they get a lot
I've
of
seen
the
some
cheap
really
cards.
funny. Sorry, you go. Continue.
No, I was just gonna say you see just a lot of people just they know they can get the value out of these cheap cards, and then they just have one big card, and of course you can cycle to that big card very quickly. So I think that's why we see a little change, but not too much of a change with the decks.
I mean, there is this a very interesting thing that I've seen in 2v2, where people are still playing their totem basically on cooldown, because I'm assuming that they think they need to play it to get more cycle out. But it does absolutely nothing. It doesn't speed up your cycle, because it will slow your cycle 1 card later again. Well, 1 cycle later. Like when you get it, it slows you down, and then when you play it, it speeds you up. So you better keep it in your hand until you can actually use it as a tank or something, you know? But people just throw it down when they have it.
I guess it makes their hand a bit clunky, so they want to get rid of it to get the next card without using something else they have in hand that they want to keep for answers. So
yeah, I mean that would make sense, but some of these plays are definitely not that. That's just people, and I've seen people do that have like 400 health left, and I'm like, I'm playing Dragon Ball.
Yeah, that's a different thing.
It's another decision, right? They want to play it to help their cycle, maybe to get to the next card without having to spend mana. But then they've got to pay attention to what's the offshoot of that. If they're wasting this, what's the potential punishment of it? For example, as you're saying there, if you're low HP and they've got some face damage. So, that's just another decision for people to make. And, inevitably, if you're playing randoms and it's a decision for your teammate to make, it's going to be the wrong decision. It's just how it works. So, yeah, it's good. There's a lot to discussion. We're talking about Setsu for 20 minutes. There's a whole raft of balance changes that we could talk for hours on. Proposed balance changes coming up, the new cards and stuff like that. But not right now, I don't think. I don't think anyone particularly wants that immediately. But
at least on the current balance, I'm at least fairly happy with how many Masters you see in 1v1 at the moment. Like, sure, Foco might not show up, but most of the others do seem to show up multiple times on the leaderboard. I do know that R3KT and Diona are a little bit too bonkers at the moment.
Yeah, Erect is definitely a bit too overtuned for
Yeah.
the
Um,
current.
Diona's
Like,
easy to
just
nerf
the-
because you just nerf the timer on her
The
traps.
the,
But then
the
how do
thing
you
with
do it to
RKT
wreck?
and Diona is that they are both high skill masters, right?
Mhm.
Did we do anything on the PTR for either of them?
No, I don't think
No.
so. So like you could easily tune the timer for the traps, but like, what would you do
Yeah,
for wrecked? Maybe
with RKT.
do you think you should maybe reduce the explosion damage of the clones or
Yeah,
something?
I mean, isn't that static for all the illusions though?
It is. So I would
Yeah.
really not touch that
Yeah.
one.
Um,
Maybe just reduce the health of his main unit, since that's the one
yeah, that's actually a good
that
point.
really
That's a
helps
complete
you
flexible one.
hold out on your clones
Yeah.
until the last moment, and then like tank his full health, then clone it, and then tank another full health, and then again clone it. It's
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. I'll actually I'm gonna write that to the lead designer right now. Any idea of what a good number would be?
I hope you come prepared.
I'm not sure what the current one is, to be honest.
150.
Start with 125. Just so he does not die to like chain lightning and stuff, but still
Yeah.
What about
to
just
get like
reducing-
2 shot by 70 damage units and stuff like that.
What
That
about
makes
just
sense.
reducing the number of clones? Because you get 2 clones for perk 1, and then you get a third at perk 2.
Oh, but that makes it less fun.
Yeah, and then makes perk 1, perk 2 kind of the same.
So the traps at the moment are 25 seconds. 28 seconds?
I don't think you should nerf the timer of the traps, because it also
But-
makes it less fun to play them like 3
That's all.
times per match, but really reduce
Would
the
you then
duration.
reduce the health of the trap and the damage of the trap?
Remember,
Not
like,
even
the-
health
for the
damage,
different
just
traps?
duration for starters, because that
Hmm.
crossbow trap stands there for, I swear to
20
God, like
seconds.
25
It is.
seconds, just
I think it's 20
just
seconds,
keeping the
40
bridge
DPS.
safe, and the only way to kill it is to play like 4+ mana unit, otherwise you're risking losing it or losing a good chunk of health. It's never
Remember-
seems too worth
Remember
it.
back
Yeah.
in the day when you made the change to you can't take bridges with traps anymore. You buffed the traps at that point, so you got
Mm-hmm.
more
Yeah.
HP for the Taunt Totem and I don't know, more
And now
damage,
that-
I think.
Now
So
that
maybe-
them not being able to grab bridges is less of a big factor, we can
Mhm.
take that back a little bit. That makes sense.
Um,
Yeah, I've written it in the to
but
it's
please
actually
keep
the
the
wrong
Taunt
channel,
Trap
but most
above
of the normal
300 so
channel.
we can block a Wheel of Doom.
and a cleaver.
So yeah,
I think that taunt trap health is pretty decent. Just if you decrease the duration, you're effectively nerfing both of their HP. It's
Yeah.
just they can tank the initial hit a bit longer.
Yeah,
so.
I think that's a good idea. I've written it down.
I mean it's nice with someone like Diona. You've got a lot of different ways that you could.
Yeah.
As we just
That's
discussed, to
actually
tune them.
that's one of the things why we've been changing APAP is because we finally have tools to actually balance APAP. Because that's always been the issue. When it was a trap that tanked 100% of the damage, and it was perks that were just on Psycho and there was nothing we could do about it, we didn't know what the hell to do with it. And that's a big reason for the APAP redesign.
Yeah.
And we're still having the same problem with Mordor a little bit because the reses. Like I'm personally I'm just really not a fan of Mordor. I do not like
Yeah,
clean
I don't
design like
think
that. Where it's like if you
I've-
rest a big unit, you get all the fucking value. I hate it, but I don't know what to do about it.
I mean, I think you
I
just
don't-
have to accept that Mordor's always going to have part of this coin flippy nature, right? Sometimes it's.
Yeah, and
Doomsday's gonna
I
be-
dislike that.
But I know, but that's just like his whole shtick.
I'm
Yeah,
just
but
trying
maybe
to
you
make it
could-
less coin flippy.
Maybe you could do it a bit more similar to what you're doing with the new unit. So he just like passively spawns small skellies on killing something, or like his tombstones are not really resurrecting units, but giving a specific unit back. Like if you kill a high health unit, you get an undying skeleton. Otherwise, you could get the small skelly, something like that. So you would not have to you would not have to balance it strictly for what's the worst thing Mordor can resurrect and like how
that is
painful
definitely
it
a
is.
thing. It's definitely a thing that we've been that I've been discussing at least with some of the people, but for the most part that's kind of been pushed back against because of it being so much more boring than the current design. But balance-wise,
that's
it would be a
fair.
hell of a lot better.
I mean, you can keep the current design for perk 3 maybe, so like at perk 3 he can resurrect whatever he wants. Like at that point, if he gets a free blue golem because he timed it nicely, it's fine. When he does that for perk 1 and it gets horribly snowbally if he can keep doing
it's
that.
also the wildcard issue basically. Mordor is just
Yeah.
wildcarding.
Yeah.
And with big units, that's so tough. Like countering 4 blue golems in a row. Good luck.
I don't know what the best solution to that is.
Yeah, the hope was that this redesign would push him a little bit more to mid-range, but it seems like it's still big cards.
I don't know.
But,
I've had some decent success with mid-range stuff, but it feels like there's too few mid-range units you really want to resurrect. You're kind of looking more towards glass cannon minions, and then
Yeah.
you have like I don't know 4 or 5 of them that really come to mind. Because if you resurrect a beefy cheap unit, you're basically just not getting any decent value. So I don't know. It's really hard to balance that one.
What if when it revives something, it revives something of a random minion of that cost?
Oh yeah, sure. Add more randomness to the game. That's gonna go over well.
Yeah.
Hey, sometimes you just gotta suggest stupid things, right?
I know, but you know how that. Okay,
We're
chat, what do you
brainstorming
think
here.
of
This is
Fishy's
a
idea
this
over
is a
here
safe
to
space.
add more randomness
There are no-
to a master.
There are no stupid
Point and laugh,
ideas.
everyone.
Add it to the list, and then
Fish,
it
we
out.
need to not let the Korgoth change make it through, because that's going to be pain in the ass with all the randomness. Please don't add more of it.
I don't even know actually what that is.
He's going more Never Slumber style. So play him.
Is that
Korgoth,
from the
play Seal, play
start, or
Korgoth,
do you-
play Seal, play. You first do Seal, then Korgoth, then Seal, then Korgoth, then Seal, then Korgoth, then Seal,
I mean-
then Korgoth, then Seal, then Korgoth.
The general idea of invoke is just like
Wait.
there's too much random in it to really be okay. I can really count on it, and whenever you
can
play
thank the Jimmies
something
for
that
or
you
whatever
cannot
the name is for
count
people that
on,
like
it
randomness.
kind of sucks.
Yeah, that's kind of part of it, right? It's like you get this randomness. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's like few cards are too good, few cards are just you really don't want them. Like if
But-
they were all at least somewhat decent, fine. But few of them are really. I don't think anyone is ever happy seeing them in their hand.
But forget the invoke randomness for a second. How do we feel about Korgoth being able to be played far more quickly?
I don't like it because it's like a death ball push a minute
he
into the
is-
game.
He is kind of hard to deal with, and a lot of the times you beat him by being far enough ahead that they don't catch up quickly enough before you get to whatever your
I've played a
your win
few
condition
matches
is.
on the PTR, and by the time you spawn him first, you can amass such a push that it's really hard for the opponent to deal with. You just basically play like a different kind of Ravager. Like imagine if he were a Brutus. It kind of feels the same. You have a tanky minion. He also does really decent AoE damage.
I feel like his
and-
range is too long. He just gets stuff from everywhere.
I never
and
get to see
also
him because my opponents are dead before they
he
play him.
misses everything.
Maybe you should try playing it then.
Why? Then I die before I get to play him.
Play PTR FDM. Come on.
I do
Yes.
actually need to play a little bit on the PTR to see that. But I'm kind of busy today and tomorrow.
Maybe it's kind of interesting, guys. If you're wondering where all these changes that we're discussing are from, these are the proposed changes. in the PTR that is live now. Go to the Minion Masters Discord, look for the PTR section, give yourself the PTR role, however you have to do it, and then look at the public PTR, and then go and open the Google form and have a look at the changes. It also tells you how to get into the PTR version of the game, so you can test stuff. And crucially, you've got to test it and then give your thoughts. What did you test? What did you think? We've got the 2 new cards in there. We've got a bunch of balance changes. It's one thing to discuss them, it's another thing to test them.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
In an ideal world, to me, we would get a shitload of players through Netflix, and we would actually be able to have a casual queue and a ranked queue, and the ranked queue would have a limited card set. That would be my ideal world. But
Great.
we need to
make it happen.
We need to be both realistic and expect the worst, right? So if we expect Netflix to not change anything, right? Because that's what we sort of, if we plan for the worst case scenario a little bit, balance wise, then it can only get better. So if we assume that we cannot get a casual queue, right? We need to have a ranked queue. And that means that the designers might not want to have a card cycle because it would be taking away stuff from players that they've paid for. Imagine that.
That's kind of annoying.
That makes
So
sense.
we need to be able to use all cards. I'm not saying that this is the case. I'm just saying imagine that this is the case, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, there's so many changes in this.
That's a big PTR.
There's like a Demon Warrior change.
Yes, we made lots of changes. But imagine that you run into that situation, right? How would we solve the problem of people going into extreme decks?
I mean, that's just always going to be an issue, right?
Yes, but it's also the problem that we need to solve, right?
I know. There's some things you just have to accept. That's just part of it, right?
I mean, only to a certain extent. Like in 2v2 and especially in pre-mates, you have the extreme control and the hyper extreme aggro, right? Like we've heard about the 6-time rammers, which is of course a pre-mates thing, and you had the same for control. To be honest, personally, I play Cleaver. Those rammers get fucked. Walking Blind Data and Assassin are also amazing against it. We mess those rammers up, but a lot of people who don't play those cards that are really good against rammers, right, will have a way harder time against it. And that's the rock paper scissors thing. And I mean, of course, wildcards. Like, don't get me started on wildcards. I've been wanting to remove wildcards as long as you guys have. And for the record, I wanted to do it that in pre-mates, you couldn't even have the same cards in the 2 different decks. But then the survey came out, and my entire plan got ruined.
I want to see just wildcards in randoms. Get rid of them everywhere else. Randoms is just like, whatever goes. Let it go. But because pre-mates is where the wildcards are just the strongest. Because you either have 6 of something, or you just have a bunch of stuff plus the support to it.
Yeah, maybe you should just cap the wild cards in pre-mates to 2 if you don't want to remove it immediately.
I mean,
just so you can't get 6 of the same card.
I mean, what I would do then is not what you suggest, but you have a total of 2 wild cards, right? And the 2 decks are combined as a single deck. So you can have 1 card 3 times, right? But that's the max. Or 2 cards 2 times, but spread over the 2 decks. And that would make it a hell of a lot more interesting, because then you get way more diverse decks, right? Then you also don't get 2 people that play twice the exact same deck, because that is so annoying to play against, so boring. You just keep meeting the same damn units over and over and over and over, and I hate it.
I think that only partially solves it, though, because with Mana Chasers, you tend to get someone that plays 3 of them, and then the other guy plays the Guardian. Or the Bannermans or whatever. So, that restriction can kind of help if there's something where 6 of them, the rammers are kind of disgusting. Also,
but I mean, you see it with the Mana Chaser as well. They both play triple Mana Chaser, and they both play Guardian and both play Bannerman. And one plays their things, and then the other plays the Guardian, and then they swap it around, right?
Yeah. Because I know one of the other things, because I was just thinking about the rammers. One of the other things you were talking about is because when you've got things like the Rammer and the Brutish Betrayer, you can kind of like almost wildcard without wildcarding, you know?
Yes, that's happening with blue golems at the moment.
Yeah, so it's almost... I always like the idea of the wildcards were kind of like family-wide. So you could play 3 Rammers of whatever description, but you couldn't play more than 3.
Interesting, but not gonna happen, I guess. Would be super interesting for tournaments.
Put it on the list of Fish's ideas that have been immediately shot down.
Oh, no, I like. Don't get me wrong. I kind of like it. It's just, it's gonna limit people in deck building in the extent that we would get negative feedback from. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
we already get negative reviews, and reviews are important. You know, when we get negative reviews, that hurts us. You know.
Yeah.
Just like positive reviews are really good. So we do need to do things that prevent negative reviews. And we will get negative reviews. And we do get them. Like whenever we do balance changes, where we kill certain style of decks, that we get a lot of complaints about from players. So we remove it, right? And then we get feedback that we destroyed someone's deck and we get negative review. And we're sitting there like, we can't do anything right.
Yeah, it's kind of bad that these people have this power to give you that negative review over just because their deck got nerfed. Even if it's like just beneficial for the game overall.
I mean, you think that's bad. I'll tell you a little secret. There is a thing, and this is no one's fault specifically, right? Perhaps Steam for not having a good translation. But as far as I've understood, in China, red is good, and I'm not sure if blue is necessarily bad, but red is the positive thing, right? And in the West, red is bad. So the up and down vote in Steam for negative and positive reviews, they often make a positive text with a negative review. And there's nothing we can do about it. I mean, we also get negative reviews for negative reasons from people out China because the connections issues and stuff. And those are really tough to solve, and those are fair. But it's really frustrating to see people who say, amazing game, I love it, everyone, you should play this, and then it's a negative review, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Can you not like message those people or interact with them in any sort of way?
I mean,
you can. The developers can comment on it, but it's I'm not sure if it's worth their time in any way.
People are fairly, like we've seen in the past, that people are very unlikely to change their review on stuff like that. But it's just, I mean, we also get it the other way around sometimes, right? We'll get a negative review with a positive rating.
You definitely don't.
And then we're like, thank you. We're like, okay, we'll accept that.
I mean, for those guys, it's probably like they like the foundation of the game, but they're just frustrated at some things, so they're like expressing all their negative attitude, but overall they still enjoy the game.
I mean, that's also possible, but it's also definitely possible that they do the same thing as the others do, just the other direction, you know?
Yeah, possible, of course.
And obviously this is, if it is anyone's fault, it is Steam for having a bad
I hate Steam's review system. Like, it's only a thumbs up or a thumbs down. There's no like neutral way to vote or something like mixed review.
It's completely fair to have a review of a game that is neither full positive or full negative. Like, come on.
Yeah, I think 90% of the games I've played have that. That's why I just don't review them, because it's
same.
I like 10 things, I dislike 7 things. It's like for fans of the genre might be good if you don't mind these 5 quirks, and then it's like, maybe it's good. But
to me, Elden Ring would be a clear positive. Like that, I would give a positive. But a negative, I mean, the game has to basically be a scam for me to give a negative review. That would be a 0, you know.
Or you get some people. I don't want to call people out by name, but you get some people that they leave this scathing review, thumbs down, and then you look hours played 5,000, hours played in the last week. I mean 300. And you're like,
that's
God damn it, Miguel!
I'm fine with people having thousands of hours and giving a negative review, if they actually stop playing. Because
exactly.
If you play a couple thousand hours, the game will have changed, you will have changed, and you have been getting a little bit tired of the game, right? So the game could have gotten worse, you could have started liking the genre or the specific game less, or you just played it enough and now you're done with it, right? All completely fair. But if you continue playing
Yes,
Look, man,
that's my point.
sometimes it's just nostalgia or a sunken cost or something. Like you're connected to the game, but you just like, if your
Stockholm
friend
syndrome.
asks you, "Should I
There's a
play
term
this
for
game?"
that.
There's like no way you can tell them yes. Like
It's called the League of Legends effect.
yeah,
I
yeah.
hate
I
this
was
game, but it's
about to
all I can
mention. I
play.
was about to mention. Like I've played probably the most hours of any game I played League, and if
Just say.
anyone is going to ask me, should I play League immediately? Just no. Just don't ever look into the League's direction.
And I'm
Like
gonna fucking do it again. I'll play it again.
overall, the game has its nice moments, but like just don't look into it. Just pretend it doesn't exist, and it's fine.
To be fair, this is not a League fault. This is basically every MOBA. You know.
Yeah,
There are-
but
like PvP team games are so toxic. Look at our randoms.
Yeah.
Holy
Yeah.
hell! People
Yeah.
need to take a fucking chill pill because it is not normal how angry people get. And then when you say, okay, you are angry, understandable. First of all, there are better ways to express this. Also, there is a solo where you don't have to deal with these people. No, I like randoms.
yeah, but you
Stop
can't
complaining.
blame anyone else in solos.
Yeah. And the thing is,
You could blame the developers in solos.
Yeah,
blame yourself.
that's what I do, of course.
But like it's kind of fine when it's just your teammate is actually grieving, you know, and they're just throwing the
Yeah,
game, doing
but
catch
that's like
bottoms or whatever.
1 in 1,000 matches.
Yeah.
probably.
Usually it's just they made a slight mistake and you made 5 mistakes of the same size, but it's your teammate's fault.
They made a slight mistake and you pinged them like crazy and just pissed them off. I
Oh, yeah,
feel
yeah.
like people have to
Yeah,
accept
Fish,
their
why did you
role.
not-
Shut up.
Protect my
I-
tank with ranged units. Come on.
I get so many reports of people who go like, yeah, this guy's stopped playing, and then look at the review, and it's like, okay, the person reporting them pinged them 40 times, and then they stop playing, and I'm like, okay, I get that it's not good to stop playing, and that's a mistake from them. They should have continued playing, but you could have prevented it by not being a dick.
Yeah. But I feel like people have to accept their part in it. You know, if you're a pinger, you're going to get people leaving or griefing because you ping. And that doesn't say that, that doesn't mean that either of those is particularly right or wrong. It's just you've got to, you know, if you're doing this, you know, and it's pissing you off, then don't do it, and then you won't get these people leaving.
You also see it that it's specific people that get way more grievers than others, and there are reasons for that. Like we all get a griever here and there.
There's no smoke without fire.
But and part of it is if you're playing in lower ranks, you'll meet more grievers. This is 100% true. I've
Yeah,
played a
because
new
you're
account,
playing
and
against
then
bots.
as I go up, no. What I mean is, your people that grieve will be lower rank because they lose because they grieve.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
So
some
at
people,
the top ranks,
you
you
just-
won't meet grievers because they can't get to the top ranks because they
Yeah.
grieve. You know, so we are a little bit entitled in that sense, right?
I
But
think
still,
the reason that a lot of people have different experience with griefers is you get like general griefers that just grief, but then you also get like people that have specific vendettas against someone because of some reason. You pinged me once, so I'm going to lose the next 20
Yeah,
games that we play
I mean-
together.
I'm not gonna lie. When someone pings me, I'm just sitting there like, don't you ping me, I'm better than you. Even if I'm not. Because I just get annoyed that they ping me. I'm like, don't tell me what to do. And I think a lot of people are like that. The difference is I'll continue playing my best, you know? I'm not gonna start grieving. But if someone pings me, I'm still annoyed with them.
That's fair. Oh, quick question. Just saw this on the Steam forum. Is it possible to differentiate between the random pool for things like walk and blind date or whatever and the random pool for draft? Because there's a lot of stuff that's excluded in
Currently,
draft
the
that
answer is
shouldn't be.
no.
But maybe.
The tech does not exist. Completely impossible.
I mean, it
Who
seems
knows
like
for
quite
the
a
future,
simple thing
but-
to do, right?
I mean, who knows for the future, but basically not gonna happen before 2.1, I think.
I think that would be something to
If-
consider,
if
though.
we- Yeah, but not now.
That's what I
Like-
reported bugs to Entropy when he was in the stream the other day, and I was like, "Shall I report this?" No, don't worry. Just it might get fixed. Just to see if it happens in 2.0. See if it comes.
I
back.
mean, it's definitely true that a lot of visual bugs might be fixed with 2.0. There might be a whole load of new ones because the entire client is remade, right? So who knows what's gonna happen?
Mhm.
Oh boy.
might be
Gameplay
less bugs.
is with gameplay, hopefully there won't be too much because we keep the same gameplay code as in 1.0. The only thing is that we made a complete copy of it at some point, and then we have to update it before we release it, right? So hopefully we will not miss bug fixes, but there shouldn't be a whole load of new bugs. I mean, except that we have some optimizations. So hopefully those won't cause issues. But at the other end, optimizations.
Yes. And that's going to be great, especially for people on older Xboxes. You know, I think the game runs fine for me on a decent PC, but people on older Xbox...
It runs fine, but the fans also run quite loud.
Yeah.
Do you have it at 60 FPS, or did you unlock the frame
No,
rate?
I have it at 144, but it's just like spin the fans like it's going to melt.
The shaders have been changed for 2.0 or 2.1, whatever. So there might be improvements on that, but I can't promise anything because I mean it's still a Unity game.
I mean, I've played other Unity games. They don't all spin on 100%.
You should try play Tarkov for a change.
Don't mention Tarkov because then we talk about loot and extract, and then we go into a whole.
Have you heard of our new game?
I've tried playing it, but the guy never gave me the key.
What?
I messaged in the chat like I need access to. I think it was like.
Wait, do people need keys?
Because you have like two different clients, and one is like a private test realm something, and the other is something with brackets in it, and I had the wrong one, and I left a message like, "Can I get a key for the other one?" And just no one replied.
So that's a good point to mention actually, because Project F4E, which is BetaDwarf's other game that's in development, has changed to be a loot and extract game.
Is it because Uncle played Dark and Darker too much?
No, we played Dark and Darker because we were making a loot and extract.
But what I wanted to say is there's a test on March the 31st for 5 hours from 3 o'clock, my time. So if you want to get involved in that, you need to go to the Project F4E Discord. Ignore the description in the chat for F4E because that's not correct anymore. But you need to go there and maybe fill out a form to get access. But yeah, go to the Discord and find out if you want to get involved. We'll try and maybe stream that, give that a go on stream. We've kind of played that in the previous prologues, but it should have changed a lot for this one. Should be strange. Yeah, exactly. Destroy it should be easy to implement random in draft kind of additional flag.
It's not that it's hard. It's just that right now we need to,
it's
2.1 man.
It's not that it's hard. It's that it's easier to not do it.
Yes. But also believe me, I already have. We have more work than we can finish in time. So. I mean, that's not entirely true, but you get my point, right? Like, we have scheduled it so that we should be able to do it, but it's tight.
Yeah. Add it to the list of things. Maybe it'll be a 2.0 release feature, maybe it'll be something in the future. Who knows?
Mm-hmm. Because, I mean, I do agree that there are some things there, but I mean, there are also some other cards that are really awkward from APEP anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I'm hungry.
But like not being able to get an Avea or a Demon Warrior in draft, things like that. It's kind of sad times. Right, okay. Anyway, that was a good chat. Maybe we birthed a fish cast, a podcast. Who knows? But that was a good chat. Memfisto, thanks so much for joining us. Congratulations on winning the tournament.
Thank you for hosting. Thanks to the guys in my Discord for supporting me and giving me deck lists, of course. That's very helpful.
Oh, he's cheating. He's getting help.
I mean, it's... A coach is no longer playing, so I have to have some other sources, of course.
Okay, yeah, very well done, and hopefully we'll speak to you soon, my friend. Guys, go follow Memfisto. He does stream, so if you want to speak to him in his stream, go hang out with him. I don't know if you have a schedule or anything, or if you just stream as and when, but just drop him a follow, turn on notifications, and you'll get a notification when he goes live. Right, thank you so much, Memfisto. Go get some food.
Thank you, guys.
Take care, my friend.
Enjoy the rest of your night.
You too.
Thanks, you too.
Okay, I think we've done everything that we need to do. I did the giveaway, we finished the tournament, then we just need to do an awkward wave and
It's that
disappear.
time of the day.
But that was a really good discussion. Maybe how do you feel about doing that more often?
Depends how often we're talking about and how much there is to say. Like it's always a little bit awkward, right? Because there are points where I agree with with the community and where I disagree, and different points for the company to agree and disagree, you know. And then there are things I cannot say because they're still secret. Like we've been sitting on the Netflix things for quite a while, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we couldn't say it yet because you're dealing with Netflix.
Yeah.
You can't really say it before they are ready for you to say it. So it's always a little bit of an awkward thing, and add to that I'm not always aware of everything that's going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it has happened in the past where I said something that was true for the information I'd gotten, but then wasn't true when I got to work the next day.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
But like, it's something that we could do with just like players or as a community. But then if we have a developer there, it doesn't have to be all the time. It doesn't have to be you. But it allows like a different part of the discussion. You get, you see things differently, and you've got obviously different information than we do. So anyway, we'll watch this space. Basically, maybe it'll happen. Who knows? But it was good to chat, and hopefully the things are entertaining and interesting for people watching, but also from your point of view as a developer, the discussion actually helps you and helps just give you another kind of avenue of feedback when talking about the proposed changes. Because that the whole idea, especially with the PTR, is that it's supposed to be a community effort where people work together.
And we are at times a little bit what's the word for it? Not depressed. Disappointed.
Okay.
Disappointed with the amount of replies we get on the PTR, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that makes it hard to really listen to the PTR at the times when you have like less than 8 responses, right?
Yeah.
Every individual response gets either a little bit too much weight, right? Or not, and it's just like how much should we listen to the feedback and how much should we just do what we feel,
Yeah.
It's and you saw it with the mana chases where one person did say that it was too strong, and there was someone who was a little bit fake about it, but then there were some others who said that it wasn't strong enough, and then we're sitting there like, who are we gonna believe? And we chose wrong.
Right. Okay.
And that's just the thing. So more people in the PTR would be amazing.
Yes, you heard it, guys. Help out the community. Go and get involved in the PTR. Check it out. Not only do you get to see some super secret upcoming stuff that's not in the current version, you see the 2 new cards, and you get to...
It's not just that, right? Even if people don't want to actually fill in the form and give feedback, just being there for people to play against you is already a big help.
Yeah,
because we've seen that people sometimes have trouble finding people to play against, and that kind of sort of builds on top of itself.
Cool. Right, let's I guess we should start this awkward wave.
Okay, I brought the mana buff.
Looks like Duck Westlin is streaming. Maybe we'll drop him a raid. We saw him in the tournament earlier. Interesting to see how he felt it went for him as someone coming back to the game after quite a while, and of course coming into tournament play.
Are you doing the wave yet?
Of course, yes.
Okay, good.
My mana puff's in the background somewhere. Yeah. Watching. Well, look, Renzo, thank you, Mem and FDM. This was amazing to listen to. Yeah. I wasn't here, thanks. Thanks, Renzo.
Poor fishy.
Okay. Almost ready to get out of here. bring the stream up so we can see when the wave is. Okay, yeah, that was good. I'm surprised that discussion kind of birthed itself out of nothing, but that was it's interesting to see.
I'm really hungry though. I haven't
Same.
eaten anything since the start of the stream, and that was the first thing I ate.
Huh.
I ate after the second
Oh,
round.
you're still here? What the hell?
Lucky man.
I was trying to be
Are you doing an awkward wave as well,
quiet,
please?
so no, I was trying to be quiet so I don't prolong the discussion so you guys can go eat.
Don't mention any of the other changes.
So what do you think?
No.
Oh yeah, Reboomer was such a good card, man. Come on. I can keep talking about Reboomer for the next 15 minutes.
I mean, that worked really well. Like
I was so disappointed with the Reboomer at the end where it got hypnoed in the middle of everything, but it like aggroed on the furthest away target and it didn't quite get there. It didn't change
At
anything,
some
but
point I was thinking like I should really stop playing Reboomer in the same lane as my Golem because it keeps killing me.
Yeah.
But I still did it like 2 more times.
Maybe he won't
I mean,
use
I
it
often
again.
have that actually, where I have a match where I realize the mistake and then I still make it, and the next time I meet them, I don't make the mistake and it's just a slaughter, you know? Once you realize your mistake and you actually act on it.
Right, how are we doing? Almost there. Yeah, Reboom is always a
Wait,
fun
you're still
card.
not done, really?
No, we got
Yeah,
a
my arm is
3-minute
fucking
awkward
tired
wave.
from moving the mana buff around. He's just harassing people now on the camera.
It's basically just blocking out the entirety.
Yeah.
There we go, the wave has started. Nice.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, let's try the raid. Hopefully he didn't stop his stream. No, okay. Right, we're going to go see Duck Westlin. If you missed any of today's action, go check out the VOD. If you want to revisit any of the games, any of the discussion, whatever, go check it out. It'll be up on YouTube tomorrow if I get it done. We'll put timestamps in there so you can jump to the discussion, the games, whatever you want to do. But thanks so much for being here today. I'll see you guys again soon. Larry wants more MM podcasts. Thanks for the extended podcast after the tourney, says Tangelizer. You're more than welcome. Frothy says, great show. Thank you, Frothy. Yeah, it was good fun. Yeah, thanks, Renzo. Yeah, Fish was here. Thanks, FDM and Memfisto, and of course that Fish guy. Yeah, thanks. Okay, we're almost ready to go.
Good. My arms got too tired, so now my buff is waving. You must have like the strongest arm in existence.
Stop.
And it's not even the right one.
I mean, perhaps he's just left-handed.
Maybe my camera's back to front. You don't know.
Oh, that's well. I mean, we can see that on the text.
Maybe everything in my room's back to front.
That would
So it
actually
looks
be
right
kind
on
of
the camera.
impressive.